Hello! It's time for another wonderful day of Angels and Bobs. We're going to jump right into things in just a sec. Let me double check all of my audio settings. Make sure everything's coming in cool, just as always. Because the worst thing you can do is something that I've done before, and that is start streaming with your audio settings, you know, not fully checked. Okay. We should be all cool and ready to go, so let's jump right into things. Yeah. So, previously we had just finished up the very first stages of basic oil cracking. So, we take in the multi-phase oil, we separate it out into raw gas, crude oil, and sulfuric wastewater. I noticed the sulfuric wastewater is packed up, but we'll get to that in just a second. The separate products are shunted out into their various tanks and such. We take the... this is a little natural gas area that I had set up, because I couldn't read. And I thought the raw gas output would feed into this, but this is actually a natural gas, so... we have that set up for later, because we will need this as well. All things being the same, the crude oil here, as you can see, takes this route this way, and gets cracked down into oil residue, base mineral oil, fuel oil, and naphtha. For now, those products are being stored in this line down here, with the residue eventually going down here. We just have to actually get the recipe that allows us to handle it. Which is this one here, which is blue science. So until we get blue science, this is going to just stack up for now. You can notice, by the way, that this is literally the only recipe that this oil residuals is used in. So it's not like there's anything else we're going to need it for. Short of that, last time I did make this flotation setup down here, and I did remember that I needed flotation, and that was correct. What I didn't quite set up correctly was the ore that I wanted to feed into it, because I'd kind of just forgotten why I wanted flotation set up, and setting up flotation for Saphirite, all that it provides us, let me go over here, the only additions that we get, in addition to the first three, which we get from the normal sorting, is silicon and nickel. Two ores that so far we are not using and have no use for. They are literally being stored as a junk byproduct in a chest up here. Here's a silicon and nickels over here. Awesome. The actual flotation recipe I wanted to set up was on Bobmonium. Because if you look at the Bobmonium recipe here, when this gets sorted, hold on, wherever that is, there we are, we get the first three, which we already get, plus the addition of silver and zinc. Zinc we also can't use right now, but silver actually would be quite useful. What we'd like to have in addition to that, so let me find that while I'm in here anyway. In fact, let me just back out there and go... what am I looking for? Aluminum. Aluminum's the other one we need. So where am I going to get... that is a ghost item. Not very helpful. Let me try that one more time. Aluminum! So, to do that, we need you. To do that, we need you. That's aluminum ore. And to get aluminum ore, we need Givelite. Does seem that's the most likely one. Oh, Rubite would also work. Okay. So we could start flotation process on Rubite to get the aluminum that we need. That's not a terrible idea. Okay. So those are our goals for now. For now, we're going to be working towards, we can use this naphtha through a process to get plastic, and we need to set up flotation on both Bobmonium and Rubite, and not importantly, Saphirite. The one that I would be most happy to complete would be this plastic process. Let me find the chain that we were looking for. So, liquid plastic 2 is probably not going to be within reach quite yet. I guess I'll go ahead and click on it. Yes, that takes blue science, as I thought. But, let me see. Liquid plastic down here is made with propene. I do remember going through this list before, so maybe the naphtha recipe actually is out of reach for now. Maybe I was misremembering that. At any rate, methanol and steam. Methanol can be created. Just checking alternative recipes as well. Because that's cool, but that's probably more advanced, as are most of these, more than likely. But I'll go ahead and click on them. Okay, so we do have alternative means, so we could use methane as well, if we just happen to have methane. But if we look at the primary recipe here, it says green metal catalyst, which is silver and aluminum in a metal catalyst carrier. And that's carbon dioxide and hydrogen, but those are both free. Those aren't really worth considering. I am a little more interested in maybe getting this methane recipe up and running. That seems interesting. Like that's blue science. That one I do get. That one comes from natural gas liquids. Which is... Okay. Raw gas refining, that's kind of what I thought. So if we had raw gas, which we do, then we can separate that into that. So that seems achievable. So let me just back through that. So if we have natural gas liquids, then we can use that to make methane, ethane, and butane. Methane, ethane, butane, and carbon monoxide. But that's with synthesis gas, so don't mind that. Don't mind that. So probably this first recipe. And then we can take that methane, and that's what we needed, if I remember correctly. Because then we can crack you into methanol, yes, okay. Okay. That's a lot of recipes to look at, and I'm not going to pretend I remember all of them, but I do believe that started with... Oh, and we have the first of the modules researched now. I remember unlocking you. I don't remember what year for. Let me find the gas processor that I'm looking for. Where are you? Advanced chemical plant. There we are. Let me just look through, make sure I don't have one already. I do not. Okay, so we will begin making one. While that's going, let's, I suppose I can look down here. Just take stock of things for a moment. So these have expired. Oh, I don't have bots down here anymore, so I guess marking you for deconstruction doesn't do anything anymore. This little patch of Rubite is running a little low, and my nearest patch, I believe, is up this way, which is not the greatest. I do have a patch down here as well. I'd probably connect to that one instead, because this one's way out in the middle of nowhere. I have this one, that's fairly big, but... Yeah, and there's that Bobmonium patch too. I'll probably wind up going for this one, especially since I do need natural gas at some point, and there's like even more Bobmonium and more coal over here. Yeah, that actually seems like a pretty decent area to grab at some point, so I'll probably head that way. Just checking some of these other patches and such. Like, lots of natural gas down this way, which is cool. More Saphirite right there is nice, actually. Not that I'll need it anytime soon, but it's good to know that it's there. We have some... what is that? Crotinium? Crotinium, let's say. Alright, so with this guy... advanced chemical plant. Let's just put him down and look at his recipes first. So... okay, that I thought was the machine that we needed. I guess I was mistaken. Hold on, let's go and do that whole thing again. So if I look at liquid plastic, you're made in a liquefier from propene. Propene is made in a cracking machine from methanol and steam. Methanol can be made with this recipe in a chemical plant, but we could also make it with methane and a steam cracker. And methane, we get natural gas liquids in a gas refinery. Okay, I guess I don't need you yet, but you know, I guess I can just leave you here for when I do. Gas refinery is actually what we're looking for. So let's grab that. Oh joy, more pipes. I'm going to just recraft some pipes. I suppose while that's going, I'll take a sip of coffee. Okay. That guy built wherever he might have gone. There you are. Once again, pop you down. Just make sure... so raw gas is the one we're looking for here. No, natural gas liquids is what we're looking for. So natural gas liquids gives us methane, ethane, and butane. And methane here is the one we're looking for. Natural gas liquids comes from raw gas refining. Okay, so we do need another gas refinery then, which is just the other recipe in this guy. So there we are, there's the other one. I find it helpful, oftentimes, whenever I'm dealing with a recipe chain that I'm unfamiliar with and for whatever reason is feeling complicated or overwhelming, I just start making the machines, and having something in front of me that I can open and go, yes, this recipe goes in this machine, it makes it feel more physical, and it makes it a little less overwhelming, I guess. With this guy in hand, let's try and find a good place for him. If I'm storing the natural gas liquids up here, or rather the raw gas, which I'm going to turn into natural gas liquids, then I would like the processing to be up in this way somewhere, but I don't want to be in the way of this guy. I don't really know how much room is reasonable to give these guys, but let's just be overly cautious. Move the refinery up to this level. Let's say here's fine. I'll move this guy out of the way. Where'd you go? There's the gas refinery. Yeah, you can just go down here somewhere. Put the recipe in. Run the pipes. Oh, I'm almost out of pipes too, because I'm almost out of copper. Alright, I guess that's, before I get too carried away, I should go restock and resupply. So let's just go grab a little copper. I wonder if there's anything else I'm low on. I'll go look in just a second. Get those crafting up. And then, let's see. Circuits are fine, that's fine. Iron, for the first time in forever, fine. Little low on steel. Don't know if I'm going to need any bronze, I might as well go pick some of those up. No reason to come all this way and then just not get the building materials that I need. There we go, that should be plenty enough. Got a lot of bricks, all cool there. Got more flotation cells. I guess I'm already half prepared for my next line of flotation that I need to set up. Just run it all the way back. Okay, and so I should have, yes, I have some pipe now, though it looks like it's going to be a little bit before those are done, so let me go ahead and cancel that. I'll let those craft, yeah, I'll need them. Run you... Ooh, that's an unfortunate spot to run out of pipe length. Let's do something like that and hook you up there. There we are, and continue making more pipe, because I will need it. Oh, should remember to connect you as well. Yep, that's all hooked up and going. So that's going to give me acid gas and natural gas liquids, so I would like tanks for each of these. So I'm satisfied, I think, with small tanks, but let me look at you and just see if you're actually used in anything. You're like, you're kind of used in things. I have a feeling we're going to need that hydrogen fluoride gas, just at some point. Hydrogen sulfide might also at some point be useful. Like if I click into here, yeah, I can make sulfur with you. What on earth is this? Apparently enriched hydrogen sulfide gas is not used in anything. Oh, used down here. Okay, not that this is anything until purple science, but, you know, I wanted to see if it was anything. Yeah. Point being, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to really do much with acid gas anytime soon. But at the same time, its products do seem like they'll probably be useful at some point. Yeah, like this one's used in making tungsten. I knew there was a use for this one. I kind of half remembered this being useful. So maybe acid gas gets a large tank. Which is... It is a gas. Let me go ahead and, like, pre-craft a couple of these tanks, since they are expensive on pipes and take a little while to craft out. Anyway, so yeah, just those two. So let's go set up the storage tanks for those. There's not a lot of room. I am kind of... This line down here is a little bit full. I mean, I do still have a couple unclaimed tank spots, namely right here and there, but I'm sure I'm going to need more than that. So maybe I'll keep these tanks up here since they have no use other than being turned into other things. Like, they can't be, they don't have many uses. They really only have, like, one primary use. So maybe I'll try and cram them in up here like I have these things up here. So, natural gas liquids, I will store, you know, here or so. I'm really trying not to interfere with the other storage tanks, but at a certain point, there's you just have to realize that some amount of planning ahead is actually detrimental, you know? Sometimes you just have to start making stuff, and if you try and plan out every detail, then you'll never get anywhere. Gas tank. And let's just continue the line down here. clear out a little bit of room so that I can access him from the top, since that's where the pipe's going to be coming in from. There we are. And 1, 2, 3 tiles of space. And, how am I gonna get down here? That's always the fun part. Yeah, I can do something like this. There we are. And how far up do I need to go? About here is probably about fine. So I'll just connect like so. Run you up. And this big rock's gonna be right in the way. And somehow all those pipes that I crafted have already been used. So I guess it's time to make some more. Okay, now all we need is power in this guy. Really, that doesn't reach. Okay. Just scatter some lights around. I like the aesthetic of lights in my oil processing, typically. And yes, those are being properly taken away and stored up. So natural gas liquids are building up in there. And then if we look down here, yes, acid gas is building up in there. I'm sure that's probably going to build up to the point that we do need to vent it at some point, but for right now, I'm not that concerned about it. So next we need another gas refinery that will make our primary gases out of the natural gas liquids. I keep having to check the names. There's so many that's just like, yes, this is normal, just generic gas, that I have to keep referring back to them. Now, as for where that goes, that's a little more difficult. I suppose I could just continue upwards, though I feel iffy about that. I'm getting further and further away the closer I am to a product that I actually want to use. I feel like this entire chain's been set up backwards. It needs to be flipped on its head, but oh well. So let's see. So these are going to be gases, keep in mind. So they will be stored down here, and I do like doing gas processing down here. Which is just one more thing to consider. I could bring it down here. Like, I know I'm gonna need to expand this area with the electrolyzers and the air pumps and all. So I don't want to take up room going this direction, but at the same time, like I was just saying, sometimes there's a difference between being prepared and, like, being unduly restrictive. Sometimes you just gotta build stuff, you know? I am still thinking about it. I'm kind of just chopping trees to procrastinate. I'm not entirely sure I want it to go down here, but I don't really see a better place to put it. So yeah, let me just grab the machine, gas refinery, and if my 3 outputs go about here, yeah, that's cool. And then I do, of course, want to actually perform actions on those gases once I have them, so maybe it wouldn't be terrible to set it down around this level, because that leaves more room up here to actually do work on them. Yeah, decisions. And then I can't go much lower than this. Yeah, okay. For now, I believe I will just put you, like, here. But then, see, even saying that, I'm like, okay, but then what's going to go in this spot, you know? Is this just going to be forever empty, or, like, what am I going to do over there? So, I could put more electrolyzers in, like, a square here, I guess. Does make it more difficult to expand horizontally, though. Let's go ahead and get these picked up and out of the way, since they aren't really immediately useful anymore. I know there's more down there, but, you know, I just wanted to clear this area out. Yeah, okay. I will put it... Oof. There's so many pipes in the way of all this processing, too. But let's just say I start here. Then I have to run the pipe down. I just remembered, too, I actually have pipes on the mall, so all this handcrafting, I really didn't have to do that. But oh well, that saves me the trip over there, I guess. I will drag a pipe down from here. Of course you're in the way. Let's move you once more. And just bring this down until something's in the way. That's not a bad point to turn, I guess. There's all these trees in the way, but it shouldn't be too bad because pipes are pretty small. Like, you know, I have to cut down one tree every so often, that's no big deal. And then where am I going? Kinda just straight down, I guess? Make sure to connect the corner or I'll never find that connection. And input's all the way down here, so let's start running from there. And then go connect up. There we are. And then just in like that. So you should be filling with gas, I think. I have to set the recipe, of course. So let's do that. Yes, you're filling up. And that's going to give us the methane, ethane, and butane that we need. Just steal power from, like, right down here somewhere. Beautiful. Okay. And then we do need 3 more gas storage tanks. Let's see... I'm just going to go ahead and start pre-crafting a whole bunch of steel pipe, because I know those tanks are very hungry for steel pipe. And I do actually have enough materials to make them. I was thinking I was going to have to go on a long expedition to go grab some. Guess while those craft, I can clear out room for them up here. I maybe should keep some grenades on me just for tree clearing. Poison capsules would be great, of course, but in the short term, grenades would do. I should probably start military science before too long as well. I was much more nervous earlier on about the biter situation, but I don't want to be caught being complacent, because I still don't actually produce military science yet, and I'm sure I'm into medium biters by now. Let's see how far that gets me. Let's leave a similar amount of room here, so that I can run more pipes in the future. And then I'll do a little cluster of the 3 output gases just right next to each other. there's so many trees. Okay, let's do 1, 2, 3 squares between them. And then one more right over here. So 1, 2, of course. And there's the third. Okay, and then we just go get them all hooked up. I am going to go grab those pipes so I don't have to keep handcrafting more pipes. Does mean a little bit of an adventure out this way, but honestly it's probably faster still for me to run all the way this way, grab the pipes and run all the way back than it would be to just stand there and handcraft all the pipes myself. Yeah, just all of them, and just a lot. Just a lot. We're gonna need them. Wonder, do I have... No, I was looking to see if I had any more gun turret Mark 1s to just upgrade while I was up there. Oh, I also just realized that this whole time we haven't actually been researching anything. So I'm going to go walk back over to the tanks, and once I get there, I'll set up a little bit of research, and then I'll start setting up the piping here. So let's see, what do I want to research? Electric boiler, that sounds not very useful to tell you the truth. Like, I guess I can see that, like, if you have a pretty good power surplus, but I certainly don't at the moment. I guess I'll start picking up some of these better smelting techniques here. Just fill the queue with something, get, you know, explosives in there. There we go. Just so the lads have something to chew through while I'm setting all this up. So let's just run these in order. So, actually, funny enough, with this facing upwards, that order in my head is actually inverted. So methane, ethane, and butane is actually like methane, ethane, and butane. So let's make sure I get those in the correct order here. I guess I can do them in order, just for neatness sake. So maybe here-ish. Let me just see how far I've got to go. Let me clear out a few more trees. Just a few more. Oh man, we already got through electric boilers. That was a fast research, I guess. I didn't really look at the times or requirements on any of those, so... Alright, let's just bust out a little more room here. Oh, that was a pipe. Didn't want to pick up the pipe. Whoops. Okay. So you come full pipe length down this way. Or maybe not even that. Let's go to, like, here. And then over. You can come down to, like, 1 square lower than that. And then over. And then same sort of deal here. And there. Connect all you guys with the pipe. And then over. So, where are you? You go there, and over. You go until here. Cool. And you go here. Alright, let's see where that lines up down below. So you're gonna go this way. And you are going to go this way. And then just keep dragging you over. And same over here. And that might need to be neatened up in the future. It's kind of in the way, but if it is in the way, then it will get cleaned up. Okay, very first one. I would like you to be... Let me think. Methane, ethane, butane. I'd like you to be butane if possible. So let me just verify which of these symbols is butane. Okay, so that's the most complicated one. which I believe is this one on top, yes. I don't know if you can see that. YouTube compression might eat that a little bit, but that is butane, and then methane, and then ethane, I believe. Let me just verify. Methane's first, then ethane. Okay, so butane, ethane, methane. So you are my butane. That's going to be right there. That lines up very nicely. In you go. And then next up is going to be ethane. Let me make sure that pipe placed correctly. I like the feature where it will auto-place like the best that it can, so if something's in the way, then it puts a shorter one down. But when the thing that's in the way is a tree, I'd honestly just rather cut the tree down. There we are. And there we are. And then let's go and grab the methane. The methane's what we're interested in to begin with, so that would be cool to have. Where'd you go? Okay, you're all the way over here. That lines up with that pipe, that's no good. So let's bring you in kind of in the middle of these guys then. Like that. And just bring you down. You can go right there. Cool. And that should be all the product, right? Ingredient shortage, that's fine. All our outputs are good though, yes, okay. So they should be all in their tanks, yes. So butane, ethane, methane, very good, okay. Now of course that's not going to run because we're not running the recipes up here. That is because we have sulfuric wastewater buildup, which I don't really understand. Oh, I just never hooked you up. Oh, wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, you aren't connected. Never mind, I'm stupid. Okay. I was like, isn't that connected to the oil tank? Okay. Yeah, I just never hooked you up. Okay, sure. Good. Where's that wastewater tank? Let me go find it. So you are right here. Okay, that's cool. Let's just drag this pipe over this way. Oh, really? That was all that underground pipe. Alright, let's just... I don't really like how high this is. I literally just laid this, but I do want to bring it down a little bit. I feel like that's going to be right in the way of important stuff happening. I do kind of like this level right here. I think this level right here is fine. So I'm just going to continue this level and work out the rest once I get there. This is the wastewater, correct? Yes? Yes, okay. So, what's the best way to connect this up? Do I bother? No, I don't think I bother. I'll just do that. Now you should kick on. Yes, and immediately begin processing. Very good. How does everything up here react to that? So, you're full, so you run. That's going to provide more crude and more raw gas. Okay, you're the natural gas. Okay, that one keeps like jump scaring me. Okay, the raw gas is going in. That's going to give us acid gas and natural gas liquids. And if I can actually get all the way down here, yes, there's acid gas at 433. That should tick up. Should. Hold on, let me just stare at the numbers down there. Okay, I think I saw a recipe go. Come on. Yes, okay. So these down here. Yes, okay, so that did tick up. So all this stuff down here should also be running. I can see your input ticking up. How much do you need? 100? And there you go. Okay, slow but steady, we do have some processing going on. So even if it's not a monumental amount, we do have some methane coming in. Interesting. I guess I did construction bot research. Okay, so with methane, these are going to back up. Let me just see if there's anything I can do with this real quick. So ethane gives me ethylene. And ethylene, I can make polyethylene. Right. So, yeah, okay. So polyethylene I can't make use of until blue science. That does give me plastic too. But again, not really anything to focus on right now. Good to have though. Butane. What are you used in? You can be used in flamethrower turrets, that's cool. I can crack you into benzene, which I believe is just another fuel. Yeah, there's some... Like, there's certainly recipes for it, but I'm not that worried about it. I'm going to just let it build up, and if it backs up, I'll start voiding it, I think. That being said, I do want to look at the recipes here. Steam cracking of methane gives me methanol, which I believe is what I needed. And then methanol... Maybe I should start from the plastic recipe. Let me look at plastic. Plastic comes from propene in a steam cracker. That needs methanol, which comes from... Hold on. Yes. Okay. So wait. Propene comes from methanol. Methanol comes from... That's used in. Okay, there we go. That's why I'm getting confused. That's why I'm getting confused. I was like, all these things have methanol in them. What are you talking about? Okay. So yes, this is methane. And that I can do. That is just in a normal steam cracker, and then I believe it gets steam cracked again. So let me make at least one steam cracker, and then I'll figure out the steam later, because steam is not exactly a difficult ask. Probably in here if I had to guess. Steam cracker, yes, okay. Let's go ahead and make two. I'm sure I'm going to need two at some point. And I'll throw these oil residues in this chest up here, since that's where they go. Yeah, the gases are way too much alike. It's one of those things definitely where if you don't really pay attention and like look and make sure you're dealing with the right gas, you will absolutely screw yourself over. So that's why if I seem like I'm really taking my time and making sure I'm producing the right recipe, that's just experience talking. I've definitely just pushed ahead and made the wrong gas before. And that's very painful and upsetting. Like this thing I did down here with flotation where I set up the wrong flotation, that's no big deal. I swap out the input belt, wait for all the output to clear out, problem solved. You know, no harm, no foul. Making an entire gas setup, like, we're talking something like this sized, and then realizing it doesn't work because you used the wrong input, that's bad. That's painful. That's part of the reason why I do like putting the machines down, just, you know, as a, just to start with, and going, okay, here's what I have. I have a tank of methane. Methane can go in here and get cracked into methanol. And then where's the recipe that takes... What do you... Okay. I looked at you earlier. And then methanol is cracked into propane. Okay, so those are in fact the recipes that we need. I'm not going to leave them there, but I just want to make sure they are, you know, the correct ones. They do exist, I can make them, it's not locked behind research, we're good to go. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and find a home for it. Like any cracking setup, it's difficult to know exactly how much I'm going to need, especially since these recipes we won't be using forever. So trying to find a permanent home for things that you have no idea how much throughput you're going to need is a challenge. So if I leave this row here for more gas cracking in the future, because I do think we'll probably need some, then what if I just start... I would say what if I just start here, but like that's kind of playing with fire. At the same time, I don't really know where else I could go at the moment, so let's just put these down. They both need steam anyway, and the output of one feeds into the other, so I will set up 2 more gas tanks. I believe these are both gases anyway. Let me see. It's methanol and propane. So yes, those are both gases. I am out of something. I'm out of steel. Fortunately, that is going to give me both the tanks that I need, so I'm not going to go grab more steel just yet, but, you know, I'm going to need to. Clear out the last of these trees in the way, and how much room do I have? Okay. I am, like, right at the edge here. Yeah, that's a little tight. Pipes look amazing. Recommend using some different types of pipes to make it more colorful. Actually, you made me think of a very interesting possibility, actually. With alt mode on, you can pretty easily tell what pipes are what. But in theory, you could set up production of multiple different types of pipes so that when you have tight spaces like this, or say a machine like this with multiple different outputs, you could even color code your pipes. So you could have, say, you know, these blue plastic pipes for one line, and then steel pipes for one, copper for one, and that makes dealing with these very similar chemicals much easier. And might actually be something worth looking into. Not something I'm gonna set up before the bot mall, because that's effort, but it is a very interesting idea. Gonna leave big space. Ooh, and there's a pipe in the way. Let me think about... Maybe I won't leave a space here. Maybe that's fine. Yeah, that's kind of how I figured it would work out. And then the next one would go, like, here. So I'm happy enough with that. These are going to be products from this line anyway, so... You know, whatever. I guess that works. Tried using stone pipes for production to storage and copper for storage to production. Didn't help. I mean, it might not be the greatest, but I'm sure it doesn't hurt anything either. I've never made a stone pipe in this 2.0 run, so I would be curious to know if they're any more or less painful than the copper pipes to pick up, at least. Let's see if I can't weave these belts into this mess somehow. What if I bring you down... What's the lowest pipe here? You, so if I bring you to this level... Like that. Let me clear some of these trees. Just so I can see what I'm doing. There we go. And then same deal up here. I'm going to bring you one lower. Okay. And then we can turn off this way. And similar right here. Okay. Now, before I get too sidetracked, these are... I'm planning for tanks that I don't even have the fluids for yet. So let's actually make the fluids that I need. Or gases, I suppose. So this first one is going to be let me look at ratios here just real quick. So this is 60 methane to 80 methanol. And then this is 100 methanol to 80 propene. Also 20 residual gas. I don't remember if I left... Do I already have like a dedicated space for residual gas? I think I was going to put residual gas up here. I guess that poses the question of whether residual gas is actually a gas or a liquid, come to think of it. Most liquids are this water drop icon type thing, whereas the gases are, well, this more gas-looking icon type thing. The dotted lines in 2.0 do help. Oh, the dotted lines in 2.0 are amazing. Like, being able to zoom out like this and just go, I wonder where this pipe connects? Boom. Where's this one? Boom. And, like, this one? Incredible. What an amazing quality of life feature. Oh yeah, let me come down here. And which one are you? Okay, residual gas is a gas, as the name would imply. So I do actually need one more storage tank, which does mean a trip to go get steel. So I suppose however much steel I do have, I'll go ahead and pre-fire those as steel pipes. And then I'll just go grab the extra steel that I need. Just grab a whole bunch. And where is that tank? Just go ahead and make a couple more. I'm sure I'm gonna need some. Residual gas being all the way over here does feel a little strange, but at this point there's not a lot I can do about it. That's just where it's gonna go. I suppose I haven't committed to anything. I suppose this could be residual gas. That's not a big problem, and that's kind of in line with where it's going to be produced up here as well. So I'll say this one is residual gas then, I guess. 1, 2, 3. And then this one can be methanol, and this one can be propene. Oh, one off. Okay. Where are these extra pipes going? So, how far have I brought these? Okay. Okay, that's not too bad. I'll just leave them kind of headless here, and then I'll work backwards towards them. I'll worry about the steam in a minute. For now, I'm just going to set these up. And I'm going to put... I'm debating which one is propene and which one's methanol, because this one on the left is much easier to expand than this one on the right, but I guess it doesn't really matter too much. So I'll just say you do the methane and you do the methanol. The inputs, that is. So since you're both steam, I'll just go ahead and do this so those pipes can be neat and out of the way. Let's do something like that, I suppose. Just start escaping these pipes somewhere. We'll figure out where they need to go once we're just out of this mess. Ooh, that actually can't underground there. That's a shame. And I can't move you up because then you'd be in the way of that one. Alright, let's just bring you down one more. Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. Then bring you up somewhere around in this mess, maybe a little to the left of it. So let's clear kind of this column right around in here. That's not too bad. Oh yeah, and that lines up pretty well with the ends that I already had up here. So that works pretty well. Even that works, because then I can do like that. And then have you both run down like so. Okay, also important to note, actually, that these are the output pipes, and I'm thinking of these as the output pipes. These are the input pipes, so let's not get too distracted. This one right here actually should probably connect up. So let's actually pick all this pipe up. That shouldn't be running this way at all. You, in fact, will connect up here. Hold on, that is, which one are you? You're butane. So let's not connect you to butane. Which one is the one I'm looking for? Methanol, which is this one over here. Okay, that's fine. And then just bring you down this way. And I can just... That's the steam pipe. Ooh, let's not do that. Perfect. Beautiful. I will, accept no comment. Yeah. My best production to date, no doubt. Let's, do the same thing I did down below, where I just connect this, since it's the same, I'll connect the residual gases together and then worry about them as a group. And then your output I need to snake out of here somehow, but it is... Oop, not there. But it is also the input to this guy, so I should keep that in mind as I go. Maybe I'll bring you to about here and then down. I'm gonna go ahead and craft more pipe. I'm going through so much pipe right now. There we are. Then I suppose I'll go ahead and start escaping this guy as well. Just run him like over this way. Just somewhere. And the same is true here. Just start escaping him somewhere. Okay, so where does that leave me? So this pipe is coming down this way. That's cool. And then we've got these two pipes up here that need to go somewhere. So we need to reach up here. Why is this one not connected to anything? Hold on. What have I done? I'll figure it out as I go. Okay. I wanted this one, which is here, to be the residual gas hookup. So that is this bottom one down here. So I'll run you down to about here. Just one more time, make sure, yep, that's the correct one. So run you down this way. And connect you up. There we are. This one, I believe, is... Okay, so that's your output. I'll worry about you in a minute. Excuse me. Let me see. So that's going to be residual gas, so that makes this one... I want you to be the product of breaking down... Oh, that's actually lined up with you. So let's bring you in this way. And then I can run you down. I want you to be the tank for methanol. Which is all the way down here. I suppose that is fine. Let me take a sip of water. My throat's all scratchy now. Okay. So, you here, you come down, and... well, there you are. Connect like so. I'm noticing that I have an odd number of underground pipes, and that does bring me some anxiety. I'm not going to pretend that it doesn't. I'm just going to pretend I'm gonna find it. So, okay, so that's residual, that's methanol. This one should be propene. Unless I'm forgetting something. Let me go ahead and start those processes up so I can actually get, you know, gas in the tanks so I can see what's happening. That's going to require steam, and let me make sure there's not a more convenient way to get steam. Pretty much just boilers, yeah? Nothing seems... what are you... okay, that's the electric boilers. Electric boilers. Yeah, okay, pretty much you just want a boiler, which, you know, who would have thought? Fluid burning boilers, a little interesting, but I think for right now I just want a, just a normal old boiler. I even got coal right here. So let's see. There's a standard boiler right there. Repair pack 2. Ah, so where'd it go? There you are. I don't see any reason not to just put a boiler, like, right here. And just connect you in. And then somehow snake this coal out and around, like so. And I'm sure I'll need more boilers or, you know, something about this will have to change in the future, but for the time being, I am perfectly okay with this. Oh, I do need water, of course. Right. How much steam per second do you need? Nothing. Okay, you need none. I'm just gonna make a groundwater bore. I know those are around here somewhere. Let me look. That's a thermal bore. There's a groundwater bore. I need bricks. Bricks are no big deal. There we go. That should last me quite a while. Oh, that's interesting. Not exactly what I need right now, but still. How expensive are you? Not very. Okay, groundwater bore. Literally just made you. Where'd you go? There you are. And I can just pick this up in the future if I need to. I'll just throw you there right now. Yeah, you produce 60 a second, which is a little under twice what I need, but all the same, I think that'll do. Okay, so that's producing. So that should have, oh, and now you're producing. That's cool. I guess you are already hooked up. That will at least, let me see what is going where. So yeah, I don't really know why I just skipped the tank and started hooking up this one. So I think I will just unhook you. And then redo it over here. It's gonna be a little annoying to do though. I don't like having that non-maxed pipe there, so I am gonna just relay all this. There we go. And then that results in this, which I guess is fine. That brings me down to here. Ah, there's the odd pipe. I finally found it. Okay, I can stop worrying about where the one random underground went. That's cool with me. So you are running this way. And where am I trying to get to? Up here. So close and yet so far. That is an ugly connection to have to make. But I guess that's what I gotta do. Okay, so that should be running now. That's going to produce propane. There we are. So that's propane up and running. Just to verify, yes. Okay, going in the tank. And then propane can be used in plastic. It just goes in a liquefier, and that's liquid plastic right there. And then to actually make a plastic bar, it's just a regular assembler. At least an assembler too. Interesting. Interesting. You can't use a standard assembler. You could use a steam-powered assembler. Not really sure how that would work. But, sure. Okay. Anyway, I've mostly been wanting to get that so that it can start building up, because I was sure that this is going to take a while. I'm not going to be producing this at proper ratios or anything. It's going to be slow, but I wanted to get some setup ready, because that's going to allow me to make plastic for robots. If I look at flying robot frame here, I still need to make the batteries and the electric engines, and the electric engines are going to take lubricant. Fish oil refining. Okay, and that's just base mineral oil and residual gas. I do now have both of those, so that can just be made in a chemical plant. How about the batteries? Batteries are sulfuric acid, and those two. I should have sulfuric acid. I believe that's something that I'm making. I could be mistaken though. Okay, it goes in here. That is sulfuric acid, yes. So that's all being used in geode washing, however. Sulfur dioxide is what we get from lead smelting, and if I remember, there's not really a good way to get more sulfur dioxide. Oh, I could just mix sulfur and oxygen, I guess. I do have some sulfur being produced by this guy over here, and I do need sulfur for blue science, but it's not like I have a blue science set up right now, so I don't mind stealing a little. Yeah, I could just do that. That's not a big deal. Do I have excess oxygen by any chance? No, I believe this is the oxygen tank right here. You aren't connected to anything. Why are you not connected to anything? Oh, you're connected up top. Okay. Oh, I guess that's going to be the sulfur dioxide we get from lead. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I guess I just don't have a tank for oxygen? Yeah, there's oxygen. I just don't have a tank for it. Okay. I don't have a tank for nitrogen either. Do I? Like, will I need nitrogen for anything? Maybe if once I get into silicon processing, it would be nice to have a little nitrogen. But even then, I don't really need, like, massive amounts of it for any reason. At least not at the moment. Let's go ahead and do a tank for oxygen and nitrogen, though. Let's just go ahead and get it set up. The flare stack is kind of in the way. I think I will just go ahead and stop that for a moment. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's in the way. Ooh, these have to be offset then. That's awful. And, I could move you up a square if I cared that much. Which I do. I care that much. Let's do this. Yeah. Throw all that in there. And up and over. There we are. And then all that extra that I just picked up goes in there. Very cool. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Well, not that I need to be that precious with space in here. I don't think I'm running any pipes between these guys, so... but why break the standard, you know? 1, 2, 3. Okay. There we are. And then just run you up, and then I'll void you in a second. Oxygen! You can just go up like that. And I'll sneak you in like so. Yeah, that's not the best, but it's not the worst, I guess. Where's that flare that I had? Yeah, I'll just stick you over here. Move power. And I need an overflow valve, which I believe is in here. Yep. So that way, once the tank is over 80% full, we will just start voiding. Yeah, that all is fine, I guess. I could rework it, but whatever. Yep, so that's going to slowly but surely fill up with oxygen now. I know I needed oxygen for something. Oh yeah, I was going to make that sulfur gas. So, I believe that was a liquefier, and if not, I know I need a liquefier for other recipes. So let me find... There you are. Go ahead and make a liquefier 2, I guess. And my research queue has finished, so let's just start researching more things. I don't really care what these are, I just want the research flowing. Okay. So, I need to make this gas. Let me just come up here so I can poke it. You are made from you, which is made in a liquefier. I was correct. Okay, 1 sulfur, 60 oxygen. A liquefier. There you are. So, this is going to produce a gas, which goes here. I'm going to leave some room to expand this and just not worry about it beyond this point right here. And I'll just say it goes straight in. Like, that gives me a little room to the left and right if I need to expand, but otherwise I'm just not going to worry about it. Let's bring oxygen in, like, here-ish, I guess. Yeah. Again, it could be better, but it could be worse, I guess. Straight in you go. Let's set your recipe to that guy. And then I still have to bring the sulfur in somehow, but I'll figure that out in just a second. There we are. I guess I'll just run a straight belt right down here, just temporarily. This can be bot-based in the not too distant future, but for right now it just needs to work. So let's just run you up this way. Where is... Okay, so it's up here. Let's just say I'll run you here. Like so. And then down this way. Over. Oh, I'm out of belts, really? I just keep running out of everything. Here we are, just grab all of those, and 400 will last us a little while. Okay. Continuing where that left off. There we go. So that'll come all the way down this way, mix with oxygen, and make that gas that we want, but we also don't want to fill this tank because that would prevent lead from being able to smelt, because lead processing does create some of this, let me use the correct name, sulfur dioxide. So I will, rather than trying to circuit limit this or anything, I will just use the top-up valve. That way we'll keep the tank at 50%, and that seems pretty reasonable to me. There's the first of it. I would just like to see it working and, you know that it's functional. Okay, so that's working, and that should be filling this guy up here as well. Yes, there we go. Okay, and that's going to give us the sulfuric acid that we need. Okay. Now, initially, I do believe this is all going to get eaten by geode processing down below. I wonder how much that takes. Where is that? Okay. So you are able to take 11.2 sulfuric acid, yes? Sulfuric acid per second. If you were running, like, non-stop, you'd be making 52, but that's unlikely. So we seem to make about 2/3 of our input. How often are you running? It doesn't take you that long to run. Yeah, that's plenty. That'll be plenty. Once we make our way through the backlog there. Yeah, we already have a surplus building up. Okay, excellent. So that's more or less batteries sorted. So if we go and look for flying robot frames again, we do still need lubricant, which I can make from base mineral oil and residual gas in a chemical plant. I believe I have a chemical plant 2 here. So that's going to be a liquid. That can just go in here somewhere. I'm not too bothered about that. I don't want to be in the way of oil processing, but to be honest with you, as I begin to care less and less, and this is just lubricant, I don't need mountains of this stuff, I will probably just throw it in here somewhere. In fact, let's just say literally like right in here. Yeah, down here, that way my input pipes don't interfere with this. And that's a lot of recipes. Which of you is lubricant? There you are, first try. Okay. Mineral oil and residual gas. I will need more pipes. Let me go grab more pipes. Of course, the mall is all the way at the end of the bus, where I wound up putting it, but I guess I don't have to run all the way down to the ore patch at least. Let's just grab all of you. I'm doing a lot of fluid processing right now, so I probably need it. Alright, now where are any of these things that I need? Okay, mineral oil, literally right here. Awesome. Very good. And sorted. Okay. Residual gas, I just need to bring up from the bottom. That's not a big deal. I do want to bring you up kind of like this, though. Yeah, I'm happy with that. That's fine. And then residual gas is over this way. So let's actually turn right here and connect here. Oh, can't forget the corner. And yes, that's all your inputs taken care of. You need power, and that should be everything. Let's just connect like that, I guess. And I do need a tank for you. You're not being used right now. You were going to be residual gas, but residual gas, as it turns out, is a gas. So I believe I can just connect you here. I think that's everything I need for flying robot frames. Yeah, granted, I don't actually produce the batteries or electric engines yet, but I produce all of these products, and I produce all of these products. Hey, let's go. Let's find a place to make flying robot frames. I'll go get the electric... do I want to do electric engines first? Yeah, I'll go do electric engines first. I was debating whether or not I wanted to do batteries or electric engines first, but I think I already have a spot set aside for the electric engines, so let's do them. Ooh, that does mean I need to run the lubricant over, though. I can run a pipe along the underside here without too much trouble, I think. Yeah, that's plenty of room. That's not going to be in the way anywhere. In fact, I'll probably even bring you up here, since this one turns down. And lubricant is all the way over there still, okay. Right around here, and straight down. There we go. And it's not much further until the little gap that I had set aside for it. Let's just do it like that, so that they line up nicely. And I do need more pipe, but not very much. I am pretty much right there. I suppose I should go ahead and make the assemblers. I guess I'll make assembler 2s for this. Why not? Probably means I want to upgrade my electric engine build, so I'll go ahead and do that. As I get slowly pushed everywhere by these belts. And where am I? There we go. Let's get these added to the hotbar for now, I guess. Okay, and so electric engines are going to go right in here somewhere. Let's just start putting something down and seeing how it goes. So let's say I put electric engines right here. There you are. So if I have fluids coming in that way, I need engines and circuits, and then you can just output into the middle, and that's, yeah, that's wonderful. I could even have inputs come up through the middle, I guess. Yeah, like, technically my inputs are 1 engine to 2 circuits, but I have a crafting time of 10 seconds, so, like, I don't really care about having a mixed belt of inputs. Wonder what my inserters are. Okay. I could do some sort of Bob's inserter shenanigans here, I think. I'm just I know that I could, I'm just wondering if I want to. So let's go ahead and get these circuits in here, and then I'll think a little more about that when I actually get them up here. So say I want the circuits coming in like right here. That means I want you underground through this section. And then split like right here. Yeah, okay. I don't want my my engine production to be uneven. Like, I would really like this to be pulled from evenly, so I think I will do something like this. Like, I do want to lane balance engines, is I guess what I'm trying to say. So I am going to do one of the funny little squiggles. Just, you know, something like that. And that way, either assembler is able to output to either side of this belt. Actually, I don't need to do that. I can just return to this, and... yeah, that's fine. I'm not gonna worry about it. It'll be what it'll be. It's fine. Whatever. Because my thinking is I'm going to bring these green circuits up here, and this could actually be one further in. Let me just move that down one. Why is that a ghost? Oh, those are grays. Okay. And when I bring these in, like so, they're going to load onto this belt, but they're not going to load evenly. Like, the pole's not going to be even. But I guess that doesn't really matter, because if I'm not using both sides of the engines, then why do I need both sides of the engines, you know? So, here's inputs. Just go ahead and get that taken care of. Let's use, like, real power poles in this build. I'll worry about the fluids in a second. And then as for outputs, I'll just do the same thing that I did for the engines over there. But do I need you for blue science, by the way? You're not needed until yellow science. Okay, I can just stick you in a box, and I'm perfectly happy to do so. In fact, I will limit you each to like 2 stacks of electric engines, because I don't need that many. Let's connect you guys up like this. Also, why are you ghosts? There we go. And let's get this pipe escape down here. And where is my stuff? Okay, I left it way back here. Let's run it over. Like there, I think? Ah, that's a shame. Okay. And, I guess you just go there. Okay. And there we go, we got electric engines going. Okay, so those are going to just sit there and produce in the background. I have so many engines on me right now. Let me just tuck those away. Any other junk? I've got like random bits of ore and stuff on me, but nothing I can easily resolve right now, so I guess that's fine. Those are just going to sit there and produce. Now that those are going, let me look at batteries and see what all batteries are used in. Not really anything that I want to make. Not anything that I'm gonna need as far as like research, I don't believe. Like, you're used in pink research, but that's so far down the line, you know? Yeah, I am perfectly happy to not put batteries on the bus. Yeah, I don't need it. Sulfuric acid, are you used in anything? I will want on the bus. You are used in circuits, so I will want to bus sulfuric acid, it looks like. Okay. So let's go do that then. I will run another pipe just like this, down this way, for sulfuric acid, and then I'll have batteries produced on site where they're needed. Let's grab you. I may even just preemptively handcraft a few more of those. I have a feeling I'm gonna need them. And I might as well just go ahead and run the pipe backwards as I go, just because I figure I'm gonna need it. Oh, that's off. Let's not do that then. Okay. Also, is there anything this would eventually run into? Okay, you do drop here, which is worth noting. Does anything ever take up this spot? No, I am safe to just run it one lower if I wanted. That's an option, but I wouldn't say it's a good option. Yeah, I'll leave that there, and then run this the rest of the way back. And just whenever I hit that one point, like right here, that this has to turn down, I'll just also turn the sulfuric acid down. Why don't you reach? I guess that's fine. I'll spend a couple undergrounds to just make that nicer. And then sulfuric acid's gonna be somewhere right around in here. In fact, that's you right there, which comes down this way, and I'm already past it. So let's just connect right here. Sulfuric acid? Yes. Okay. Just want to make sure I hadn't connected to the sulfur dioxide line on accident, but that's all good. So, I believe batteries are made in a chemical plant. I do have a chemical plant 1. Let's just go ahead and upgrade that, though. I do have access to explosives now, which is kind of cool. Now, I'm sure I'm not going to be able to make them. Oh, I could make that. That's not too bad. What are you? Liquefied fuel. Interesting. Interesting. I do see fuel pollution 150% though, so maybe a little less interesting now. Okay. Chemical plant. That's what I was looking for. Machine. That's liquefiers. There's chemical plants. Let's just convert all those 1s that I had into 2s. Rails now are just kind of here and in the way, and that's a little inconvenient. Not much I can do about it, but it's a little inconvenient. I'll still just build batteries like right about here though. I think I'll build it like that with the fluids on the outside there. That's right in the way of the bus. Let's not do that. And once again, right in the way. Okay. Maybe it would be smart to, that is not correct. Let's not do that. Oh, I'm auto-trashing those. There we go, okay. Underground coal, there you are. Okay. Grab belt, drag you forward, and drag you forward. Same with all you guys, come on forward. There we go. And all of you, drag you forward. Okay. Very cool. Guess I will go ahead and set recipes, drag you forward and all. Batteries. Now it's much easier to see where the pipes can and cannot go. And of course I've overshot now, because I can't see where they need to go over here. Okay, and there we are. You also need steel and lead plate, that's no big deal. You need more lead than steel, but I'm not really that concerned with throughput on something like batteries that I don't need in bulk. So I'm just going to allow them to share a belt. Here's steel, here's lead. I'm just going to Where do I even need? So you need to be like right here. There we are. So I'll let steel go first, I guess. So let's underground this wire here. It's actually a little too far back, I think. And then, yep, steel can go right there and just continue that way. Honestly, I might underground you anyway. Let's do it like that. And that allows me to... Ooh, that's actually... Okay. Maybe I'll do like that instead. And that way, I can do something like that. That works. And I'll just underground coal. Okay. Now we need you to come in here, so let's underground wood, and I'll just do kind of the same deal right here. And up you go. Okay. That's also going to give us a sink for lead, at least momentarily now, so that we can produce more of that gas without relying so much on the sulfur that we need for other things. In and out. Does that reach? That doesn't reach. Okay. What a shame. Yeah, that's a little painful. Oh well. It is what it is. Okay, let's get those batteries producing, and you should be dropping one tile further away, one tile further away. And I think what I will do, rather than making two chests there, since we do have those 2x2 chests, wherever they are, here we are. I think this is a wonderful place to use these, assuming that the regular bots are able to use them, and I don't see why they wouldn't be. So you can just go straight into there, and I think I will limit production to just like that many, and filter there. I suppose actually it would have... it makes more sense to make you a passive provider, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Let me... This is complete overkill and completely unnecessary, but let me just look at this. So you have a stack size of what? 200. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Just making sure that's 10. So let's say we limit you to 2,000 batteries. There you are. So if you're less than 2,000, you can run. Copy that view, and then I will unset this filter here. Let me just make sure I've properly set that. Yes, okay. Okay, and so the reason I've done that is that then I guess in theory if I wind up with some setup that I tear down and batteries wind up in the logistics system in the future, they will at least come in here and be stored. And I guess that's one way to retroactively make my decision make sense. Completely overdone, of course, completely over-engineered, but whatever. It's fun, and that's what I've done. I've just now realized this third belt down here is literally nothing. Oh, I never brought these plates along. That's the problem, because these undergrounds were so expensive at the time. There we go. Okay. I was wondering why there was a blank spot here. Okay. So that's batteries taken care of. And then... Okay, that's everything. Flying robot frames. Done and dusted. I just need the actual production set up, so let's make a couple more assembling machines. I might go ahead and add assembling machines to this little mall up here. Especially since bots aren't that far away, it's not a terrible idea to start thinking about what items I want them to be able to bring me. But also a bot mall would be so much more convenient than this mess up here. They'd have to fly so far, honestly. The beginner bots are so slow, maybe I won't bother. I'll get by on handcrafting for just a little while longer. So, let me actually look at flying robot frames. I realize I just did this literally like 5 minutes ago, but let me see what they're used in. So they're just used in bots and pink science, which I'm not worried about for right now. When I get to pink science, I will make a dedicated setup for them. So yeah, it's literally not anything I need to automate except for robots. Robots need the arm and the robot brain. Let me look at the robot brain. Okay, none of this is bad. This is all completely doable. Very, very cool. So doable. So fine. Okay. I will go ahead and set up the production for robot frames first. Let's just say somewhere around in here. I think what I will do is I will literally just have an inserter that takes out of this and throws it onto a belt for these to consume. Yeah, like that, sure. And I'm not gonna make more than like 2, so it should be fine. I was contemplating even just direct inserting, but let's not be overzealous. Okay. Robot frames. There we are. And I will just do that. There we go. And let me throw those back in here. The reason I've done that is so I can just run electric engines down this way as well. What do you do? 0.07, okay. And you take 0.03, okay. So, yeah, even one of these assemblers should, in theory, be enough to run both of these flying robot frames. Honestly, if you're that slow, you take 0.07 batteries. I produce 0.5. Yeah, maybe I will add these extra 2 up here just to speed that along a little bit. That's pretty slow. Okay, there we go. And once again, just run electric engines over this way. There we are. Bring you this way. One more underground. Let's actually bring that in one. That way I can just do that. And I know I did say that I only needed one of these, but if I'm gonna have one, I might as well do both of them. Okay. All you need now is steel. So let's just run steel, like, right up here. Where even is steel? Okay, steel's right here. You all just get undergrounded immediately again. Just go have fun over there. Steel goes here. And up you go. Let's actually get all the steel loaded in. And very nice, okay. I will set ghosts for the inserters here so that I can manually set the drop distance, rather than placing them and having them try to output onto the steel belt. Okay, so that's going to be the... Why are you not running? Ah. I see. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, you can just go on this side of the belt, and that's no problem. There we go. We just need to swap you now. No, that's still not gonna work. Okay. You guys have to input onto the insides of your belt. Okay. I can work with that too. I just have to pick up all these electric engines that would otherwise end up on the wrong side of the belt. There we are. And then I could just throw those in the chest, but I'd rather just distribute them. There we are. I do have to pick up the remnants on the inside of the belt here. There we go. And that way we get engines on that side and batteries on that side. Okay, there's the very first flying robot frame. It's taken me, I don't even know how many hours. This is day 4, but I do finally have robot frames. Not robots, but robot frames. So, I need more assemblers. Let's just go ahead and make however many I can. Low on steel, let's go grab more steel. I was about to just vacuum off the belt, but honestly, let's just go restock real quick. So, nearly out of iron, nearly out of copper. How many... I don't even know if I'm gonna need bronze, but I'm grabbing bronze. Let's just settle in for the long haul here. And there we go. Okay. So let's see what I can make out of that. I would like to update to these electronic assembling machines before too long, but I don't consider most of this anywhere near a finalized setup, so I will come through and rework most of this. I mean, these are still assembling machine 1s, you know? Okay. My plan is I'm going to work on the tools first because they seem simpler. So, construction robot tool is steel gears, copper wire, and steel. That's pretty easy. That's not too bad. I can't help but notice I have construction robot tools, but not logistics robot tools. And I was pretty sure I had researched logistics bots? Like, okay, maybe I just didn't. Let's just move you up to the front. I thought that was already done. But I guess there's no time like the present. Okay, anyway, so these are going to run up and get dealt with up there. I'm not going to bother trying to imagine leaving room for expandability here. I am just going to maybe leave like room for 4 more. That will allow me to someday double production if I really need to, and then just immediately right here switch to working on tools. So you need copper wire, steel gears, and steel. So I'm sure the other tools will also need steel gears. I am going to do this and make steel gears here. And if I wind up being mistaken, I guess I can just check. It's not like it's a secret. Yes, you take steel gears. Okay. And so that way I can at least buffer a little bit. I am trashing all of my wood. Maybe I can keep a single stack of wood, and that's fine. That way I can craft a couple wooden chests just to keep this stuff in. don't want to keep a crazy buffer, but a buffer would be cool. Where are power poles? Are they over there? Yeah, it's not worth handcrafting them when they're literally right there, so let's just go grab a whole bunch. Drag power poles up, like so. There we are. And go ahead and get you started. Do you ever stop? You do briefly stop. I don't care. I was gonna add a second inserter, like that's gonna help with things. Yeah, I think we're fine. You still need copper wire. I think I'll just, again, direct insert from, like, right here. I'm not even gonna bother buffering that one. Let's do something like that. Copper wire, probably intermediates. Metallurgy, other metallurgy. There we go, copper wire. You can be made an electronics machine. Let me go ahead and do that. You know, I was just saying I wanted to make some of those. Let's make some of them. And this seems like the funniest possible place to use the first one, you know? Let's, copper wire. And get a belt of copper up here just somehow. I'm not gonna stress over making it look nice or anything, I just want to get it done. Right through here seems cool. And there we are. I do need more underground belts, but fortunately they're like right over here. I thought they were. Okay, they're a little further away than I thought. There we are. Might as well refill on regular belts while I'm over here. And make the long voyage back. There we go. Okay. So, need copper right here. So let's just underground iron. And get you up. You've got 10 minutes left? Really? Are the labs not... No, the labs are running. Maybe it's just about time I expand the labs, but honestly I'm not making green science that fast. Do the labs show consumption speed by any chance? Research speed 1.5, okay. And then you take 30 seconds a piece, but we're going at 3 over 2, which means you multiply by 2 over 3, so that's 20 seconds a piece at 250. That's 5,000 seconds, so that's a lot of math to do in my head, but, you know, it'll be a few minutes at any rate. And adding another lab or two... Well, I only have 6 at the moment, so even if I just added 2, that's a, you know, roughly 30-ish % improvement, so maybe I'll go do that once I finish up this setup here. I know the arms need steel gears, but also steel bearings, and steel bearings are a little more annoying to make. I will go ahead and direct insert those as well over this way. They're both going to need steel, so I will probably just wrap this steel around because it's not going to be used for anything else after this point. And if this setup doesn't make any sense to you, you don't know the wonderful world of bearings. Bearings take 16 ball bearings in a steel plate, and ball bearings take a steel plate to make 12. So they're not terrible, but it is a little finicky. Can I do this? No, that leaves you unpowered. Okay, then that works just fine. Okay, so that will be both of the arms taken care of. I do need the outputs sorted out. Maybe I'll just throw those on a belt. just long drop, and then copy you, and long drop here as well. I'll have you on the inside of the belt, and that way I can just belt them around as needed. So anyway, that's going to be the tools sorted. The last thing that I need are the brains. And the brains are a little bit involved, but that's why I saved them for last. So they need solder, they need a module case, and they need both of the circuits I'm currently producing. The module case itself requires plastic and steel. Like it's not that bad. It does mean I am going to have to actually produce that plastic that I've been working towards for so long now. So maybe it's not a bad idea to go and finish that up and just get it on the bus. I wonder how many things actually need plastic. Like, is it better to make it on site or is it better to bus it? I might just make plastic on site rather than trying to bus it. That just makes sense to me. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I could be wrong. Maybe that's a terrible idea, but I'm just gonna run a pipe for liquid plastic, and that way I don't have to belt plastic around. I'm still thinking about it. I'm still kind of reflecting on that, but I think that makes sense. Let's just start a pipeline right here for it. Ooh, that's gonna be right in the way, isn't it? Well, what can you do? I'll just have to catch up a little bit. There we go. That's not terrible. And then that is a problem. It's not a problem once I get to here, but this one little stretch right here, it's always wood, man. It is always wood that is in the way. Like, okay, what can I even do about this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think 8 is correct? Yes. Okay. So even if I do that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that is perfect. Where does this line up? Okay, that brings me way over here. And that's fine. I can just do something like this. Yeah, okay, that works. Like, that's not even all that bad, honestly. That's pretty fine. You're out of sync now. I'd love to bring you over here. Oh, that does work. Okay, I was worried about you connecting to oxygen, but that actually just works out. Okay. I do have to make liquid plastic, of course, but I'm just running the pipe in here so that I can connect it to something, you know? So we have the propane in this far tank right here, and it has been slowly building up. Not a lot of it, but we have some. And I believe I just threw it in a melter, and that should be plastic taken care of. Let's make a melter. Slowly but surely. Guess I'll take a drink of coffee while I wait. Very, very cold coffee. Okay. Nope, that's chemical plant. There is the melter. And where do I want plastic to go? Once again, it's one of those things where this is a temporary recipe. I'm not that concerned about having to expand this in the future. So I might just kind of throw it right in here, maybe, and just plan on moving it later. But then that's a lot of pipe spaghetti, actually. Maybe I'll throw it, just like really embrace the temporariness, and just throw it like right up here somewhere. Here's where we want to get to, so maybe I'll even just like right here, liquid plastic, and let's run this pipe over so I know how high to put it. And I'll just connect straight into it. Maybe I'll leave you back a little bit. Run this up here, liquefier, and like that. Oh, you do need power, but there's a power pole literally right there. Okay, and I'm not going to bother buffering the liquid plastic. I just don't really see the need with you being able to produce so quickly. I think that's more than enough for my needs. Have to run all the way back. I can't run through any of this. Oh no. This is the problem with petrochem setups, is that they do just balloon into impassable monsters. You can be as careful as you want, but there will be large stretches at a time that you just cannot walk through. Okay. So, oh, I forgot I didn't run the pipe all the way over, so let's bring it the rest of the way over. Okay. Then, what do I think it's just a regular assembler, so let's make another couple regular assemblers. Might even make a couple of these circuit assemblers. I think I'll need them. Oh, I already have a few. Nope, cancel. Stop. Okay, so let's just start sketching things out. This can be... I'm still kind of thinking this through, so let's just get one of everything that I need. I know I need you, which needs you. Where are you? You're in the modules. Okay, makes sense. Okay, that is everything that I need. You produce 1.5 a second, you take 0.15 a second, and produce 0.07, you take 0.15. So I need 2 of you, and 1 of you can handle 10 of you. And that's even just assuming I want full uptime on this guy, which I probably do because he's pretty slow. I'm producing these at 0.12. If I doubled you, that would be 0.24. Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to figure if I wanted roughly the right ratio of these to these, then it is about 1 of you to about 4 of you, so that works out. So 2 of you to 1 of you. Okay. So I will have you right here. I will leave room for 1 more. And I need more assemblers. I know some of these recipes can be made in these little guys. Actually almost all of these. So the robot brain can. And the module case can, which actually helps with all this planning quite a bit. Because in that case, just 1 of these guys, yes, is 0.2, which handles almost the double stack pretty fine. So then I can direct insert the modules into you. Well, okay, it does still take... the ratio is not going to change. So it's still going to take 2 of you to supply you. But it does work out a little neater now. Since... yeah, okay. And then I just need plastic. Okay, so... something like that. You produce plastic, which is going to be in one of these menus, I'm sure. There's plastic. I will have you on top. Just... that doesn't make any sense. Let's have you over here. Try and keep you out of the way of everything. Does that actually just works, I think. Yeah, that's actually just fine. What do you know? Those pipes worked out very well. That's one of the first things that's worked out very well in a while. Okay. I'm gonna just go ahead and grab more inserters, because I know I already need more. So, we are in the home stretch. We're in the home stretch. I couldn't be happier. Okay. Grab some inserters. Run all the way back. There we go. Okay. So, actually, how many items? 1.5 second. Like, you can handle that, I'm assuming. Like, that shouldn't be any problem for even a yellow inserter. Okay. And you do need steel. Steel is right here. Can I do anything funny here? Okay, let me say you... yeah, you need, like, no inputs. You are so slow. So let me just say you input to the inside of this belt. And this isn't going anywhere. I don't need literally any of that. And if I do, I can underground here. So I am going to split here. Just continue that belt up a little bit. Like so. And put steel on this side of this belt. I really hate when power poles wind up offset like one like this. I might even just do that. Okay. So that's producing. That is producing. So I need both circuits and I need solder. Both of which... oh no. I never put basic circuits on the bus. Oh no. Right at the very end. Right at the very end, you're gonna do this to me. I'm hand feeding it. You know what? I committed. I'm not gonna back down now. I'm gonna go grab a whole bunch of basic circuits, and I'm going to make a chest to put them in. Hold on. Where are... there we go. So let's say... yeah, you can be a passive provider. There we go. And I'm actually going to make a bunch of these and just start dotting them around. Maybe a couple storage as well. Like these actually would make more sense to be storage. Yeah, that's fine. These as well down here. Let me make sure, I do want these to be, rather than limited like this, I want them to be circuit limited. So you are reading, yes. So you will be yellow underground less than, let's say, 100 from now on. Now that I'm not quite so restricted. Similar over here. You can be yellow splitter. 100. Then take the limit off. And lastly, yellow belt. And let's say, like, 600. And take the limit off. Okay. I do notice that I'm really low on nickel right now, which is somewhat concerning, but I just don't know if I can be bothered right now. Let me enjoy my moment. Okay. Passive provider. How do I want to do this? Let me rip this up and think for a second. Okay. So they can both just output into this chest here. Like so. And then how do I want to get it on the belt? Do I care that you're both sided? No, nothing needs you to be two-sided. So I can just do that and call it a day. Those belts are backward. Let's not do that. Okay. There's my victory lap. Let me see, what do I even still need? So I will set this recipe. There we are. Oh, I never set your input. That's a shame. I'll have to run back and do that. What do I need? Circuits. That's what I came all this way for. Right. Okay. Make the long trek back. Oh, no. I was expecting it to be locked behind blue. I wasn't expecting it to also be locked behind purple. Maybe I just have to run... Maybe I just have to give in and run a temporary, if anything, belt of basic circuits. At this point, I don't really see what else could be done. Let me drag this along. I'm gonna need that for blue science eventually. Don't want it to get left behind. And then... yeah. Okay. I guess I will have to drag a belt of basic circuits up here. Alright, that's no big deal. I'm trading it like I have to set up a, like a new production site or something. It's running a single belt. I'll live. If anything, I think I will just continue from, like, right here. That way, inserters can grab off of it, and I don't have to do anything separate for that. How can I get through this mess here? Is this... okay. So that works. And then down here. Where is all this stuff? Okay. So I can just aim for this level right here, and that will just work. Once again, wood is in the way. So something like that. And just bring you over. Looks like it. Okay. Clear the tree so I can actually see what I'm doing. And we'll just keep on keeping on. I do realize this belt is currently 5 wide, which is not normally something I would do, but with the additional length of the yellow belts provided, that's no big deal, and I know that this drops off right here, so now we are only 4 wide. So it's only 5 wide for a very small stretch, and then we're just here. Okay, so let's bring these up. Right here, you need green circuits and solder also, so I'll have a mixed belt of those coming up this direction. And then I'll just have basic circuits coming up like right here. Power pole is in the way though. So I'll have to drop that over there. That's fine. Oh, but then I can't output on that side, and I would like to. Okay, in that case, I'll just have both inputs over there. And that's no big deal. Something like that. That's a little more inconvenient, but it'll do. So green circuits, I guess, can be by themselves, and then basic and solder can share a belt. In that case, do I need more of anything? I need the most solder, so it would actually... Okay, think about throughput as the wrong way to do this. So let's just not even go there. Let's just get this working. So I'll say green circuits get to be on the inside belt. So the splitter would be here. So when everything underground is, you know, here-ish. And I will, just for consistency's sake, do that, even though it would be a little more efficient to just do this and then underground green right here, but that's fine. So here's solder, and here's basic circuits. So I want them to be coming up like right here. So I will go ahead and underground these guys as well. Solder can join here, and ooh, that's a little tight. Let's move you up literally just one. There we go. That way I can do one of those. Then I can just start undergrounding all of these guys. And split you up that way. And I guess I'll just allow you to continue in case something else just by surprise happens to need basic circuits. I don't imagine they will, but at this point you get to stay. You've earned your place. I won't question you anymore. Let's see. So this is the brains. What are you called? Oh, yeah, robot brain, okay. I do at this point need to rescue you. Let's go ahead and bring you up and out. And over. These can come up this way. And then this is the belt where the tools will be eventually, so it also gets to come over here. And we'll just have this kind of general area just mess around with. Why have you not produced? Oh, you also don't have just regular plate input. And you don't have power. Let's move you up here. Okay, awesome. So that's gonna start producing the tools. There's the brains. And here's the frames. So what is the last piece of these puzzles? That's literally it. Okay. Okay, awesome. Very nice. Roboport parts I'll get to in a minute, but let's get the actual assembly of robots underway. I will just have one here, and one here. And how do I want to do this? Okay, let's have this belt up here, And then that allows me a little room to have a merged belt here. I can just go like that. And then everything should be all happy. And they can just output centrally into here. You will be construction. And you can be logistics. And then into a storage chest. And you will both be limited. So let's say here, logistics bots less than 100. And then you will be construction bots less than 100. Let's throw just random lamps around, just so I can see a little easier. And there we go. The power pole's right in the way, but there are our very first construction and logistics bots. Man, that's really nice. That feels real good. That's real good. Let me throw all these random bits and bobs I have on me. I'm sure I have some things. Yeah, there we go. Which one are you? Okay. Do I have any of the little module-y looking things? I'm sure I've got a bunch of weird stuff on me and I just can't quite tell because I have too much weird stuff on me. I don't really see anything else right now. Okay, anyway. Why are there flying robot frames on here? I probably did that. Let's not worry about it. Let's say that's fine. That's the wrong side of the belt. Okay, there we go. Now, we are limited on the robot brains, but they are producing as fast as they can. Okay, that's fine then. They'll get here sooner or later. Yeah, it doesn't look like the frames are producing faster than these are. It just looks like we had a bigger bottleneck of these, especially after I just threw some frames in, so they didn't have to. Yeah, this still has 20 frames left in it. Okay, I'm cool with that. Okay, big major milestone. Now, we do still have to make the Roboports, so let's get those up. I'm just going to throw those in the mall area, I think. So we need antennas, hatch doors, charging pads, and steel. Gonna guess that's in here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So that's circuits and copper wire and steel. Gears and steel. Ooh, batteries. Okay. Batteries I was producing like on site over here. So that's a little inconvenient. I could try and just add Roboport construction over here as well. Just not put it on the main like mall over there. That's certainly a choice. Well, either way, I am going to need more of these, which needs more steel. So let's go grab more steel. And my belts are looking a little low, so I'll go top that up as well. I'm hoping actually I have any belts, because I do remember now that tin was looking a little low. Why is tin a little low? Okay, we're just not making much tin ingot, because we don't have much tin ore. Okay. I guess we just need another sorter. I mean, that's, you know, that's fine. Let me just go ahead and do that, actually, if I can. Yeah, I literally have the ingredients on me, I'm just gonna put it down. Does mean I have to just stand here and let it craft for a second, but I think that's a small price to pay. I don't have the stuff on me to make a sword or two, or I would just do it for the improved speed, but here we are. And then there we go, and there you go. Oh, those are gray belts, so I guess won't let me do that. There we go. Okay, hopefully that helps out. Now that there's 2 on here, I might even just go ahead and upgrade this to yellow belt. I don't know if it needs it, but now it has it. Yeah, we'll see if that does anything. Oh, why is slag backed up? Oh no, okay. Crushed stone is backed up because stone is backed up. That's no bueno. Okay. Yeah, alright. Let me see if there's anything I can do with stone, and if not, we're gonna have to start voiding this, this crushed stone. I could make landfill from it. That's perfectly acceptable. Yeah, let me just throw a landfill assembler in here. Why not? Trying to find a good place for overflow. I might literally just put it, like, right here. Let me think how I want to do this. So this comes in this way. So this is priority. So this is already only if this is already backed up. And this does feed into the belt and everything. So, like, rails and all get priority as well. So this in here is only the backup. This is really ugly, but I just don't want to think about stone right now. I have other things I want to do, so let's just set up a landfill recipe and get you going. And I'll just even add a passive provider chest for you. There you go. I have a faster tier of inserter. I even have bulk inserter. Sure, let's give it a try. Little funny to see a bulk inserter on a gray belt, so let's go ahead and upgrade all that. Make sure all this, yeah, okay. Wanted to make sure none of this was still gray belt. Okay, it's not lane balanced, but it's good enough. Yeah, it's enough to get stone moving again, at least, which is what I needed. Yeah, you still can't go, so we're not at full throttle. Okay, maybe I just needed to wait for the backlog to clear. Okay, that's not a permanent solution, of course, but it is going to... it's certainly going to help some. It's going to help some. But it won't last forever. So, the next time this happens, I really will have to set up crushed stone voiding with, whatever the recipe this is, mineral water? Mineralized water, yeah. But, for the time being, once again, this will, keep working. And it's not like we don't want the landfill eventually, so now it's there. Anyway, that should be moving the slag along. Very good. I will go ahead and update these belts through here now that I can, just to get it moving that much faster. And hopefully that's cleared the backlog. Let's come up this way and just see how everything's going. It's going a little bit. I don't know how far the backlog was down the line, but it does seem to be going, at least. I don't actually have the belt to upgrade all of this, but let's just see how far this gets me. Okay. That's, like, almost there. I would never remember to do that, so let's actually go ahead and mark all of this for upgrading, just as a reminder to myself. And of course, all of that was necessary because I do need more belt, and that was blocking belt production. Like, this is pretty pitiful. So, I'm hoping that what we just did took care of that, and from the looks of this line coming in, it should have. It's gonna take its sweet time getting up here, but yeah, there were like 6 undergrounds in there. Anyway, with that little diversion out of the way, let's get back to setting up Roboports. So maybe I just start building Roboports on the top of this line up here, since they do seem to take so much steel anyway. Oh yeah, the whole point of going down there, was that I was low on resources and needed to stock up. And, I guess you can hopefully forgive me for being a little distracted by near total base shutdown, but all the same, I did forget to go and grab resources. So let's actually grab resources. How many? Yeah, I'll just make however many that gets me, and maybe I'll even grab a little more and make a few more. Okay, so let's see how far that can get me. So we want to build our way up to Roboport. That's going to take steel and 3 component parts. I believe those component parts are in themselves useful, so I'm not going to not store them. Like, they are going to go in a chest first and be buffered somewhat, not in tremendous amounts, but a little bit. So let's just go in order. So we're going to need an antenna, which is circuits and copper wire, and then gears and steel plate, batteries, electronic circuits, and steel plate. So the charging pad and the antenna both take green circuits, so let's think of them as a group. I do have green circuits in here somewhere. Okay, green circuits come up this way. So I will just split off from you and continue upwards with them. There we go. Just bring them over, like, here-ish. I am gonna need more copper wire, so let's make another one of these little guys. And I believe all of these take steel. You take steel and gears, you take steel and stuff, and you take steel and stuff. Yeah, okay. That's kind of what I thought. So let's do like that. Okay. These lines are terrible. Can I make that any better? Not a lot better, but a little better. Better that... How far can you go? Just 2 tiles, okay. Like that should be cool. And... Can't forget the input. You know what? Just for, symmetry's sake, let's say I do that. Is that good? Yeah, that's good. Okay. There we are. I know there's a copper line right down here, so I'll just run that up this way. Actually, let's leave room. I want the green circuits in here. So maybe I'll run you, like, here. Okay, very cool. And green circuits can come this way. And I do need batteries as well. Batteries... I put batteries on this line, but I can also just also grab batteries from here, and that's no big deal. Okay, that is all my belts, unfortunately, but since I did fix the plate issue, hopefully more belts have been constructed. Otherwise, I'll be in a sad spot. Okay, no more undergrounds, but it does look like things are kinda back into working order. I mean, 60 belts isn't a lot, but hopefully that's all that I need. Okay, I have changed my mind once again. You actually are in a very inconvenient spot. Let's move you over there. Reason being, I want the circuit belt to go here. There we go. And then I will have batteries come up on a higher belt right here. Wherever those happen to be. There you are. You're literally right here. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There you go. And there you go. So have I forgotten anything? Nope, you're in fact already producing. I do need output, of course, but I can just do this. And let's set the ghost up for you so that you don't do anything I don't want you to. There we go. Now you're on the inside of this belt. I did say actually I wanted to buffer these, so maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe I can, because they are used in other things. Like if I look at the antenna, you're used in all of these things through here, and similar deal with, say, the chargers. Like they are used in other things. I'm not sure about the door actually. Oh, the door does have other uses as well. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I just have to figure out exactly how... Oh, I can be... That's disgusting. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's what I'll do. You can go on the bottom side of the belt. And then you can go on the top side of the belt. What belt, you ask? This belt. This inserter and this inserter can... Actually, you don't reach. Oh, that's a shame. You know what? I've already committed. I will make this work. Just means I need this inserter here, and he's going to pick up from here and drop off there. And he's going to go on the top, because you go on the bottom. Yes. Okay. Yep, there we go. That's how any sane person would solve this problem. And... almost forgot the chest. There we go. And of course, the output. Put you right there. I do want to set limits on these. That's very important, actually. How many of these do I want to keep? I have no idea. Let's say, like, 15, I guess. And then similarly, the... what even outputs into you? Okay, yeah. So similarly... yeah, okay. I just... so you produce that, grab you, put you in there. Okay, good, awesome, cool. And then, same deal here. Yep, good. And there we go. And Roboports are pretty expensive for right now, so I'll probably do something very similar here. Oh, I didn't... ooh. I didn't want to do that. Okay, I wanted to make sure I didn't mess anything up with any of these other guys, which I did. So I'm glad I checked. When I copied them, I was just thinking I was copying the circuit conditions, but I also copied the drop positions and all, so... let's not do that. Anyway. I just want the item, man. Okay, we'll just do it this way. Roboport 1, okay. 15 is kind of a lot, but maybe 10. Okay. What am I missing? What's going on here? Oh, you're too far away. Okay. Well, like I said, let's do that. And... oh, come on. Okay, whatever. I'll do this then. There we go. And then you can output diagonally that way. And just to make sure that works, if I put you back in there... nope, pick up here, drop there. There we go. Okay, there we go. Incredible. Truly fantastic. Best there's ever been. Okay, so right now all the green circuits coming in are getting eaten up by this guy. Is what it is. Your circuit condition is gone, so let's redo that. Okay, so those are building up in here, very cool. I have some green circuits on me, not very many, but I can at least kickstart you and make sure that you are properly working. Yes, you're on separate sides of the belt, all is good. You go in here. What are you missing? I didn't even make the gears. Just straight up didn't even make them. Okay. I don't even have iron anywhere remotely near here. Cool. Okay, I will just have to bring them in from somewhere. Yeah, okay, this is like... this is the best I got. We'll just make gears right here and find some way to get iron up in here. Of course, I do still have to go get more belts. Hopefully there are more belts to go get. Okay, this tin production still doesn't seem right. What's going on with tin? Like, you are running. Like, mostly. But you are stopping. This guy does run a little bit, but he's taking so little tin, I would think. Yeah, it does seem to be a shortage of just incoming tin, which is caused by a shortage of tin ore. Even with both of these guys going, we just don't have the ore income. I guess I could just go set down more mines. Like, it's not like I've maxed out that patch or anything. And I have plenty of mines down there. In fact, I should, while I'm thinking about it, upgrade to Mine 2. Electric Miner 2. Not the large ones, but the Miner 2s have half the pollution of Miner 1s. So that would be pretty cool. They take green circuits though, so I have to run all the way back, even though there probably aren't even green circuits for me to pick up. And yeah, I can already tell there's no green circuits up there, so just a mental note for later, I guess. Upgrade to Miner 2s when you have circuits again at some point. I can even just clean up all this junk down here. Hoping I'm not like disconnecting anything important. I did. Let's just run power back to you somehow. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's load bearing there, so let's not disconnect that. Yeah, it looks like almost all of these patches could do with a little expansion. Let me just look on the side, make sure I'm not mixing ores anywhere, but this far down I should be fine. I know I have the better power poles, but since it's all wooden power poles down here anyway, I figure I might as well try and get my use out of them. Oh, come on. Okay. Let's hook all these up, and maybe that'll be enough to help out a little bit. Because it does seem it is just an input problem. Like, we just do not have enough ore to handle demand, which is surprising, because I believe all we're using... Okay, I guess there is solder. We did connect up all the circuits and stuff recently. Yeah, let's just start researching some stuff. Barreling's cool. Advanced tin we might wind up needing. Yeah, we do have... I'm not really sure what these, what are these even called? Processed tin is all it calls it. But I've looked at these before, and I'm not sure what point there is in this recipe, because it's 8 to 24, which is 1 to 3. The normal recipe here is 1 to 1, so 1 ore to 1 ingot. So keep that in mind. This is 8 to 24, so 1 processed tin to 3 tin ingot. But it also takes coke to do that. However, to get these 8 processed tin requires Okay, it is slightly more efficient then, isn't it? Because it's 2 processed tin from 4 ore, so that's 2 to 1. Hold on, so that's only 16 ore for 24 ingots. I remember looking at this for iron, and I didn't think it was any better, but maybe I was just losing my mind. Let me go and look at that again. So again, this is 1 to 1, so 1 ore to 1 ingot. Not gonna look at that yet. This is 2 to 1, so every 2 ore produces 1 of you. And then, yes, okay, that is a 50% increase, just straight up. Just for some coke and 1 extra processing step. Okay. I guess I was just doing my math wrong before. I'm not really sure how that worked out. Well, good to note. Maybe I'll have to look into that before too long. At any rate, what was I down here for? I was expanding tin. It's going to take a while for the effects of that to show up, though. I could do with a lead expansion, funny enough. Let me see if I can't snake just like 1 more miner in here somewhere without it getting horribly mixed with steer type. Would it be cool if I could filter just like on the miners themselves? Okay, I can put you here. And put you here. Grab power pole. There we go. Since belts are once again kind of at a premium, maybe I will purposely make you a gray belt. Yeah, that's good. There's one. Awesome. Okay. So put you here. And there we go. Okay. And then just run power it. Okay, that's a little extra mining on Rubite. It's not an incredible amount, but it's something. We've got extra mining on the Bobmonium too, so that's going to hopefully help out a little bit. Okay. I am so incredibly sidetracked. What am I even working on? So, we were trying to get iron up here, and then got sidetracked by the fact that there were no belts. Now that I have some belts, let's try and snake iron up into the top up there. Though honestly, 100 belts isn't going to go very far. But I'll take what I can get. So let's start running. I have a single underground belt, which makes getting anything anywhere interesting, but fortunately iron's on the very top of the bus, so I can just grab it without having to underground everything else. Yeah, literally nothing through here takes iron. I can't even just steal some from it. I could steal from the mall, but I don't really see what the point would be. Granted, that would save me from having to run iron through this mess, but maybe I'll run iron right here. There's a gap, like, literally right here, and that seems perfect. So let's just do that. Use my one and only underground right there, and then just run it up until I hit this, and then turn to the side and follow it up. There we go. And in. I think that's everything. Let me just like a gear in here, make sure that's connected correctly. Yes, good. How many gears do you need? 20? I have no gears on me, or I would just put my own gears into you and make sure you work. That's unfortunate. Let me just handcraft a few. Maybe just... Okay, the iron showed up anyway, so there is good timing. Okay. Hatch door. Do you just start now? Oh, we need multiple antennas. Okay. And you need green circuits, which I don't have any. Hi. Oh, I have 3 antennas on me. And there we go. Very first Roboport. Fantastic. I can't tell you how happy that makes me. First Roboport. Okay. Where can I even fit you? I can fit you, like, right here. There we go. Okay. Now, this might seem like an odd place for the very first Roboport, but of course, the very first thing you want to try and do with robots is make more robots. So, if there's any materials that we wind up short on, I want to be able to move them around, and I also want bots on the mall area to resupply myself with. So, now the goal shifts from making the first one to how do I make more of them? To make more of them, it seems like green circuits are the issue, so let's go examine green circuits. I'm sure the issue is going to be... Well, I'm actually not sure what the issue would be. I was gonna say iron, but actually iron hasn't been that big of a deal lately. You do seem to be running mostly continuously. You stop for basic... But these guys are gonna be starved. Okay, so basic components. You just need tinned wire. Tinned wire is not running because there's no tin. Okay, that does make sense. I have a better recipe for tinned wire. Is it any more efficient? So this one is 4... Hold on, this is just tin, not tinned wire. Okay, 4 tin to 5 tinned wire. Okay, so this is still 1 to 4. Let me see, what's he? Okay, you're 4 to 5. Just important to keep in mind. This is 4 of you to 16 of you. But how do I make you? 4... Okay, this is 1. Okay, that's much more efficient. That's like way more efficient. Because this is 4 to 5, and the other recipe is 1 to 4. So that's way better. So let's go set that up immediately. It needs a research. Should have checked what research that was, I guess. Is it maybe locked? No, that's titanium. Okay, hold on. Let me just go look at it. Where are you, and why are you locked? Oh, I need copper first. Okay. Well, let's just do you immediately. Like, I'm gonna move you up front and just get you cooking in the background, because I'd actually really like to have you soon. Yeah, belts are still kind of sad. Granted, the extra miners do seem to be doing something. It's not like they're doing nothing, but we do need more. Bunny? Where's the Oh, I guess I can get rid of that. Okay. So, aside from getting distracted, let me take the moment to clean out my inventory just a little bit. I've got some iron ore that can go in here. I've got copper that can go in there. Oh, my throat's all scratchy. So let's see. While I'm waiting for those buffers to fill up, what else could I do? I've got that much tin. Iron's not that bad, but not fantastic. It's having a hard time keeping up with the gear supply now that something else is drawing iron this way. Like, obviously I need more throughput on my metals just in general, but that's a lot easier said than done at this point. I would really like to be able to sprint into robots, but honestly, even if I had all the robots and Roboports I wanted right now without requester chests, it's still only like 80% of the solution. They would be able to provide me with items, and construction bots are great, don't get me wrong, but requester chests are really where the game begins to open up. So let me look at the requirements for blue science. That just, that seems like a reasonable thing to do. I have no idea where science packs are. There we are. You know, we still don't make military science. That's probably something I should do. Let's go make military science. That is a reasonable thing to go get sidetracked on, because military science just makes it that much easier to expand when we do need to expand. And it's something that I've needed for quite a while. So let's just go do it while we're waiting on science and belts and stuff like that to trickle in. I even had this red ammo set up here, and I was thinking that maybe in the future it could feed military science, but it's going to be a little hard to fit anywhere. Just a smidge. I do need grenades and walls, and it's not like I need a tremendous amount of these. Like, just for illustration. If I throw this down, this consumes 0.07 red ammo per second, as well as 0.07 grenades and 0.15 walls. That's like nothing. It also only produces 0.15 science per second, so not an incredible amount. But even if we were to, you know, have 10 of these, that's still not even one red ammo or one grenade a second. I don't have stone bricks on the bus, so maybe that's a reasonable place to start. Let's see if it's possible to get stone bricks up here. And where would they even go, actually? Because I already have a 4-belt wide section right here. So I suppose stone bricks would have to start here, with a 4 gap right there. I actually already have this as well for bronze, in case I need bronze on the bus. Maybe I'll even just go ahead and do that. Allow bronze to have its place for now. I'm being pretty willy-nilly with these belts when I've been complaining for 10 minutes about not having belts, but what can you do? Oh, I forgot it's only gonna stockpile 100 before it starts throwing them to science as well. I'm going to increase that limit now. Let's say like 300. Because belts are important, and even though I would like to have that science done, especially that 10 science, I would really like to have that 10 science, actually. I'm kind of second-guessing myself, but I don't want to just stare at the screen and watch the science progress either, so let's actually work on something, and maybe the science can progress in the background. So bricks can come from here. Of course, I have no undergrounds. And I would have to snake them quite the distance. Oh, actually, I could fit them... Yeah, this one, I leave a gap between all these sorters, and this one's taken up by coal, this one's taken up by stone, and even this one over here is taken up by charcoal. So I'd have to come all the way over here to have a place for stone bricks. That's pretty unfortunate, but there's also not much I can do about it. I think I'm going to go one more time, just like I have done before, and I'm going to re-add gray belts to my hotbar. Let's do it like this. That makes sense. There we go. And let's go stock up on gray belts one more time. Kind of thought we were finally through with that part, but I suppose just a little longer isn't gonna kill me. There we go. Maybe even just a little more belt. Okay. I thought I, set you. I guess not. Okay, anyway. So like I was saying just a minute ago... Oh, way down here still. Okay, so this is where stone bricks will have to come in. Let's actually go ahead and replace all this yellow belt. And I'm going to underground here just so we can cross. There we go. And we don't have to go too terribly far to make it here. It's just a little inconvenient to actually get there. You know you're not playing Factorio until you have to start belt weaving like this. Well, I guess that's not... Belt weaving is a specific term. I guess this is just, you know, laying belt, but you know what I mean. Okay, so that all should start winding up this way. And this is, of course, if I haven't directly said, because we need walls for military science. So this is just going to come up and go through this gap right here. There we are. And just keep on coming up this way until right about this level. There we go. Might even reclaim these belts here. Okay. And I'm sure something is going to need stone bricks at some point or another. Maybe we'll have some, you know, extended mall area that produces buildings and such once we have better bot capacity. But for right now, the stone bricks are going to go into science. And even if I do consider this column, this like airspace reserved for more green circuits in the future, maybe there's even room to just squeeze some black science, like maybe I even weave it so that the black science works over here. I will leave a little room to extend the engine columns in the future, but even if I, like, quadruple this, I don't anticipate this base being able to support more engines than up to, like, here. That doesn't seem reasonable to me. So, let me leave room for 1, 2, 3, 4, and then that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10 total assemblers. Actually, that's 20. And at 20, one of these wouldn't be able to keep up. I don't remember which it is. It's pipes. Okay. So maybe I even just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and call it there. Actually, funny enough, that was the first one that could remain to be an assembler, but I guess I'll leave a little room and say right there. So this is where I want Black Science to start, but that does mean I still need to get everything into it here. Let's say, like, about that much. Let's craft however many of those I can. We're limited on basic circuits now. Oh yeah, I'm handcrafting basic circuits now. Cool. We'll do like that. And how do I want to take out of this? Yeah, I realize you're going to hold lead plate because I didn't ghost you first, but let's say pick up from here, and you can pick up from here, and you're fine to output where you are, but then I want to output just a little higher. All good? All good, okay. And this can once again be gray belt. We don't need the yellow belts right now. I'll figure out how to get you over here in a moment. Which is going to be easier said than done, honestly. Like, even if I do that, for example, how am I gonna facilitate this? Yeah, that doesn't quite work, but that doesn't really work either. Yeah, it's hard to get these to cross nicely. Not real sure the best way to do this. Okay, I guess what I could do is something like this, and then just have copper come up like that, and that works. And then I can do that. Okay. That was a logistical puzzle. I do want to get something else on here. So I'll probably try and run like grenades onto this belt as well. I don't think I'll need much more red ammo than this for science, but I'll leave myself the room just in case I decide otherwise. Okay. So grenades should be pretty much the same input as this, so let's just move them. I have no more assemblers. No, I do. It's just being weird. Okay. Attack drone frame. Interesting. What are you used then? Oh, the tanks. Okay, I remember the remote control tanks. Those are kind of cool. Not what I'm looking for right now, but they are cool. So you take... Okay, you produce 0.09 a second, and you consume 0.07 a second. So if I want 4 of you, I basically need 4 of you. A half gray belt is not going to support that many grenades. Yeah, even a yellow belt would hardly support that many grenades. So I guess I will set up the assemblers for it and just know that I will have to upgrade that at some point. This is probably in the way. Yep, by 1 tile. Where can I put you? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Just put all that junk away. Anything else that's in here that I really don't need right now? I mean, yeah. Why do I have sodium hydroxide on me? Couple charcoal, couple pieces of paper. Yeah, okay. This is fine. Let's just do that. Oh, out of inserters. Fortunately, inserters are right over here, so I can just go grab some. And they haven't been too hard hit by all these resource shortages. I do recognize the irony of going through a resource shortage and my reaction being, let me build more production, but sometimes that's just the way that the game goes, you know? Let's build this up here so that I can cut these power poles and not lose power to the top up here. Not that it's doing anything, but just for peace of mind that I don't accidentally disconnect something and leave it disconnected. There, never mind. Good? Good, okay. Beautiful. Maybe it would make more sense to go the other way. I'm just a little wary of this yellow ammo here, but I can do that, I guess. And this is going to get side-loaded anyway, I think. Let me make sure that doesn't introduce any errors. Yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure everything was on the correct side of the belt, and it all does. Okay. I still have to make walls. Still have to get walls in here. I've been putting that one off, if you couldn't tell. That one probably is going to need some yellow underground, so let me go see how... Well, okay, there's not going to be yellow undergrounds. Where can I steal resources from? I can steal some gears from here. But more than anything, I will need tin plate. Guess a little extra copper isn't going to hurt anything too. Okay, you in there. And the gears are fine, actually. I mean, it has to get loaded in, but that's not what's bottlenecking it. Okay, that's about as many undergrounds as I'm going to get, I think. So let's see how that's going to do for walls. I do still need more assemblers too. I don't actually know how many assemblers I'm going to need, so let's go figure that out. So the wall produces 1.5 a second, and that's enough for 10 of these. So just a single wall assembler is going to support all of this, which is kind of cool. What's more important is where is that one wall assembler gonna go? I could just put it here. How on earth am I getting stone bricks up there? That's going to be an absolute nightmare. Let me see if I can get it to run up through this section between the engines and the electric engines. I only have 10 of these, so maybe I'll intersperse with some of the gray undergrounds. Like that. Ooh, a big chunk of pipes. That's not cool. Okay. And I might have to do a little dodging and weaving to get around here. Okay, that's not awful. I mean, it's pretty awful, but I've committed worse sins. Okay. So that should be coming up, right? Yeah, there we go. So that's gonna start coming up. It'll make its way up to here. And then we just gotta get you into here. And I think you take a lot. Yeah, 7.5 per second. That's a full gray belt per second. And let's get all these inserters set up. So, and then we want long inserters as well. There we go. Oh, and that's all the gray belt I had on me actually, so funny enough, this little bit gets to be yellow belt. Okay, and that's military science. Yeah, that's gonna just work. Okay. I do still, of course, have to get it back down from here, which is almost as much of a nightmare as trying to get these stone bricks into here, but all the same, it's that's one more science pack automated. Trying to find a good place to bring it in, and I guess right along this path is probably as good as it's gonna get. Let's grab more of you, and just all of you that I can get my hands on, and start running it backwards from here. Yeah, these gray undergrounds are just as painful as they were before. Yeah, I can't even reasonably underground through there, so I'm going to have to mix directions, which is something I generally do not enjoy doing. Wood is in the way. Who would have thought? Once again, I'm gonna have to mix directions here. So, that one undergrounds that way, and this one undergrounds this way. And that's about good, I think. I just have to figure out how to actually get it down now. The science packs might have to come down, like, through here or something. Maybe over here. let's just start running them down and see where it takes me. Yeah, running where I might want more electric engines to be is inconvenient, but in the worst case scenario, it just means I have to reroute a belt. That's not a big deal. I will have to use a yellow underground here just to get through these belts. There we go. Turn you this way. Ah, and another one here. That's only a 3 wide gap, but all the same, it's doesn't make a difference if it's 3 or 100. It's not going to fit. Run all the way down, and let's see how we're going to get this fit into the labs now. I am going to have to... I'm sure there's going to be something in the way at some point as we go, so that's just something we're going to have to figure out as we go. Yeah, that's a big... It's... You've got to be kidding me. It's wood. It's wood again. Wood is always in the way. Yeah, other than wood, we're home free. Like, the labs are literally right there. But, of course, we're going to have to rework this whole stretch of belt. I mean, it's not even a big deal. It's just, like, I can't believe how often wood is just in the way. Okay, now it's time to actually rework the labs themselves, because I squeezed them all against just one belt here, so I am going to have to nudge them a little bit. And unfortunately, even though the belt is on the underneath, it would be a lot easier if I could nudge the labs up. So I'm not really sure what to make of that. Yeah, I think I will just fully rebuild this. Are you connected to anything? Okay, it doesn't look like anything just died immediately, so I guess that's fine. We'll just leave that as is. And let's pick up these belts, and I'm going to just curve these belts a little bit upward. Like that. Just because I know we have 2 more science packs before we get to bots. So I know I'm gonna need a 3rd belt in here, like so. I am, even though I can't support it right now, going to go ahead and craft another 2 labs as well, just to round out what I was using. Oh, that doesn't fit there because of the pipes. You fit here? You do fit there. I'll just move the labs one further over. That's fine. Okay, and of course, this does mean that I'm going to have to do some sort of trickiness because the inserters only reach 2 tiles away at most. So this inserter can only at most reach here, and this one can at most reach here. So I am going to have to stack inserters a little bit, which with gray belts is a little interesting. There we go. That was not that bad at all, actually. I can do that, and then I'll do the same up here. So that I can have an inserter do that. So then pick up and drop off. Actually, you are misplaced. Let's put you there. And then I can just put... Oh no, because you need to be red. That's why. Which means you want to be here. And then you want to pick up from up there. And... okay. So... that's military and red for you. Actually, that doesn't work for you. Okay, okay, that's fine. I just moved this in one. So then you pick up far away. You pick up far away, but you pick up close. That's the works. That's the works. That's the works. You're good, good, good. And you do need a inserter down here. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now each lab can pull from each belt. Yep. Let's make these symmetrical. So the middle is the far one, and that one is the close one. Okay, I just like that better. Cool, now we still need to get you power, but that's no big deal. We do need to get power into here. That is a little ugly, but it works. It works. At least they've got power. Maybe I will consolidate that down. Whatever. Who cares? I still need green science, but there's none to be found. I have 130 red science on me, so let's get that distributed in. Anything else weird that I don't really need right now? I've got lots of coal. Let's see if I can't just shove that somewhere. Just like into these guys is cool. Okay, there we go. Lots of charcoal. Here's the charcoal belt. Let's just see where that's used. Up into here. There you go. Anything else? Stone, but I guess I'll keep that on me in case I need it as a crafting ingredient. Some random walls, but walls are nice to have. In fact, do I put walls in a chest up here? I don't, but I should. Let's buffer walls just a little bit. Not like a massive, massive amount, but some. Yeah, those inserters just cannot keep up. I might even just upgrade it. Why not? I know that's a little silly, but at least now it works. So, where is, How's green science doing? It's producing now. Okay. We probably just hit the threshold. Yeah, we just hit the threshold on belt. Okay. So, what a day. We've had such highs and lows. We rushed to get Roboports done, and we have robots, we have Roboports. Literally can't even use them though, because we have no resource to make more of them. We don't even have enough resource to make belt. And that's not how I foresaw the day going. So now that we have military science going, I do want to get that other 10 recipe researched, but I will probably knock those down, and let's start looking at some of the military researches. Like laser turrets would be cool if I had any excess power. Maybe some bullet research would be cool. Do I have... Ooh, I can finally get sniper turrets. Let's move that one up. I'm leaving this one here just because it's basically already finished, so I don't mind letting it just sit there. Flamethrower turrets are cool, but I don't necessarily need them right this moment. Yeah, I don't really see too terribly much that's just absolutely calling to me. Maybe I'll research lasers. Like, they're not unattainable, but I doubt I'm going to rush them anytime soon. Yeah, this is a pretty pitiful amount of science that we're able to churn out right now. So let me go just stare at things and see if there's anything I can do. Well, I suppose I can go ahead and upgrade these just so they aren't glowing in my face. There we go. We are mostly okay on crushed stone, though even still we are kind of backing up. Like, we are only barely holding on. Are these still... These are assembling machine ones. Hold on. I need circuits. Okay. Let me go grab some basic circuits, and I'm going to upgrade those, because that seems like quite a no-brainer, honestly. Grab some of that, just as I pass by, but mainly I am looking for circuits. Oh, I did not, stop this. I'm glad I came up here and checked that. Anyway, let's make a couple of those. Limited on steel now, but I'll just upgrade however many that gets me. One more. And I'll mark that these should be upgraded at some point. Just again so that I don't forget. Does that help at all? Are you even able to keep up? Okay, it does seem like the inserter's just a little too slow, so let me make a couple of these faster guys. I upgraded these anyway, even though these aren't upgraded. Oh well, whatever. This is a 2-to-1 recipe, so the output should be plenty fast enough. I'm just worried about the input, really. And yeah, the belts, we're not even making it to the end of the belt anymore. Fantastic. Very good, very cool. We're actually even kind of using stone for something now, so there's the stone's actually able to go somewhere, which is kind of cool. It's very temporary once those buffers fill up, but all the same. I believe what I'm going to do is I am going to go ahead and set up some of that stone voiding now. I think that's just a smart thing to do. I can make you with just water, you take sulfuric acid, not doing that. Yeah, I'm just going to make more mineralized water, and I'm going to void it. I'm also going to upgrade this liquefier to a tier 2. Just going to go ahead and make 2 tier 2 liquefiers. Actually, I'll hold off on the second one so that I can pick up the first one and just upgrade it. There you go. And then... there we go. Might even just put you, like, right here. And do the same thing that I did here. What are you? You're just a inline storage. Okay, that's cool with me. Even the output works out nice. Look at that. Okay. And so now I need somewhere to void it. I suppose it would make sense to do that in the fluid area, maybe? Or can I fit a clarifier in here, just out of curiosity? Not really, no. Okay. Where does this pipe go? It comes all the way down here. Maybe I'll try... well, there's no tank to connect it to this. That is a problem. Okay, so yeah, it just goes up in the fluid area, that's fine. Because otherwise I don't know how to read the contents of, like, the entire fluid system without putting down just another tank down there. And I don't mean, like, being able to read from a pipe or something. I'm not necessarily interested in just the pipe fullness. I want to know how much is in storage. So let's find mineralized water right here. And yeah, you're even having a hard time producing because mineralized water is backing you up. So let's grab that clarifier and just smack you down over here somewhere. Almost out of pipe, so we'll need more of that. There we go. And let's just get a wire down to you. Enable wind. Mineralized water is greater than or equal to like 135k. That seems a reasonable upper limit to start voiding. And that just gives us something extra to do with all that stone. Yeah, I just wanted to see how much that was actually going to consume, because I do have this line prioritized, but it does look like we do still get plenty enough crushed stone down into this area, so that's not going to be an issue, just because we do need some stone, just not nearly this much stone. Okay. I feel a little better about the stone situation now. Let's go check on slag and see if it's still... Like, we're chewing through the slag. The slag's fine, which means all this should be running fine now. Yeah, tin is still just kind of trickling in. I wonder, can I upgrade the sorters now? What do you need? You need steel and grain circuits. Okay. I'm not gonna have any grain circuits, but I'll check. Steel isn't keeping up either. Oof. Gonna start having steel shortages soon. Yeah, it's just not quite enough. Okay. So we need more of everything. We need just kind of across the board more of everything at this point. See, what I'm worried about is I know at some point we're going to have to greatly expand plate production. Just all of our metals in general need to be expanded. And I really don't want to have to do that without bots, because this area, as much as I tried to future-proof it, doesn't look like it's going to be quite enough. Because even with all of this here, this is not enough for just iron. And I still have a little room to expand for all of these. Like, I could go find patches, and I could expand how much tin we're making here, and, you know. Yeah, it's just, it's a little concerning. I'm not really sure where the best direction to head is, because I could try and just train base a big land grab, try and secure a big area, and make plates. Or I could wait for bots, which would make that process considerably easier. And I'm not sure which is the correct answer there. What I can say, however, is that sniper turrets will make trying to land grab a lot easier, and I am going to go and secure a place for them on the mall. What do you take? What are your ingredients? That's gun turret Mark II. Oh, well, I haven't actually researched it yet. That makes sense. You need iron gears, copper, and iron. Okay. Somewhat inconveniently, I do make iron gears, but only over here, and I don't put them on a belt or buffer them at all. Yeah, that's a little inconvenient, but what I might do is just run this over this way. I do need copper as well, though. So maybe it is worth just coming up here. Yeah, okay. I'll just do that. I'll make new gears. Maybe over here. Makes more sense. And then this one can be the sniper turret when it is researched. Look at me using yellow belts like I have all of them in the world. There we go. Do that. And I guess I can drag copper up as well. Oh, first military science, I guess. And there we go. Of course, I still need somewhere to put them. So let's just output, like, to the left, I guess. That seems reasonable enough. And the same way that I've limited these, I will limit these. That'll let me actually get them producing first. Oh, that almost covers all of them. That's a shame. Anyway, oh, let's play Find the Turret. There you are. And let's keep, like, 25 of you or something. That seems reasonable. Oh, that's real slow, too. Yeah, that's pretty slow. I can do this, though. That'll get you going just a little faster. 0.03 a second, yeah. Okay. Yep, okay. Just wanted to make sure you actually went in the chest correctly and everything's all cool. Well, let's start planning out some expansion then, because there's just nothing else that can be done. I am going to have to go claim more ore, and that's just where we are. It's not particularly where I want to be, but it's where I have to focus because my belts look like this. And that's not good. I did just notice that the coal going into this setup is not quite full, and that's a little concerning, so I do want to go and just check and see what's going on. How many of these are running on charcoal, and how many are running on coal? So, there's 1 coal. 2 coal. Okay, 2 of these are running on coal, which means this isn't quite keeping up anymore. Yeah, we just don't have enough production through here, it looks like. None of these are backed up for some reason. I didn't screw anything up, right? Yeah, I mean, some of them have some, but, like, that's just because they haven't emptied yet. It makes a tremendous amount. So, if these aren't backing up, then we are using all that we're producing. So we could just produce more, or not worry about it for right now. And I think that's what I'm going to choose to do, is just not worry about it for right now. I will replace the miner, though. Let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, Rubite is looking a little strained. Coal, at least we have, like, plenty of. That we're not running out of anytime soon, but the other ores have been better. Guess I can, oh, inventory's full? I guess so. Let's, throw some of this stuff away. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I've got so much junk, man. What do I even do with all this junk? Okay. Nine pieces of coal. Okay. There we go. So that's that taken care of. Got pre-crushed stereotype. I think, yeah, there's a furnace down here that can go in. Okay, so if I am going to have to go and claim more patches, what do I need? I need gun turrets. I need more trains. I'll need walls, I'll need ammo. I'll need guns. All things I should be making at this point. So I will handcraft a few radars as well. Yeah, no green circuits for radar 2s, but that's fine. I never did put a radar down in the oil patch yet. I wonder... I wonder if it would be worthwhile to try and do one of these. Like, probably not. I have to assume probably not. But, like, it might be kind of cool. Like, just as a toy to play around with. Like, they're not super expensive. I'm probably not going to get to it, but, you know, it's something. Anyway, let's go and grab some ammo, some walls, and just pick a place and start expanding. I'll make the train and the stations and all kind of backwards, so I will establish the base first, and then I'll build a connection to it, and I have a lot of rails on me for some reason. How many miners? I've got 21 miners on me, that's a fair number. Only 15 inserters, so I'll go grab some of those, and I will craft just a handful of steel chests. Just however many I make, I know I'll need them at some point, so I'll just make some. Grab you. And before I set off, the very last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to check the Roboports, see how they're doing, and if I can scatter them around the base, I will, because even if they can't supply machines via requester chests, they can still supply me. Okay, I'm actually limited. Like, I've hit the cap on Roboports. That's actually great to see. That's awesome. So let's just start scattering those around. Let's get power down here somehow. Okay, that works. I would like this to be in robo range as well, so let's bring you up here. And then mostly just kind of worried about stuff that's produced on here, so I'm not worried about this area so much, but I do, you know, need the coverage, of course. Just do like that, sure. Stop. Oh, I can't put it away. My inventory's full, right. And maybe we'll start working our way down as well, just because there are some things in this area that would be cool to have, like all the plates, just for example, would be quite nice to have. How far can I go with this? Only about this far, okay. So I am going to have to put like a little hop in here, which means I don't have quite enough to get down to like bricks or something, but I'm perfectly okay with that. So I do want to run over, see if I just so happen to have any green circuits so that I can make some more chests. Okay. I'm not buffering green circuits, actually, which I'm not a huge fan of. Like, it's hard to buffer green circuits given these space limitations. But let me just think on that for a second. Maybe if I even just do, like, something like this. Just pull it off, put it in the chest, you know? Keep, like, that many. And then what I can do is I can finally start to have things provided to me. Yeah, that's cool. Let's have green circuits, kind of similarly. Gears. Okay, one thing that I actually should be a little more careful for is this is requesting exactly 200, and that's going, like, that's not quite what I want. This would actually request wood, for example, to bring me up to 200, which isn't what I'm after. And then this would bring me to 200, but then any more than 200 circuits I had, they would take back. So let me say I actually request like 150, and then anything over 200, because that's a stack. Whereas this one, I'm requesting, let's say, 300 green circuits, and if I happen to have over 400, that's a second stack, then they take that back. Then I'll similarly do that with gears. I believe they stack to 100. So let's actually request... Let's request 150, and then if I have over 200, they'll take them. Plates are in here now. So, iron. Let's say I want 2 stacks of iron. But if I have more than, like, a stack and a half, start taking it away, I guess. If I have the third stack, I might as well hold up to a third stack. Copper I don't need as much of. I'm cool with 1 stack. Yeah, how do I want to do that? Yeah, I want some copper so that I can do stuff that needs copper, but I also don't want much copper. So, yeah, I'll just say like 400's cool, I guess. Same as I did here, just 1 stack lower. Same for steel. I want some steel, but not a tremendous amount. Yeah, I'm not going to spend too long diving through all this, especially for resources that I don't have, but something like inserters or belts I would like to keep on hand. So let's say I'll keep like... let's say 75 since they stack to 50, and then if I have over a second stack, then I'll start trashing them. Power poles. Yeah, just kind of keep me at exactly 50 power poles, actually. That seems reasonable. Same with the big guys. Oh, definitely pipe, actually. Let's keep like 300, 400 pipe on me at any given time. And like, I don't know, 100 undergrounds? Then, of course, all the belt. Let's say for right now, that many yellow belts. Let's keep a stack of undergrounds. And a stack of splitters. And the reason I do trash them is that way they can be returned, and even though these weren't set up with being able to read from the logistic system, they should come back and be stored in here. I didn't set filters on these. That would definitely bite me at some point. That is an important thing to do. These also should be storage chests, so that as I replace belts throughout the base, they will get stored into here so that they can then be pulled out and turned into yellow belts. I just don't have the ability to make any right now. Oh, there we go. There's a few. And then make sure you set the filter. I think I can just ghost that. Yeah, there we go. And then similarly here. There we go. And I will then limit the output to these within circuit condition instead of a chest limit. That way the bots can still put in, but the inserters will not. We can just do that. And then like 500. And then take the thing off. Same for these two guys. Let's just say like a single stack is fine. And once again, a single stack is fine. Okay, cool. And cool. This isn't as big of a deal. In fact, this could just be a passive provider. There's no reason that has to be a storage chest. That doesn't really make any sense. Okay, with all these Roboports down, and probably straining the power grid, let me just see. Yeah, once the robots start flying, we will definitely be straining the power grid, but all the same, what good is it to put all this down and then not have the, you know, the robots to do stuff for you? So I'm going to just go set up a super simple little circuit condition that will throw robots into a Roboport as long as there is demand for those robots. Does mean actually I will have to kind of waste a Roboport as just like an input Roboport, but oh well, it is what it is. I would really like to have an underground belt because otherwise this is going to be difficult. Can I literally handcraft a... No, because I need 10. I think I could just go pick up 10 from the belt. And then, yes, I will just handcraft an underground belt. There we go. Oh yay, that's gonna go everywhere, cool. Where'd you go? There we go, and there we go. Okay. The reason I wanted to do that is that way I can put you here, and I can put an inserter here, but I'm going to set its filter from a circuit condition. So let me make a comparator or two. I don't really know how many of these I'm going to need, I'm just making a few. Okay. The point being, I can put these here and read from the Roboport. Network contents, network request, read robot statistics. So available logistics bots and total logistics bots. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take total logistics bots, find 10% of that, so just divide by 10, and then see if my available logistic spots ever dips below that number. So, I suppose first in the chain should be you. And you're going to look for X, which is available logistic spots. Actually, I want total logistic spots, so let's do Y instead. And we're going to, since we can only multiply by integer values, which is a little bothersome, because otherwise I could do like more specific numbers, but since I can't, 10 works. Divide by 10, and that's going to give me... what would I like to use? Let's just say 0. Signal 0. And I'm going to move all of this... Well, I guess that works. I can just do the other ones over here. And then this power pole can come over here. That's fine. That's kind of ugly. Let's not do that. Let's instead just connect them over like that. So total construction bots is T, and I'm going to do the same sort of deal over here. I'm going to have T, and I'm going to output U then as 1. And then let's have red wire feed into here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, this is the left one, so this is for construction bots. Construction bots is Z. So I'm going to say if Z is less than signal 1, in other words, 10% of our total construction bots, then we want to output a construction bot. And just, yeah, that's fine. And then similarly here, available logistic spots is X, so we want to say if X. So if X is less than 0, which is the signal that we set up there, then we want to output a logistics bot. And then we will just hook that up to this inserter right here. And this inserter is going to use a filter. And we're going to set filter. So right now it's not working because there are 0 construction bots and 0 logistics bots. So that's not going to output anything because effectively we're doing 0 divided by 10 and then saying is 0 less than 0, and like that isn't going to ever get you anywhere. So we do want just a couple to start with, but of course we do. So we'll just do that and see how that goes. And they're going to go off and try and build something. I'm not even sure what they're going to try and build, but I suppose that's no big deal. I haven't placed ghosts in any positions I wouldn't actually like things to be, other than maybe like something like that. They might try and build some of this stuff out, which is going to cause a passive power draw, which isn't the greatest, but you know what? I've got construction bots, man. I'm gonna deal with it. And you can see now that my circuit condition over here is more than happy to just continue outputting bots, because our total number of logistics bots is now 143 and they are all in use. Yeah, as soon as things hit 0, these outputs do break, so I'm actually going to change this to less than equal, I guess. There we go. Why are you still not outputting? Output signal O is 14. Input signal... Oh, okay, okay. There is no signal 0, or X. Okay, what I'm going to do then, that's a little yucky, I guess. But what I will do is I will grab a constant combinator, wherever it went. There you are. And I will just manually add 1 to X and 1 to Y. I think that's correct anyway. No, I want Y and T. My bad. Well, no, because those numbers will never be 0. I'm not real sure why this is breaking, to tell you the truth. Yeah, 54. 54 divided by 10 should be outputting 5, that's right. Okay, so this one really shouldn't be outputting, that's correct. But this one should. 1 is less than U. That is correct. Why are you not outputting then? What do you mean? 1 is less than 14. What if I do this? Okay. Sure. Oh. Okay, that would output... Okay, that makes sense. Never mind, I was just being stupid. It's been a while since I've worked with, combinators and all in Factorio. Even though I used to do it a fair bit, I've just kind of forgotten how. And they are filling this storage chest with random junk. Because of course they are. Perhaps then you shouldn't be a storage chest. Maybe you can just be a passive provider chest. Whoopsie. I don't think I have any unfiltered, storage chests, which is why everything was going in there. So let me go find a place I can just pop down one. You have 60 slots, I believe, right? Or does it? Yes, down at the bottom, 60. You have 48. Okay, you're much more space efficient then. So let's stick with these guys. I wish I had a better spot to put these right now, but I think I will just throw them right here in this little gap between where the bus starts and where all this processing starts. And I'm going to go... Sorry, bots, you'll have to chase me for a minute. I'm going to go take all the junk out of that chest. It is good to see that apparently I was smart enough to set filters on all the other chests, because as soon as that one was unavailable, they didn't know what to do anymore. There we go. And let's just take all the random junk out. There we are. Okay. Why are you not producing? Glad I noticed that. Yeah, for some reason there's some of the construction robot arms on the wrong side of the belt over here. But that seems to have cleaned it out. Not sure how that happened, that's a little odd. Seems to be working now, though. Yeah, there we go. Okay, anything else that I should work on? Let's, My inventory is very full, I'm noticing. I can, I guess, get rid of some of these gray belts to make a little bit of room in my inventory. I don't really need an ore crusher 2 just on me. I don't need sodium hydroxide just on me. Yeah, let me just trash some of these things. Now that we have bots, I don't feel as bad about getting rid of just random things. Like, induction furnace, casting machine, don't need it on me. That can go away. Alien artifacts, don't need it on me. Paper, don't need it on me. Get rid of the sodium hydroxide. Okay. That's a little better. The bots are going to be busy for a little while. They're still kind of slow, but my man, I got robots now, and that's about all I could ever ask for. That's the greatest. I don't see where all the construction bots went off to, because we were using a lot of construction bots for a while, and I figured they might be trying to place in some of these things, and it does look like to some degree they did, like they placed this here. But I don't see too much that they went off and did, which is kind of weird, because they were all busy. What was that I saw flashing? Ah, the belts. The belts don't have robot coverage. You know what's really cool at this point? I can go here, and grab you, and just shove a Roboport like right up in here. And not even have to worry about it. And I'm sure there's plenty of these in a chest somewhere, so they can even just go place that. I love bots. Bots are so great. Yep, and there's the one with the Roboport. Off to go place them. So, to be kind, I will go over and stand near the belt. Look at this swarm just following me. Oh, I had too much copper, I guess. And there we go. And I'm so excited to see the swarm just fly up here and start giving me so many belts. It does look like, by the way, that the tin did catch up, which is kind of cool. We're limited on iron now. Honestly, I'm not sure which one I prefer, because iron at least is the one I expect to be low on, and every time I'm low on tin, I feel like something's wrong, there's an emergency. Like, if you're low on iron, it's just, yep, that's Factorio. If you're low on tin, something's wrong. Oh, that was all the undergrounds, though, so... I suppose we're not completely out of the woods yet. I'll see if I can't help a little bit. How is science trickling in? Oh, it's going pretty good. Oh, if anything, it's backed up. I'm producing science faster than the labs can consume it. I might even just come over and make more labs. That's actually quite surprising. Let me check power. Yeah, okay. Maybe I'll hold off. Maybe I'll hold off on more labs until I've expanded power just a little bit. So much wood. There we go. And I'll just help. There we go. One alien orb. Come on. Who's gonna take it? Who wants it? Someone on the other side of the factory, huh? Oh, I guess these were all the guys coming for the wood that I manually threw away. Really? Oh, someone got it. Okay, never mind. Alright, I guess that's enough playing around with bots. Let's see if I can't actually make something useful then. I just realized my power poles aren't correct, and that's going to be because I never set them up properly. So let's do this. Make sure I set the filters. There we go. Same thing I'm sure you've seen 100 times before. Go through, set limits, take the limit off the chest. Come in here. Do that. Set the filter. Take the limit off the chest. Actually remember to put a limit on the inserter, because that's also important. There we are. And I guess I might as well make this a storage chest as well, though this actually is a random junk chest. In fact, it's probably better if I just deconstruct you. One of the things I should put up here, actually, oh, all of these things could be, hold on. Yeah, let me set a filter here for gun turrets. And take those out and manually trash them myself. That way I can have any that I deconstruct and just trash show up in here, and that's cool too. But I do want to set that into a provider. Don't know why you moved one. Same deal with these guys, but they also should be storage chests. What did I set you to? 400? That's reasonable. Let's say copper pipe. 400. And what are you? Just a single stack. Let's say 100 of you is probably more reasonable. And same up here. Oop. Okay. You're actually already limited properly, so that's good to see. Is there anything else through here that is a little weird? You could be a storage chest. That wouldn't be terrible. Let's just keep like 1,000 walls. There you are. 1,000's a lot. Maybe like, let's say 700? I don't know. It's just an arbitrary number. Just a lot. And then I'll also request walls. I think walls stack to 100? Yes. Okay. Might as well request my turret. And some ammo for them. Maybe that's a little excessive. Maybe that's a little excessive. Let's say like there. I'll knock that back later. It's just I am planning on going to set up outposts, so it does seem reasonable to have just a lot of ammo on me. Don't need that stack of stone. Trying to see what else I do or do not need. It's a little hard to tell at this point in the game. it is nice to be able to just craft stuff now without having to run around the entire base. I can't even begin to explain how nice that is. I have an unfiltered storage chest. Yep. Yep. Oh, you are also likewise unfiltered. Okay, okay. All cool. All good. Let's just get that out and try that one more time. Whew. Okay. I don't really need the solder. Where can I throw solder? What needs solder? There's something around here that needs solder. You. There you go. Enjoy. What I can do is I can go ahead and start pre-placing where I want these Roboports to be, and then as they come in, they'll just start getting placed. I don't have lamps being produced yet, but I will at some point. This is a little ugly, I will fully admit, but I didn't feel like dragging power poles all over the place. Maybe in here somewhere, I guess. And then from there, where does that reach? Reaches that tree right there. So that's this level. Okay, so that's pretty inconvenient. Trying to get down into this area in here, because that would be optimal if I could get down in there. How far does that reach? That reaches that belt, it looks like. Yeah, so that belt of coal. So I do just need, like, this one bridge right in here. So maybe I'll just, say that's good. Grab you. And there we go. And they'll get to it when they get to it. I do need power for these guys, of course. You already have power, it looks like. Oh, and they're already on it. Awesome. Okay. I'll even just handcraft them a couple lights so they can just throw them around wherever I put them. There you go. Have at it. Enjoy. Okay. Let's start planning which ore patch I actually want to go tackle now. So, I'm not, like, super confident that I have an incredible amount of military might, necessarily, but I should be able to handle, like, a base this size, and with sniper turrets, a base this size shouldn't be too bad. I'm just not entirely sure what I want to go claim. Like, I'm not sure what's worth it and what isn't. Why is iron dead? Okay, my mining here is insufficient. So before I go and set up a new outpost, let me go and set up an expansion on our existing one, which does mean I think it's time for a long overdue addition to the mall where I make miners. Maybe a quick detour to make assemblers even. That seems smart and reasonable. And while I'm at it, maybe I'll make chests. What does a basic assembler need? Basic circuits, iron gears. Okay. I might add another belt over here, just dedicated to the mall of gears. I think that's going to save me time in the long run. Let's just go, like, here. Make gears. There's that. Over here. And I just have to snake in iron from somewhere. Which is a little easier said than done. Maybe I move this up. Just a little bit so that I can split from over here somewhere. Okay, copper doesn't need to be there. Let's not be overzealous. And I do need iron here. Okay, which kind of leaves me this general kind of deal. So maybe I can do you, underground you to just wherever. And the same deal here. And then have gears over here. And then a belt of gears here. Yeah, that's like kind of fine, I guess. Maybe I'll, Yeah, I'll just throw some gear assemblers over here. I'll say 2, even though there's absolutely no way I'm gonna be... Yeah, why would I do 2? That makes no sense. And in that case, why would I do it on this side of the belt? Put it up here. Move it out 1. And you can go here. I don't really like this. I wish there was a better way to do that. I don't like it. Like literally I might even just run it down this way so that it can go like here. Even though that's horrible, and yeah, I think I'd just prefer doing that. And then, yeah, there we go. Then we have gears over there, and that way, when I come to this guy and he needs gears, I can just bring gears in, and it's no big deal. Oh, come on. So this will be filtered to assembling machine 1s, just so that as they're upgraded, they can come in here, and I'll just keep very few of them, even just like, 15 or so. Actually set the recipe, and set the recipe for you. You, of course, are going to need a lot of things, and I'll get to that. I might even make steel gears as well and use the other side of this belt here. In fact, why would I not just do it? Let's just do it. Steel gears, there we go. And then you on the near side. I do need to get basic circuits up here, which is going to be a little bit of a pain. Honestly, if I had requester chests, this is one of those times when I wouldn't even bother and I'd just have bots bring it in. But as I do not have requester chests, I have to actually, you know, interface with the horror that is this bus right now. Yeah, there's not a lot of good ways I could possibly bring any sort of circuit up into this mess. But what I'm thinking is I could try and bring it up through here. A little short. Okay. I could do that. And that's no big deal. I'll just throw the science I picked up back on the belt. There. Okay. So basic circuits are down here. Where are green circuits? They are right here. Okay. So what if I split you? Oh, this is gonna get real bad. Let me move this forward. Just because. And then I can try and get these up somehow. Why is this yellow belt? That's pretty funny. Like that. And we will just split you here. And it would be really great if you could be underground. You could. I just have to delay this bend a little bit. Same here. And there. And then I can walk these forward. Just however much I need to. I can even go around this pipe. And that's not a problem at all. Just gotta make sure the right resource winds up on the right belt. Which I don't think it is. Yes, this is steel up here. Okay. Well, belt can stay. I just need it to be not wood. Okay. So it was like that. There we go. Okay, what am I doing? Okay, I'm trying to get circuits free. That's what I'm doing. Okay. You can turn that way and escape here. There we go. Okay. We have green and basic circuits on the same belt. So we'll just run you up. And there's circuits over here. That even serves as a good wall. Like, don't build to the left of this. That would be in the way of the circuit build. That's actually kind of convenient, in a way. Let me make sure you are working correctly. Let me just, like... Yeah, okay. Do I have literally any green circuits to prove that this is working correctly? Not at all. Like it should, but I just don't have any yet. Oh, it's all going into here. I guess that makes sense. What if I just took some of these and did like that? Like, obviously, the belt's right here, like what could go wrong? I just like having things on the belt. I can see it, I know it works. And there it goes. Up and out, and then it's gonna come up here. Okay. So the last thing that this guy needs is steel pipe, and I think I will just craft steel pipe as needed. That's not one that I think needs its own belt or anything. I think we can pretty safely just direct insert steel pipe here for you. That's stone pipe. Let's get steel pipe. Alright, what else? We need steel, we need you, we need circuits. That's a lot of inputs. Let's worry about you first. You also need circuits, but the different. Okay, you need... Fortunately, most of your demands kind of share a belt, which is interesting in its own way. Let's bring you down one, and that way I can fit a belt through here. And I can use a wiggle inserter to get everything into you. So, pick up from here, drop off there. Pick up from here, drop off there. Now what should this be? This could be the gears, I guess? I can just do something like that, and that should work just fine. I would like it if some iron gears went that way. There we go. Just, once again, I like to confirm that it works. Yeah, there we go. That's not too bad. Okay, circuits and steel. You need iron. There's iron solved. Basic circuits I'll get to in a minute. I'll probably just run them like... Yeah, I'll do like that. And then I can have an inserter here who picks up from the left and drops behind. And the same deal here. Pick up left, drop behind. Ooh, why does it want to make an X like that? Please don't. That's what the copper wire tool is for, I suppose. I can do that. Okay. That should be everything, I just don't have any iron at the moment. Okay. You still need steel. You still need steel. Other than that, we're fantastic. Okay. Let's get that over and down. And then you can pick up from there. And you can just work. Yes, okay, so all we need now are assembling machine 1s, which just need iron. How much iron? 24, okay. Just trying to see if I can't help this along a little bit. Really? Oh, there you go. Okay. Okay, there we go. There we go. Let's actually do that. But that works. And I'll do the same where I do this. But I have to make sure you are filtered. There we go. And let's set a stain limit. Let's say like 30 for you. Okay. And then I can just request those. I do realize that I took a massive detour to come over here and set up the automation of assemblers when I don't even have iron, but what can I say? That's just the way I play the game. Like, I would be so down to go and storm some biter bases with laser tanks. That sounds so cool, but I don't anticipate setting up that much more automation before I have to leave. This one's just red and green. What more do I need here? I'm a little nervous to research these things because I have no idea what they might be useful for. But at the same time, I'd just kind of like to have them here so that I can have the recipes and I can look through them if and when I need them. Kind of like all these metal casting recipes that I'm taking. Sure, I'll keep that as well. If anything, maybe I'll just move you to the front. Why do you have stone? You should not have stone. Good test to make sure all these are filtered properly anyway. They don't get any junk put in them. Okay, so I guess we just had a delivery of iron ore, but I wonder how long it takes us to mine that much. Oh yeah, I remember. Like literally 20 minutes ago, I came up here and got distracted. I was going to set up automation of miners so that I could finally have miner 2s. So what do miners take and what do miner 2s take? Okay, miner 2s aren't that bad. So we'll do the exact same setup we did down here. In fact, I will just copy it. And just make sure I change you to the proper material. And then you can be mining drill 2s. Maybe I do want you down one. There we go. That way you can still output there. Once again, I think I'll just copy that. There we go. Iron, gears, and circuits. Okay. How do I get circuits into you? Oh, big underground. Okay. Big underground it is. Get everything moved up so it's easier to tell where everything belongs. You need gears and you need steel gears. Sounds familiar? Let's get There's not enough room on the bottom, unfortunately, so I'll have to bring that in up top, but that should work out alright. You need steel as well. Steel and steel gears. You should probably have the correct filter. You should also probably have the correct filter. Okay. So if I want that coming this way, I guess I would go like that. Oh, I guess I don't have any more of those. Funny enough, the bots will actually be able to replace that, so that's kind of cool. Bit of a shame it's going to be so difficult to get the gears in here. Not much for it, though. I'll just have to do this. Maybe I will... Oh, I don't have any yellow undergrounds, or that would have been fantastic. Guess that's... Okay, we can get through this. There we go. And just drop you down. There we go. This probably should have been swapped, but whatever. When have I ever cared about throughput in here? So that is grains, that is steel. Yes, that's steel. You're all supplied. You're all supplied. Excellent. Okay, so that should be miner 2's kind of automated. I don't have the materials to actually make them, but it will make them. In fact, let me just request all of the miner 1s that we have. So, on the way to... Okay, I already have most of them in my inventory, but there were 2, apparently, waiting around. I don't know how far away they might be, though. Ooh, here's a interesting thing. You find gardens you can investigate and refine to seeds. These allow you to grow plants yourself, process them for nutrients, fuels, and oils. They can be processed for plant life samples that can be researched for advanced farming buildings and upgrades, more efficient wood recipes. These gardens are marked with a light green square. Yep, I noticed. Okay, so it's just its own thing, its own tree. I'll worry about it when I need to worry about it. Don't think I have time to worry about alien fauna when I don't have iron. There we go. Is that all of them? Yes. Okay. There we go. Just manually kickstart a few. Okay, and I'll just let that run. What I guess I will do is I will go out and claim the patch and lay rails to it and clear out all the biters around it and everything, and then I will come back and lay the drills on it. What I should probably look at is the recipes for science. There we are. So I'm already making most of this, but I know that advanced circuits somewhere in here take silver. There we are. So I'm just going to work my way backwards until I get to silver ore. So let me see, where's the best place to get silver ore? I can get it from Saphirite. Stereotype would be nice to have, but that's like an entire another processing chain that I haven't even set up yet, because I haven't even had Stereotype ore. Could get it from Bobmonium. Could. Is there anywhere else? No, it kind of just alternates. It's either Stereotype or Bobmonium. Those are our choices. Oh yeah, even over here at Silver Ore, like specifically, the two that you get it from are Stereotype and Bobmonium. Okay. I mean, I certainly could deal with more tin, so maybe I'm certainly not having copper problems, I'll put it that way. So maybe I'll look for a good Bobmonium patch somewhere to tap. In fact, there's a little search up here. So 2.4 million. Oh, there's 2 over this way. That's nice. I can't actually see how much is in here. Oh, when I mouse over it, it's 3.3. That's 1.4 mil. That would be a real pain to get to. So I'll definitely take these. There's even a natural gas deposit and some rubite over here. And rubite actually we're also in need of. So this is a fantastic place to come over. Oh, there's even Saphirite over here. Look at that. Before I do that, I will go and lay drills on the Saphirite to the south west. Just because we need a little more ore throughput. Ooh, that's, you know what, those knowledge tips can stay there and I'll look at them later. Wonder if I can catch a ride on the train to the south. Maybe if I... Mart? Wait, what? Oh, okay. It's like, why do I only have one train? Okay. Yeah. Come and, come pay me a visit. Perfect timing. It was just about full anyway. Okay, take me back. Maybe some faster inserters are not a terrible idea for these train stations as well. Maybe that's something I should have thought to set up. Oh yeah, if I get, I forget what it is now. I think it's sulfuric acid allows me to mine these. Oh, uranium mining not researched, okay. I wonder if I actually have to research uranium mining, or if there is a, like an infinite ore research. Infinite character logistic trash slots. Sure. Mining productivity would be kind of cool, but I have to get advanced circuits first. I wonder why mining productivity is locked behind advanced circuit research. That's peculiar. Would be good to have, but, you know. I do have to produce silicon before I can do that, so worth keeping in mind. But what I'm looking for is there anything that just allows that to happen? It doesn't look like it. Let me look for uranium specifically. It doesn't really look like it. And this is a trigger tech from mining uranium ore. Yeah, I don't really see anything, which is a little curious. Okay, well, we'll get there when we get there. would be nice to be able to mine some of this, but alas. And let's, where are those extra drills that I brought? There we are. Oh, there is almost enough. Well, that should help a little bit at least. Faster inserters would be cool. I wonder how many you... I'd just be locked on steel, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like I'd be locked on steel. I could definitely upgrade to the red inserters, though. That would be no problem at all. For nothing else than just train loading, though it looks like that's unnecessary. Maybe it would be better to do that at base instead of here. Yeah, let me just do that. Okay. I am just still trying to think through, like, is there any way I could bump that before I leave? Is there anything I could do to just let that kind of chew in the background? That should at least help get you unloaded faster. No, okay. I think that's enough. Enough just kind of messing around, I guess. I had my fun. Let's go claim some territory. I would love to have like a tank or something, but it doesn't seem like I'm going to be able to get anything like that. Could make a robotic attack drone, I guess. If I could handcraft most of this, honestly, maybe that's not even a terrible idea. I need batteries, engines, and solder. Let's just go grab some and see what happens. Okay, so here's engines. I don't know how many I need, but that's probably enough. Oh, I need electric engines. Never mind. Well, fortunately, I can just do that. Okay. Next, I need solder and 6 batteries. So, batteries are over here. Oh, and they're unlimited, which is maybe not what I want. In fact, let's swap you to a provider, because I have no idea why you're a storage chest. That makes no sense. There we go. And then... okay, you are locked to 2,000. That's fine. Military. What else do I need? I need 5 solder. Let's just honestly steal some solder out of this guy. Or just off the top. It says I can make it. Let's see what happens. It's not very fast, but it's not very slow either. Okay, that one's a little slow. That's a while. And then this one's gonna take a minute. Okay, we got a full minute for that guy. But hey, maybe he's great. Maybe it'll be worth it. In the meantime, I have Saphirite ore on me, and I don't know why, and it's just gonna get stored. That's just the state of things. I have bots, I'm gonna use them, you know? I don't need this extra solder, so it can go away. What else would I like to have? What else is cool? Am I requesting ammo in here? I think I was, but I don't see it, which is... oh, it's right there. It's just covered by numbers. Okay. So with that crafted, let me pop in, like, over here. And what are you gonna do? Doesn't really look like much. Do you stay near me, perhaps? Also, do you have ammo? I'm... okay. Sure. We'll see what happens. I'm just gonna take him along. We're just going to, we're just gonna go this way and see what happens. Do I have the car still? The car would be nice. I've left the car somewhere. Oh, it's right above me. How convenient. It has no ammo in it, but otherwise, quite convenient. So this is just a scouting operation to make sure I'm not overlooking anything. That is a cliff. I'm going to run over here and just make sure there's not like 1,000 biter bases right on top of the resources just outside of radar range or something like that. I don't anticipate that being the case, but if it was, it would kind of suck. So, just gonna come over here and explore a little bit. Ooh, it's a peninsula. Nice. Is it skinny? Is there a skinny? No, okay, it is a true peninsula. Very nice. I'm very happy about that. This is a very narrow corridor here to have to defend, even if there's a biter base like right on the other side. That would be no big deal at all. And there is, of course. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up some walls right here. Yep. With a sniper turret on the other side. I'm going to put that on my hotbar over here. Throw a little ammo in him. And then I'm going to see what this guy does. I have no real expectations. I just want to find out. Maybe I'll take the opportunity to put a actual gun turret or two down as well. And then just draw all of them to me. And there are mediums in there. Okay, so he didn't last that long. Granted, I didn't really expect him to. I was just trying to see what he would play like. I have a feeling I could have saved it if I really wanted to, but I wasn't that dedicated to it. Okay, let's get a couple walls down to start holding the line here. Just like something like that. And that'll draw some fire for a minute, which is fine. That allows me to put this guy in here. And then start putting some gun turrets down like here-ish. Lost a couple walls. No big deal. Ooh, that was a lot of health that I got chunked down all at once. Ooh, that's about to go down. There we are. Oh, did lose that guy. Oh well. Okay, that wasn't too bad, but now that we are dealing with mediums, everything is just that much worse. There's no sense in trying to repair any of this stuff while it's still sitting in spitter goo, so I'm just picking it all up, and anything that's damaged and still in my inventory, I will look at and repair in just a second. But that wasn't too bad. Patch the car, bunch of walls. And I mostly do this just because they don't stack if they're damaged, and that's a little annoying. So I'll just do that and pick them back up. And then where are the turrets? And these guys. Okay. There we go. I think I would like to have a, like, more permanent wall here so that expansion parties don't come back, but honestly, since this area is so isolated, as long as I don't explore out past that point, I shouldn't have any more biter problems from that direction. So I'm just going to call that good enough for right now. And if anything, the bigger problem is how am I even going to weave the trains through this area because it's so resource dense. Like, there's literally so much here that I would like to take that it would be difficult to get a train in here without running tracks over over other resources. Little deforestation never hurt anyone. So let's just see. So we got Bob and Bob here. We'll probably route the ore into the middle and have a station around here. We got Rubite here. It can have a station around here. Natural gas and coal and Saphirite and a little Saphirite over here. That's just so much. There's more Saphirite over this way too. Maybe then I'll run this Bob over this way and have a station more more over here. This Rubite can have a station kind of up here. This natural gas is stationed over here. Coal, if we need it, can go like over here. Yeah, let's start just sketching it out. Maybe I should bring the car. It didn't seem like that much of a distance because I was driving the whole way, but once you start walking, you realize just how far that is. So, let's grab the car, bring it around. There's also a lot of cliffs in the way, which makes this a little irritating. I don't think I'm like an eternity away from cliff explosives, but I also don't have them. It is just red and green science, actually. That's not bad at all. Why is this even a research? You know what? Sure. I'll research the containers, I guess. I'm not really sure what the point of that is. Maybe only some liquids go in barrels, some go in a canister. Okay, that's fine. Maybe I'll even just bump that up. Because I would really like to have these cliffs gone if at all possible. Anyway, for now, let's plan the station to be like here. Make sure that guy's not in the way. Let's grab a train station, put him in here, and let's set a color. It's a little hard to tell. I think that's maybe too bright. Maybe now we're not bright enough. Let's see what that looks like. That's a little too red. So let's bring the red back. That's too brown. Okay. Okay. Getting closer. I'd say that's just about acceptable. Yeah, sure. That's good. This is going to be Bobmonium. Oh, if I could spell. Bobmonium load. And let's not forget the ore at the front, which I believe is in metallurgy. I know you're in here. Hold on. That makes it easier. Ah, you're in resource refining. Okay. There you are. Okay, good. We don't have any miners to lay yet, and we don't have any power out here, of course, even if we did. So I'm going to just kind of sketch the idea of a station out. Clear out some of these trees. There we go. And I don't think I have the resources to make silos. No. I would love to have a warehouse, but I didn't bring the resources with me, but oh well. I've mentioned this before, but I would like to future plan for 5-length trains, but for right now, everything is going to be 4-length trains. So I know my station can stop right here. And then I'll have a, well, this is just a an ore outpost. It doesn't need a waiting station or anything. So I suppose I can just put a rail signal here and call that good enough. And probably change just for good measure. I don't know what's going to be out there yet, but generally safe to do so. Gonna build this one a little more balanced than the previous, but I've never cared too much about outpost efficiency, or you know, throughput efficiency at least. Generally, in my mind, if it's not enough throughput, that just means I need another outpost. So the problem is right now that if you had a even amount coming into each of these two splitters, well, half of this splitter goes left, comes down here, and the other half hits this splitter and then goes down here. So 25%, 25%, 50%. That's no good. but then trying to split evenly into all 6 is difficult because they are a odd number. So I just kind of accept that it will be a little imbalanced, and that's generally why I like the warehouses, because you don't really have to worry about balancing the chests as you load in. So I am going to go ahead and build the station with the assumption that I'm going to load it into a warehouse. And that way we don't have to worry about anything, we just run the belts in and it gets stored away. I will go ahead and start running this back. It's probably about that time when I should start thinking about how I want to lay out my train intersections and stuff. So this is a wonderful time where I have a bunch of open room and I can just lay out a couple blueprints, quick and easy, for pretty long trains. So that's going to be a little too long, but let me see how long. So if I zoom out here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's right there, I believe, is the correct length. Okay, so this is a little longer than I even thought it was. I usually keep my rails 3 rail lengths apart. I used to do 2, but I do prefer 3 now. It just allows for everything to be a little cleaner as you're working. It just feels nicer. There we go. So this is just a standard straight section, so everything will get just a normal rail signal like so. And this is a right-hand drive rail network, so all of these go on, from the train's perspective, the right. There we go, just making sure 5 trains fit into the sections nicely, and they do. So that's going to be... Well, let me add power in here. Okay. Now the one thing you might notice is that if I put the lamps on it, unfortunately it's no longer symmetrical and I can't flip it easily, but without the lamps it just doesn't look as good. So I do generally prefer to just throw the lamps in there, and a lot of the times I'll see people put like Roboports in their train blueprints, but I find that's not often worth it because that's how you wind up with robots going like way out into the middle of nowhere, where they have no business being. I will call you just straight. And yeah, that's just a straight piece of rail. So now I'll start breaking that off, and I'll build a T intersection. So I'll have that little bit there. That's my, like, connect out to a straight section. And then I will have a blueprint right here, just for reference. That will be a different piece of rail. So let's say, like... Actually, those cliffs are kind of in the way. That's a little annoying. So I guess I'll just move it. No reason it has to stay right there. Go ahead and fill these in. Even though those don't necessarily have to be there, it just makes everything, you know, a smidge nicer. So the point of doing it this way is that now that we have what it would look like if we didn't have an intersection, it's easier to sketch out what an intersection should look like. So for example, we know that if we're coming upwards and we want to turn to the left, we need this turn right here. And if we're coming upwards and we want to turn to the right, then we would need a turn to go that way, which is a little lower right there. And then we can just kind of corner it onto, or mirror it onto the other side. So if we're coming from this direction and we want to turn down, then we would want a turn probably about right there, a little later, a little earlier. There we go. And if we were coming from the left and we wanted to turn down, then we would want a turn right about, oh, even one further than that. There we go. And that way we can go from any direction to any other direction. If we're coming up, we can turn to the right or to the left. If we're coming from the right, we can continue forward or turn down. And if we're coming from the left, we can continue forward or turn down. Now, of course, all these rails are going to be blinking because they are no longer correct. Where's a spot on my hotbar I could use for rail signals? Let's get rid of these gray belts again and put rail signals down here. And probably go ahead and craft up a couple more if I had any iron. Of course I don't have iron. So if you don't know how a rail signal works, this probably won't be enough to get the idea across, but basically a rail signal looks ahead. So an ordinary rail only looks at the block it contains. So this rail signal right here looks at all of those white sections and goes, okay, there's no train in any of these sections, all clear. Green signal, all good. Or I suppose I should say this rail is looking at these sections. As long as these sections are clear, this rail will be green. A chain signal still does exactly the same thing. It looks at the section ahead of it and tries to tell if it's clear. But it also looks at the signal in the direction the train is trying to go. And so a chain signal is only green if that signal is also green. So these signals are green now because this highlighted section is empty, but also because this signal itself is green. And that's just very important to keep in mind as you're laying signals on rail. So I put chain signals on anything going into the intersection because I don't want it to get into the intersection and then suddenly find that where it was trying to go is now suddenly blocked. And that works recursively as well. This rail signal won't be green unless this rail signal is green, but this one won't be green unless this one is green. And since I'm just making a blueprint, it's fine to just throw a couple ghosts here and there. I will move this rail signal, just remove it entirely. That should be a chain signal since it's entering the intersection. In the same way, you want, this one is coming out, like we're coming along this way. So maybe I'll actually put you there. That's a little better. This one's confused because it has too large of an area. That's one of the reasons that, like it doesn't understand which way the train should be going because there's not enough information yet. That's one of the reasons that having actual signals is good, because if you have actual signals, then... See, that one starts blinking because it doesn't understand anymore, but put the signal down and now it does. Let me ghost that one and see if there's anything I can do to help this one. Like, does that improve that one? Unfortunately not. Have I missed a signal anywhere? And if not, I'm going to just consider that fine, but I will take this back to base and rebuild it before I commit to it. At any rate, that's almost all of the blueprints that I use when I make rails, because I never have four-way intersections. I just forbid them, I don't use them, and that makes signaling rails a lot easier. I should do that. Let me go update that blueprint. How do I... Yeah, let's just do that. Okay. And then you are... just... intersection. And I think there's probably a fair chance that there is some sort of problem with this. Where is, Blueprint Library? There's, something I was trying out in Space Age. I wanted to see if I could get a Spidertron auto-placed. Okay. Just seeing what was in there. Honestly, I wasn't entirely sure. So, book name. This is just trains. Icon gets to be a train. And then straight rail and intersection. And then, so I don't have to carry this around all the time, I will just put you in there. And I'll grab you when I need you. I do still have to take this back to base, of course, and make sure this even is signaled properly. I very easily could have missed something, but now that part is out of the way at least. There's so many little bits and pieces to clean up. Okay, there we go. Where'd I leave the car? That's a good question, actually. Oh, the car's way over here somehow. So, even though I did do that, I will probably still just run this as a single train, just a single line back, but I will pretty soon want this natural gas or this rubite, and when I do, I'll probably upgrade the lines. If anything, I might just go ahead and lay down some of this as double track. Just like, go ahead and get the blueprints in, you know? Maybe I could, hold on. Maybe I could go ahead and make this snap to grid. And it, just makes that a little easier to deal with. One thing that will happen, I just realized with this blueprint, is... Oh, I just took it out of the book. Oh no, okay, that's fine. Never mind. One thing that will happen with this blueprint is I will have duplicates of the power poles, which I kind of hate. So I think I will probably take one of the power poles out. I just hope... Okay, that doesn't reach. That kind of sucks. Yeah, that doesn't reach. Okay. Uh, I don't care. I just don't care that much. So, hmm. Yeah, getting around that cliff is going to be challenging. I could bring landfill, I guess, fill in this lake. Yeah, I will just lay this as a single rail, and when I am more prepared to deal with this, um, I will come back and lay this as a double rail. Especially if I can get, like, personal logistic spots. I have no idea how far away that is. In fact, I should check. That's one of those things you should know. That is only red and green science. That is not bad. It's locked behind silicon, same as solar panels. Yeah, actually, I should get some silicon processing when I get back. It seems there is a couple of things locked behind silicon processing, and I just never did it. Okay, let's swing straight to the right. I don't want to go over this thermal water spout because I assume that's something I will need in the future. I'm turning the rail. I'm losing my mind. Where's the car? I really am losing my mind. There we go. Okay. Come down here. Break big rock. Get in car. Continue rail. Yeah, that could be better. But I will just deal with it and try not to interfere with it too much. Oh, that's a wall. I wasn't watching where I was going. Let's zoom in for just a sec. Okay. And then I can just manually guide this around for a minute, chop some of these trees, maybe even back this up just a little bit, and have a nicer turn. Let's turn vertical around here. Carry you up. And right around in here, I do literally have a T-intersection blueprint. I should use it, I guess. Except that does... that does demand that they both be dual directional, which they are not. So since the Bobmonium train will only ever go this way, I will just take that sort of Y branch. There we are. And there we are. Now let's throw some signals on this bad boy. Chain signal. And then chain signal. Chain signal. And regular. You probably want to be... Okay, you can be a regular. And where's a 5 length? Okay, yeah, that's more than enough. So I'll do that so that we don't get too congested. Like, this path where they're all unified is pretty short, and this just cuts it up a little more. Let's grab you and go the rest of the way home. Oh man, Rubite's not looking that cool. Okay, maybe I want that Rubite sooner than I thought. I'm going to go make silicon. I just feel like that's probably a good idea. To make silicon, I will need... Let's see. I'm assuming probably a blast furnace, which is going to need iron. Maybe even a blast furnace too. Which would need steel. I heard the bots kick to life as soon as I came into range. They're so happy to see me. I guess I had a lot of wood for them. Where are they going? That's a little concerning. Hold on. Okay, there is a big storage chest over here, and that is in fact a storage chest, and that's fine for you to be going to. Okay, I'm good with that. That's cool. I noticed they had belts. That's good. Maybe even an underground belt in there. I'm not sure if I started with that or not. They did definitely clean it out, though. So we're out of tin. Let me go look at tin. Where is 10? Can't even tell because the belt's empty. Okay, here's 10. There is a backup. Oh. Okay, we're full on... Okay, well, I guess that's another good reason to get silicon. We are full. What can I do with silicon powder? It can be made into glass, cement. Nothing I'm interested in at the moment. Okay. So let's go here. Make silicon ingots, which are made in a blast furnace too. Okay. I did kind of think it might be a blast furnace too. It's nice to have that confirmation. I should go add, while I'm here, some passive provider chests on some of the plates. Because I did notice that the bots are currently unable to supply me with those. I'm going to do the same thing I did for iron over there, where the first two layers, or the first layer rather, first two inserters, I just take off. That one's just for me. Those aren't within range anyway. Okay. Let's get a Roboport down here then. Why not? Of course, you can't get power from that. There you go. And now there's just this dangerous little gap where there's no Roboport coverage, so let's just place something there. That way I don't accidentally walk out of coverage, just in the middle of the base. Oh yeah, now they're active. So it does seem like steel is pretty much completely dead. We are using more steel than we're producing, but with the pitiful amount of steel that we produce, that's not, like, surprising at all. I don't even think this is a, yeah, this isn't even a yellow belt all the way back here. Let me actually do that. Might also do that. Just upgrade these belts. Add a little more throughput to this whole system. Oh, like so. And that's part of the reason why I set this up the way that I did, so that these are yellow chests, and as they replace those, they'll come back and put them in here. Now, one problem is that as I didn't do that whole inserter thing where I keep a chest just for me, all of the steel is kinda gone, and that's a little inconvenient. So much so that I might reverse the priorities here. Like, let me just... Yeah, I'm not sure how much of a fan of that I am, but... maybe just one of them? I don't think that's a terrible idea. Let me just do that on all of those. I think that's fine. Yeah, that way there's always some loaded in a chest and ready to go. At least as long as it's actually being produced. Which it doesn't really seem like it is. I'm trying not to walk out of robot range. Okay, there goes some. That goes in. Almost enough. Okay, there goes a recipe. And yeah, I can see them bringing in some, so I guess the previous recipe made and it's already being brought to me. Oh, I should probably do that over there as well. Just that way they're all consistent. We don't have one that's just randomly different, you know? Okay, anyway, I was setting up trains, but in order to set up trains I need power and I need drills. While I was gone, did we happen to get any of those things? How are you here? How did you... Huh. That's not something I expected to see, and honestly I don't like that because I believe you're considerably slower than my other bots, and I don't think the speed researches will increase your speed. I wonder if there's anything I could do about that. Let me make a warehouse real quick, because I need several. I can't... there's nothing I can do to request them, unfortunately. I don't even have the, like, the bot upgrader requester chest that you get later on. They just get to stay. I guess it's fine. Especially on a construction. I never put any of the logistic ones out. The construction ones, I don't really care if they take a while. They get to do whatever. Let's get this blast furnace down. I believe this is the one that I set aside for silicon. So let's start here. Yeah, there we go. So you do take carbon. Carbon is kind of annoying to get for me. I could do that route. Up until now, I've been making carbon from a charcoal route, which takes oxygen and charcoal. I still kind of like that method, just because that way I don't have to set up coal coke. But maybe it's not a terrible idea. I wonder if there are any things that coal coke, like, you have to use coal coke. It does look like there are, so it's going to be worthwhile to use coal coke, in which case I might as well go set it up. I wonder if I have any crushers just kind of randomly in storage anywhere. One of them. One of them is going to get placed. No, like, tier 1 crushers in here? Okay. let's go in here, I believe. And I don't think I need to go that hard. I think I can probably just make some ore crusher 1s, and that's perfectly fine. Yeah, that should be more than enough. So I know the first step. I guess I should actually like pay attention to this. So let me go find silicon wherever you are. Okay. I need carbon, which this is a coal coke recipe. And coal coke is crushed coal that you smelt. Okay, that's fine. I wonder if any of this coal on this belt... Okay, grenades. I do need actual coal. Okay. I was trying to think if I could just replace all of this. Why are you not going? You're backed up on 5 crushed stone? What about the other ones that were going up to like 200? Okay, whatever. I have a crusher tier 2, interesting. It's just now dawning on me that I'm going to have to spaghetti this into this. And that's going to be somewhat of a challenge. And I'm wondering if maybe I couldn't do the crushing over here. Crushing, like, I literally have a furnace column. It's almost like calling to me. Alternatively, it would be nice to have the coal coke that I could send down here into power, because coal coke uses a considerably, or produces a considerably smaller amount of pollution. It's a burner crusher. Oh, that's a lot of stereotype ore. That's not cool. Let me just do this. There you go. I guess I have too much copper, whoops. Alright, anyway. Those are within construction range, so those can go and get upgraded now. I am going to just pretend that I have a belt of coal over here. And then I'm going to have crushers on it. So let's say starting about here. And I'll have like that many crushers, but I'll leave room to expand it if need be down like that far. That's a tremendous amount of crushing, actually. Maybe I'll just leave like this much room. Let me put the correct recipe in. Crushed coal. Funny that the crusher gets a picture of the crusher on itself. That's interesting. Anyway. Maybe I can do some Bob's Inserters shenanigans to reduce the footprint of this spill. And have... Yeah, let's widen you by 1. And then I can have 2 belts here. And then this inner belt can be the coal. And then the, or this belt closer to me can be the coal, and this belt on the left can be the crushed coal. So you will drop bar, and you will drop bar, and you will pick up bar. Yeah, that should work just fine. And so, if I take a non-prioritized split from, let's just say here, and run you up like this way, and just straight in, how does that work? Works like a charm, okay. Fantastic. So then I do need smelting, which means I would like to have steel furnaces. I'll find those in a minute. There you are. Fluid burning furnace is kind of interesting, but again, I don't really have fluids I want to be burning at this moment. It would be nice if I could get a list of fluids that it could burn. I'm assuming it's the same as, like, flamethrower turrets, but that is still just a guess. I'm guessing I don't... Oh, maybe I do have, oh no, okay, no steel furnace, okay. I just wanted to see if there happened to be one before I started crafting anymore. And maybe I'll do the same thing that I did over there. I'll just move you over one. So drop bar, and then do that, and then these will be the opposite, where you will have to pick up bar. Nope. Drop near, and pick up bar. There we go. Also noticing now I didn't leave room for power poles, so let's actually bump you down one tile. There we go. And I may actually just let the bots come in and handle that. Oh, you don't have an output. That's probably a problem for you. And this should work because this crushed coal still has a fuel value, so it'll load it up into one of these slots. I don't even know which one it'll prioritize, and then it'll smelt with it, and then it'll turn it into our output product. Okay, and there's coke. That's not too much of a problem. I do still have to route it in, of course, but what I do want to do first is something like this, where I'm going to do that and input priority on the right, and that way we prioritize burning the coal, or the coal coke over the coal. But before I do that, I should split off back here, because that allows me to have the stuff that must be coal coke prioritized, and then power gets the other stuff. Where am I even going with this belt? Let me try and plan this out a little bit. So if I'm trying to get to all the way over here. And I do still need to crack this, keep in mind. So it might not even be a bad idea to aim for like here and put some liquefiers down here to crack this into carbon. Then I'm gonna lap the entire base. You know, I actually have landfill. It's not a terrible idea to just use some landfill here. Yeah, because I'm trying to target like right in here, and there is just no way of getting around all this stuff. It's going to be hard enough getting through all this stuff. In fact, let me grab some Roboports, and I'll have the robots do most of the heavy lifting through here. Some of these Roboports won't be able to stay here permanently, but they're good enough. Yeah, something like that. That's cool. And then I'll start laying belts. Again, aiming for like right around in this area and then just going up. I think I can probably finally decommission this whole area. This island of shame is finally no more. I'm waiting for inspiration to strike, you know? Like, where can this possibly go? Oh, wait. I should do that myself. So my plan is I'm going to run it on top of the coal belt. Just like right here. Ooh, I only have 2 yellow undergrounds left, so maybe I'll be a little protective of those. I'll let the bots fill in a gray underground there. I do have to get around this mess, which may actually be a perfect use for a yellow. Oh, even a yellow is not going to do that. Okay, once again, I should probably have some of these guys requested. There we go. That's terrible. Where's better? There's gotta be somewhere. Okay, I'm gonna move this. I don't need it there. And you can go there. That way there's no gap in the middle. I'm just standing here waiting for them to bring me belts. That way I can continue this intersection here. I do have an idea. Like, if I do that, how far does that reach? That's almost perfect. I can do that, and then bring you in and around, and that's, like, almost good enough. It almost gets me there. Maybe here I swap for a little bit. And then we do the old underground? No, okay. Do I not even have gray undergrounds? Like, on the way 9, okay. I guess I do, and they've just chosen not to bring them quickly. I would really like to have them. There we go. Maybe I'll build from app view, just for now. Because what I'm thinking is I'm gonna have to get over into this area, probably into the water, and then up this way. So what I'd really like to do is underground here, but I don't want the bot picking up like a ton of coal just to do that. But maybe what I'll do... I can do that, and then I can just ghost in the undergrounds. And that's not too bad. Okay. And now for the fun part. I do need to make sure that they have construction range over the lake. So where does that get me? Okay. Let's say right here. And then I will go full construction view for this part because doing anything less doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah. Maybe I'll try and go like up through here and over here and up this way. And just consider that good enough. And I'll let them deal with that as they please. So I will go ahead and make a liquefier because I know I need one. There we are. And so this is a belt of coke. I need steam. I can just burn coke for steam. That's no big deal. But that does mean I need a boiler. It does also mean I need water, but we do have this pond right here, so that's no big deal. Okay, just seeing if I happen to have a pump in the system for whatever reason. Doesn't seem that I do. Where are pumps? Why are you listed as... Oh, defender robot weapon. Weird. Okay. Am I just that blind? Oh, robo chest. I do have a robo chest. Okay. Ah, of course you're in water treatment. Why wouldn't you be? There we go. Okay. Get that going, and bring you up. Maybe not that far. Maybe like here's good enough? And my thinking is that I know other things are going to need coke as well. This isn't some unique case. So I am going to just allow this to hang out, but I'm also going to have some of it like here-ish that gets turned into carbon. So boiler here, liquefier somewhere. That's chemical plant. Here's the liquefier. I'll just do that. And sodium hydroxide and nitrogen is actually a very interesting recipe. Do I need sodium carbonate for anything? It doesn't look like it. Wait, what? Product sodium carbonate. Okay. You're used in some sort of aluminum recipe, some sort of chrome recipe, glass, something else. But you take scary looking buildings, so I'm thinking I probably don't want you right now. And that's fine. I'll just use the normal recipe. Oh, I could also go directly from crushed coal using purified water and make sulfuric wastewater and coke. Honestly, that's not a bad idea if I need more sulfur. I might want to keep that like in the back of my mind that I can make coke that way. And that avoids a smelting recipe also, which is probably a good idea. But all the same, here I am now. So steam and coke, that gives me carbon. That's all I need. And of course, I can just feed directly off this belt here. So you're backwards. Let's do that. Pick up and drop. And then this splits way too high. So let's bring you down just a little bit. Like that. And again, I'm making this kind of loosely expandable if I really need it, but I don't think I'm going to need it. Do I have power anywhere nearby? Not really, so gonna have to just run some from over here. Do I not have any belts in the system at all? Oh, you just aren't connected to anything. Okay. I thought I had, like, a central one in here somewhere. I guess not. Go get belt. And then I will just put one, like, there also. Let's get power over to this guy, because he won't run on magic. Okay, we are short the Roboports in order to do that, unfortunately. I guess I was placing them a little aggressively for when we don't have, you know, any steel coming in. Do I need this one? Where's my... I don't need it. It's cool, but I don't need it. So let me see if I can manually place it somewhere that makes a little more sense. Oh, I did pick up a construction drone. Yeah, I'll fill in this one right here, and that should give me coverage down to this guy, and then they should be able to go out and build over the lake. Hopefully. They might literally be missing like a single square of coverage. Which would be... That's so mean. I have to go... Oh no, there's a Roboport right here. Okay, I just have to get this Roboport placed. Well, I was kind of taking the attitude, it'll get there then. But actually, I really would like this setup to finish, so let me just manually grab a little landfill and go place that belt myself. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I am going to try and pick these guys up, like, when I can, because I'd rather them not be around. Here we are. Anyway, that should be that belt finished, I think. Yeah, look at it go. Okay. So it's going to finally come up here and get this kicked off. This should be full of... Oh, well, you're not boiling, so of course you're not. But you will be. You will be once it gets up here. And then continue you and you. But for right now, the carbon is the one that I actually need. Yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure. There we go. They can have stone bricks in the system, I guess. And... do you need anything else? You do still need fuel. That hasn't changed. I need to actually get the silicon in here. I guess that's probably a good idea. How on earth am I gonna get the silicon in there? Okay. Oof. This feels odd. Something about this is wrong. Ah, okay. It's because this should be the other steel. This shouldn't be silicon. Let me go ahead and set that recipe so it's a little more obvious. Well, that's fine. Whatever. This one should be the silicon recipe. Oh, okay. There we go. That's better. And then this one becomes the silicon recipe. I had to do that because this one is actually a blast furnace 2, and you need a blast furnace 2 for the silicon recipe. Okay, there's that. I will still need some sort of fuel. I wonder if it can take carbon as a fuel. Fuel value of 3 megajoules, 2.5. Yeah, okay. I don't see any reason not to. Let's just assume it will be able to do that. Where is everything? Okay, you're down here. That's... you can actually come way to the right, and that's perfectly okay with me. Yeah, so I'll have one of either the ore or the carbon come in here, and then the other one over there. So... you here, you here. Okay. That one can be... honestly, that one can be silicon, because I'm gonna have a really hard time getting anything else in there. Like, even trying to get silicon in there is going to be a little tough. Yeah, I'll do like that, and then that can be the silicon, and then this one can be the carbon. And it's unsplit for now because nothing else needs the carbon. I will go ahead and throw some in there just to get it started. There. You can do that. Okay, you're kind of slow. Let's do that. You're now different from all the others. Oh well, at this point I can't be bothered to care too terribly much. Inventory full. Yeah, I gotta just start getting rid of some of this junk. Okay. Let's go ahead and put some of these in your output. There we go. And now, what do I even do with those? Because I believe they are special. So, I know silicone can be used as a bulker, so I can use it to extend steel, iron, and aluminum. But what about, like, actual molten silicon? You are used in monosilicon bowls. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, you're blue science. Can't make you yet. But I could make you. Does need nitrogen and a casting machine too. But that's fine. Okay, so that's the only thing that can really be done with silicon... What even are these? Silicon ingots. So I could try and buff steel with them, and that's still a perfectly valid use case. Might even go ahead and just set up a second one over here, since we have so much backlogged, and do both. I will melt it and send some over into steel, and then I will send some over and melt it down and use it for solar panels or something, I'm not sure. I'm just trying to get it used up because we were completely backlogged on it. And I know nickel can't be that far behind. Okay, we don't have that much nickel actually. We're only 1.5 out of 4 chests full. So, throw you down, exact same deal. We are going to just split you here, move this power bowl. There we go. I don't know if I need that. I don't. Okay. There we go. And input and input. There we go. Okay, you definitely need faster inserters too. Okay, well that's all cool. So I'm assuming I will need a induction smelter too to handle you. And a casting machine too to handle you. I'm going to replace this with a an upgraded version, and then try and change your recipe to the better steel that I thought existed, but I guess not. Where is that recipe? Okay, let me just put you back so we are still producing steel. It's when we go to melt you. Okay. So I can, in an induction furnace too, I can do that. Okay. Give me back my better blast furnace then. So induction furnace 2. Let me make another one of those. And go ahead and pop you down. And then I will change your recipe to there's a lot of recipes in here that I haven't even looked at before. Oh, I can make solder out of zinc. Interesting. Gunmetal. Don't even know what that's used for. Cannot insert... Oh, my crafting is full. Okay. Where is that recipe? What? Where is steel? Molten steel. Okay. Losing my mind. Molten steel takes an induction furnace to... Oh, I didn't research it. I am currently researching it, I guess I should say. Okay. You know what? We'll just put steel back and let you go for a little bit. But I will go ahead and start routing some of the output over there. So we will split about here and just run you over. I don't have yellow undergrounds to spare, unfortunately. Oh yeah, my inventory's full. What can I do about that? You can go in here. I'm not really sure. I'll get rid of some of the bricks, I guess. Even though I kind of need those. Oh, steel. Don't need that. And then those guys can go in here. I don't need this charcoal, but I also have nowhere to put it. This carbon I can throw away. Yeah, I don't really need this one crusher. Yeah, that's a lot of junk. Okay. There we go. And do that, and that should be fine. Okay, and while that's going on, that's researching, I'll just run a line up this way and have another one here. There we go. And you will make molten silicon right there. Yeah, I keep getting confused. For some reason, something in here doesn't feel right, and I'm not entirely sure what it is or why. Something just feels wrong. Oh, can't put you there. That's like literally the one place I cannot put you. There you are. And let's get some inserters in here. And I literally just looked at what you're used in. Okay, I can make you in a casting machine 2 with nitrogen. And then you in a casting machine 2 with that. Okay, so I make you, and then I make you. You take 6 seconds, you take 4 seconds, and you make 5. Okay. That's a little awkward to try and plan out. I also don't have the resources to make you. What am I I'm missing bricks. Of course I'm missing bricks. Let me request bricks, I guess. I will actually request some of you. What is your stack size? Okay. I figured that probably defaulted to a stack size, but I wasn't sure. And then regular bricks as well. Okay. I would like those bricks, please. On the way, 39. That should be enough. Oh, I can already make you. Okay. Works for me. Let's get the first one placed, wherever it is. There you are. And this does make everything a little bit weird, since it's not going to cleanly line up with the same way that everything else works, but that's fine. I will leave room so that I can make another one on the other side if I want, and then I'll just have you there. Did I not craft you? Thought I did. Made an induction furnace. Not a casting machine. Okay, whatever. I'll make a couple. Why not? I don't know where it's bringing me clay bricks from. Maybe the clay bricks that I threw away earlier. Because I certainly don't have my clay brick build down here set up to the network yet. I mean, it is a big storage chest. It is ready to go. It's just... In fact, I should set the filter on that now. There we go. And one more to go. Cool, okay. So, that's gonna make you and you. I do need... Let me think how that's gonna work. I do need nitrogen in here, and I don't bring nitrogen in from anywhere, which makes that interesting. Yeah, that's a little interesting. Okay, I'll just pretend I already have it. It comes out. Let's say these feed in, and then feed out. They will pull from the far belt, since it's a many to one recipe. So, you know, it's 0.25 in and then 1 out. So you want the shortest path possible for your output, and then the input doesn't matter nearly as much. That does kind of interfere with the idea of putting these over here, but I'll rework it if it comes to that. I don't anticipate needing that much. Now let's go find where I'm going to be able to snake hydrogen in from. Or not hydrogen. Nitrogen. I wonder if there are any other things that need nitrogen anytime soon. There's that coke process, some glass, which is a casting machine, so it's not a terrible idea to get nitrogen down in here. It's just also not very useful. There's not a lot of things that need it. But there are some things that need it. How do I escape through here? Because I'd like to join kind of this direction. Like right in here. So where's that getting? Okay, maybe I can just run straight down then? That's not terrible. I can live with that. Let me change this, though. Ooh, that might not reach anymore. No, it does. Well, okay. Okay, that's what I thought. So, let's put those back, because that does reach at least. There we go. And now I just have to run this all the way back to nitrogen. Ooh, perfect fit. Oh, that's gonna be a... Oh my, that is a perfect fit. Okay. And then just turn up at this point and start going vertical. Was that pole in the way? That pole's in the way. It can deal for a minute. There we go. And then that's just nitrogen right there. Yeah, that works. And that should be connected all the way back. I don't think I missed any corners or anything. So that should be up and running. I mean, there's no power, but, you know, other than that, other than such trivial concerns as power, it should be fully functional. Can't help but notice absolutely no science being made. Because of a total lack of green. Why is green dead? Because there's no belts, because there's no tin. Okay. There's no tin because there's no tin ore. Okay, here comes some tin ore. Why was it completely blocked? What? That belt was completely empty. What do you mean? What? I'm not crazy, right? Maybe this is deadlocked somehow? No, it's... The ore itself is backed up, it looks like. Let's just start upgrading these belts. Yeah, let's just see if that does absolutely anything at all. Wait, that was stuck again. This is backed up. Oh, okay, of course. This has been backed up for a while. Never mind, that makes total sense. Okay. So it was only moving a little bit because we'd used a little bit of silicon. All the more reason, actually, to start belting this over and using this as an iron bulker, actually. That just makes total sense. If I'm literally backing up on silicon, might as well turn it into iron. I don't see any reason not to do that. I will output priority the silicon-specific recipes, but, you know, let's just get to it. Do I have the better recipe for iron? I do. I at least have the iron one, so I will go run it all the way over to iron. Okay, I do need another one though. Well, I can just make one. No big deal. In fact, I will abort that. And... hold on, where'd it go? There you are. Just replace you, and that way I don't have to make another tier 1. Almost there. There we are. And just replace you as well. And then, as soon as I get the belt over here, I'll switch the recipe. No point in switching it already. That wouldn't make any sense. Thanks for bringing me so many materials. Okay. Getting the belt in is going to be what we call in the business a nightmare. I think I will drop down to this level, bring it over, and then bring it straight up. Especially using gray undergrounds, I don't think there's any other way I could do it. And even then, I will have to take advantage of the fact that we only have the one blast furnace outputting to one side of the belt. Yeah, I'm trying to see better methods here because I'm not necessarily in love with this, but it is all that I'm seeing. Oh, and we'd need it fast, too. We would need a lot of silicon in order to keep up with iron production, because then if we don't have silicon production, then iron production actually stops, which is a problem. Yeah, that is a problem. So all this does need to be yellow belts, really, but the undergrounds will just have to be grays for now. I realize that doesn't make a lot of sense, but I'll even mark them for upgrades, just whenever I can, but it'll be a minute. You don't exist. Go away. Maybe I'll underground through here. And then drag over this way. But that's so much to get through still. That's still a lot to get through. There's only like 4 of you. I only ever crafted a couple of you. I don't know how there's so many of you around. Yeah, we're aiming for like this level right here. Let's not overcomplicate it. I'm just going to underground right here. And there we are. And then just run it over. And again over here. Okay, and where am I even going? Okay, from this split, it would be pretty easy to send it downward. So I can do that. I should probably dodge to the left here and just avoid all the chests and such. I do unfortunately have the sea here. Yeah, I can do like that, and that's alright. That's not too big of a deal. And then that's pretty much it. I'm pretty much home free from there. I've got to cross this one belt right here. Mark it for upgrade. All good. Okay. Let's throw some of these silicon ingots onto the belt. Just get them out of my inventory. I've once again got random bits of like copper ore in here. So let's get rid of those. Got little bits of coal and just different junk. Nothing else of too much interest. But the first little bits are coming in. And unfortunately they are going to be on both sides of the belt, so let me think about how I want to handle that. I'll bring you over this way. Have the inserters on the inside here. And then turn in. And now I can upgrade you to the better iron recipe. There we go. Okay, you do not finish loading by the time you're ready to go, so you do need more inserters. There you are. There. Beautiful. Okay, for right now it might seem like the bottleneck is iron, but that's just because we have such a truly tremendous amount of silicon backlogged. In the future I might even come back and turn one of these back into the standard iron recipe. Anyway, that should be two birds with one stone. That should greatly reduce our iron ore dependency, and it'll help the help us dwindle away at this silicon, and that's both pretty good. Just gonna mark all of these belts for upgrading. Just help us get the silicon in a little faster. Silicon's actually a desirable output now, so we might as well try and hot path it. And I think I will flip all these inserters now and begin unloading onto here. Maybe I'll have them limited in some way. Like right now that's reading 8. Right? So if you're greater than equal to like 5, yeah, okay. Didn't turn on read belt. Okay, I kind of thought this might be reversed. So let me do that. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And then... oh. Hold. There we go. That way we don't completely flood the belt, like we won't allow the inserters to back it up or anything, and we allow any production through, that way we don't back up the other ores, which was a problem before, but we can start slowly unloading this chest, and we don't allow iron to die, which would be pretty bad. In fact, I've been doing a lot of belt upgrades in here. Let me mark the, this whole length here that has tin on it as something that should be upgraded. Because having more tin would be cool. Okay, so these guys are pretty much running as fast as they can now, which is wonderful to see. How's this going? You aren't running because there's no ore, but you are getting ore. So... okay. Okay, there is production. I'll just leave it at that. It's not great production, but we have revived 10. It is no longer dead. With 10 revived, that means we're going to start producing belts. Not very quickly, mind you, and we have a large personal buffer to fill up before we start outputting any into science. Even though I would like to get this science done, so I might even just take my own belts and throw them in there, just to get the science cooking. I know like 2 hours ago, I started kind of setting up an outpost out here, but there's been no real break back at base to allow me to get back out there and start doing stuff. I haven't even been able to get over to the flotation on the left and change it off of Saphirite, which I suppose actually, now that I mention it, this is a pretty good time to do it. I'm waiting on this advanced steel casting upgrade to go through, and when it does, I'm going to go change the recipe on our steel smelting. But for the time being, I'm going to break this and change that. And once we've run through all of the Saphirite chunks in here, then I can change this Saphirite sorting back to just crushed Saphirite, because I really don't need the flotation on Saphirite. It is giving me silicon, which is now useful actually, but it's, funny enough, only useful to bulk out iron. So basically I'm just saying silicon's useful because I can turn it into iron, when I could just have it be iron in the first place. It's also not like we don't produce silicon from anywhere else, so we aren't like fully losing all of our silicon by doing this. The flotation was originally meant to be Bobmonium, so as soon as I've allowed all of this to trickle out of the system, I'll see about changing the belts out, and how on earth am I going to get crushed Bobmonium over here? That's going to be quite a voyage. Okay, we are actually completely packed tight now. Up top with belts. I really have no idea how I'm going to get anything over to the left, and even if I do get it over to the left, I don't know how I'm going to get it back into the sorters on the right. That's going to be quite a headache. Yeah, that's quite something. I'm like scouting out locations now, trying to see if there's anywhere I could move it that would be better, and not really. Like, this area is deceptively clear, but that's only because there used to be stuff that's been expanded and expanded down. And that's not nearly enough room for flotation. Yeah, it gets crushed here. I could only sort the stone here and send all crushed Bobmonium this way to go into flotation. But that seems like a bad idea. I don't necessarily think I want to put all Bobmonium through flotation, though we do need silver. Silver is going to be important, so maybe it's not a bad idea. Let me see what the other byproducts are from doing that. So when you get sorted, you do produce zinc, and I don't know if we actually have a source of zinc yet. Yeah, you're only from Givelite or whatever that is, and Bobmonium. That's the only two places you come from. So I don't have a Givelite patch yet, so I'm gonna need it though. And I am gonna have to do flotation on it, which means we're gonna get double zinc, but you know, I need... Yeah, that's tough. I don't think I'm quite at the point where I can start branching out and doing train base type stuff. But maybe it's not a terrible idea to start thinking about larger scale ore refining areas. I've been holding off because there are more refining steps. Like if we come down here, even down into purple science, you're still getting new ways to make ores. Like there's this whole electro refining process, and yeah, there's these ferrous crystals and ferrous slurries, and yeah, there's a lot to ore processing. We haven't even scratched the surface, and so I was hoping to get a little further into the game before I started worrying about larger scale setups, which is why I am trying to shoehorn so much into this little starter base. But it might long term be doing me more harm than good. But I'm also just kind of talking to myself at this point. Yeah, I think what I'll do is I will try and get this belt free and over here just however I've got to do it. But when I need to set up more flotation in the future, which won't be too terribly far away, I should be able to get through blue science with just Bobmonium flotation. But when I need more flotation in the future, I will have to look into larger scale setups, because this is not sustainable, this is not expandable. This is at the end of its rope. And so am I. So let's break this free. By throwing a splitter on here and coming out and around and just trying our very best to snake over this way, however we can. I think that's going to mean coming down and through here. Because I really don't see any other possible way that could be done. Okay, there's already undergrounds here, so I couldn't even yellow underground here if I wanted. So I will have to have these belts over here underground themselves. So there we go. Let me throw this into charcoal production, because I have way too much. Yeah, just like, that's fine. Crushed Saphirite, let's go ahead and throw that into one of these outputs as well. And the Bobmonium. Okay. So this comes around, and down, and gray. There. Marquee for upgrade, of course. So that's half the battle. I still got to get you up there, but I have a little more room to breathe down here. Nope. It's funny. Here's the unprocessed ore, and here's the crushed ore, just right next to each other. We're just looping them right back. That's actually not gonna work, so you will have to go this way. I will literally cross the belts. And then go this way. It would be nice if I had a yellow. What? Oh, okay. When I do the picker on it, since I have the upgrade planned, it's trying to give me yellows. That does make sense, but is not quite what I wanted. So where am I trying to get to? Okay, up here. And let's just grab all this, bring it out. All this, and bring it out. I can pick you up. That actually gives me one very valuable yellow underground at this point. So I can change these recipes back now, actually. There we go. Hold on. Can I change just one of you? Takes 6. Of course it takes 6. You know what? You get to decorate the ground. There you go. Change you back to crushed. Yes, okay. And glitter. There we go. Okay. Back to how you were always meant to be. Now, let's get the belt in here. Where even did we end off? I'm not even sure. Okay, we're way down here still, so let's keep going this way. And then pretty much just straight up from here. Unfortunately, with this pipe here and this belt, we can't gray underground, which means we actually have to go all the way over here, which kind of puts us in the way of this ore, but it is what it is. Actually, don't think that's necessary for anything. Is anything unpowered? No. Okay. We didn't need any of that. Okay. Oh, actually, that means all of this can be deconstructed then. There we are. And that actually makes this traversal a lot neater. Not nearly as bad. Okay, so here's the crushed Bobmonium. So let's get all these recipes changed over. Okay, and you are going to produce red geodes, so I am going to have to come over here and change these recipes as well to red geode crushing. There you are. Which shouldn't be any different, it's just your red geodes now. Oh, the filter is wrong. Okay. You be Bobmonium. Okay. There we are. And now, of course, that was only half the fight because we have to get this belt back out. These are ore sorting facility 2s, and I might just steal one. Do I have the ability to make a 1? I don't even have the ability to make a 1. Okay. Oh, I don't have bricks in the logistic system. Let me provide that. Yeah, there we go. I'll do the same for stone over here. There we go. Okay, now I should be able to make whatever I want, pretty much. And I'm doing this so that I can steal the 2s, because you have to have the 2s in order to do the more advanced sorting, the washed chunk sorting. So now that I've stolen those 2s from iron, and will cause absolutely no unforeseen repercussions, I'm sure. Let me find them. There they are. I can add them over here. And of course, like, this one Roboport is in the way. It's important, it gets to be there for right now. So many bots are bringing me so many things. Have fun. Yep. Now, what do you are zinc and silver and silicon. We're already sorting the silicon, but the zinc is going to be new. We do have zinc somewhere. I believe this is zinc. That's nickel. Okay, so zinc is going to be new then. Okay, so both silver and zinc are going to be new. That means even more belts. Okay. Well, maybe not there. Maybe that's a bad idea. I have so much junk. Maybe I should reduce the number of pipes that I keep on me. Anything else I could get rid of? I don't know, I just have a lot of junk. I don't need that. I don't need that. I'd like to keep the tanks, honestly, but let's get rid of, like, tin ore. I have slag. That can actually go over here as well. Crushed Bobmonium, that can get sorted. Crushed Saphirite, that can get sorted. Okay. Grab the belt. There we go. Trying to snipe that one little bit of silicon laying on the ground. Okay. So, zinc and silver are going to have to go this way, but I can't split them that close together, so let's keep at least one belt apart. Can I do that? So let's filter you to silver on the right. And then you will be zinc on the right. And whatever I just picked up goes straight back on the belt to be properly sorted. Or at least it would if I could aim. Okay. That's gonna just run over that way for forever. Zinc is going to have to be buffered, actually. So let me go ahead and start kind of pulling you over this way. But even just like right here, I'm going to just have a bunch of chests and we're going to just buffer you. Silver. Yeah, silver is going to be kind of in the way of that operation, but we'll just do the best that we can. In fact, maybe I'll do something like that, because that works out kind of spacing-wise. Like that, and I'll go 2 layers deep with the chests, and if they need to be expanded, then they can. Oh, I need more steel chests. There we go. Of course, they do need power. I have no idea where power is going to come from. Let's just go straight down. There we go. So then silver is going to continue on this way, not merge with stone bricks. And let's see. I guess I could fit silver in over on the end here, so that's no big deal. I'll just run it along everything else. We can actually just kind of go this way now. Yeah, that's no big deal. I can even just copy the general setup idea here. Just keep that one belt space. There we go. Change all the recipes, of course. You're going to be silver, which is going to need a better blast furnace, actually. So, are you the silicon one? Yeah. Let's copy you, actually. Like that. Which does mean we'll probably also want a induction furnace, too. Where is silver? There's silver. And then silver on here. There's silver. So, as per the norm, split you, underground you, Bring you in. Merge you. Split you. And in you go. And you are going to need faster inserters, which I should probably go ahead and automate so the bots can keep me topped up on. That's probably a good idea. I'm not going to bother doing 2. I'm not going to do the second one just to start with, but you know, maybe I'll need it. What is this used in? I'm curious. Used in making manganese. Okay. Sure you are. We'll get there at some point, I'm sure. Let's see. I do need you. Let's put you down, and then I need you, so let's make one of you. Probably need a casting machine too as well, so I'll go ahead and make 2 of those. Silicon is required for concrete now, which is a little interesting. Just good to keep in mind. Okay. I am going to, while I'm just crafting stuff anyway, it doesn't do me any good to craft the machines if I'm not even actually producing the ores. So let me go and actually get this all hooked up now. So here's where you will input. And you actually snake right into his space. This is so tight, you literally have to move. Of course. Okay. There you go. Potentially I could bring it up through here, maybe? I don't even know how I'm getting this, this in here. That's going to be very challenging. I'm gonna stand here for just another few seconds while they bring me stuff, but I can't stay all day. I just, you know, if they're gonna bring me stuff, I would like to get it, but only about that much. So anyway, this is going to output over here, and I have to wind you all the way back over here. I think my best bet is to probably come mostly back the way that we got here. But even then, I don't necessarily know that's a good idea. I just don't see any other way that's going to happen, so that's what we're going to do. This might get just a little bit painful, as if it wasn't already. Yeah, there's just no cutting through here. Leaving this stone smelting area right here, this is really biting me. This is hurting a lot. Yeah, that's hurting a lot. Yeah, even just to get into here, I have to use a yellow underground. I'm kind of working my way backwards a bit. Oh, that should go one more. There we go. And then look at what this mess is. Look at what we have to get through. That's, oof. Yeah. Okay. So that at least gets me down into here. How feasible is it to get our return into here? Okay, it's not that bad. We mostly just want to... I might even just cut through the ore field now since so much of it is gone. Just straight down and over. Kind of follow along the side of this rubite patch. Yeah, just right along this way. And then we're pretty much home free. Oh, and of course I'm out of belts. I have some gray belts. I guess I can just put them down and mark it for upgrade. We do have our outputs coming though. They are coming. Okay. I think it is time to move you and just put you like up there. There we go. Of course. Oh, you're like disconnected, okay. Does that work? That works. Okay. Everything else all good? Making sure half the base isn't unplugged. I just needed to get this up here so that I can also have these working. Okay, there we go. And just in time, here comes the input rolling in. Okay, that's going to be our very first of the zinc and the silver. Yep. And I'm just kind of following along. I always do that with new builds. I know it's gonna work, but I just need to see that it will work. Okay, silver should be coming. There it goes. Let me just check. There's like a little logistics dead zone down there, so just don't wander down that way. Okay. So that should all be winding around up this way. Let me just take like 3 pieces and expedite the process here. Just dump them in. And boom. Okay. So it's all gonna wind up going in, turning into silver. I do actually still need to place you. That's silver ingot. Do I have a casting machine too? I do. Make sure this is at the correct level. There we go. And then you are going to make silver. That's steel. That's zinc. That's tin. There's silver. Just to be clear, molten silver isn't really used for anything else, right? It is used for silver wire, but that's not until after blue science. So, at least for right now... Yeah, at least for right now, that's what we'll do. Let's get the pipes hooked up. Oh, I guess I should actually place you as well. And you'll probably want power, I guess. And same deal as always, I'll just copy the same thing right here. Just make sure it's at the appropriate level. And there we go. I believe the bot should be able to fill that in without any effort. Like, that shouldn't be a problem. They probably won't have, they won't have the red chests, and they probably don't have the iron chests, so I will place those myself. And since this is kind of a logistics dead zone here, let me find how far I can go, and how far. There we go, okay. We're still waiting on a lot of Roboports, but that'll get there eventually. Well, that is silver taken care of. I know I needed silver for blue science for something or another. I couldn't really tell you what it was. Should probably go ahead and queue you now. There's so many things. This view doesn't even, like, allow me to see what all this does. I will go ahead and move solar panels, like, pretty much right up to the front here, just because that does allow me a path to personal robots. So many... What? Okay, okay. Yeah, I don't remember where the path to personal robots was, but it was blocked by solar panels at the very least, so I would like to get them researched. Which does mean, actually, I guess I should make a modular armor. I have no idea when the next tier of armor might come out. Weird that you can get personal, just like area expanders or personal robo-chargers. That's very interesting. Personal Roboport robot control. I wonder what that does. I have no idea what that does. Anyway, why am I only seeing Personal Roboport Mark III? Okay, there we go. So let's queue all of the science necessary for this. The queue is full. Let's, I guess we can... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh well. We can ditch the containers for now, and I don't really think I care about those, to tell you the truth, but I will probably come in here and re-queue the blue science stuff. There you are. Okay. Not that science is moving at all. All the belts are still coming to me, but we'll get there eventually. Oh yeah, the whole point of that was to look at blue science, and okay, it's red circuits that need it. I already make you, you're new, and you're new. You take things I already make and something I don't make. And you take mostly things I don't make. What is that? Okay, that's actually perfectly fine, because I already make you. That's just an assembler. That's fantastic, couldn't be better. Silver wire is just silver wire. You're probably blue. Yes, you are. So in that case, that's just copper wire and silver plate in an assembler. That's no big deal at all. I can probably just go rush that if I wanted. Circuit boards. What are you? hydrogen chloride gas and iron ore. What a horrible recipe. It takes iron ore. Okay, equal parts chlorine and hydrogen. I can make that. I've prepared for you. In fact, maybe I should go stockpile that. I can even just start stockpiling this if I want, because it just takes iron ore. So, in a chemical plant, equal parts chlorine and hydrogen. In a melter, combine it with iron ore. Okay. I think I will go work on that just because everything else is at such a standstill right now. And like, I do realize that that's partially my fault. I could do something about it. I could go and build a whole new ore refining base and all, and that is certainly one way I could progress that way, is what I mean. But I don't feel like that's the right way, because as soon as I would build all that and then get into blue science, all of it would have to be ripped up anyway. So I'm going to choose to limp along just a little longer until we can get more processing options and I don't have to rebuild quite so much. That said, I need a liquefier and a chemical plant. I already have one. So hydrogen and chlorine is already right here. I don't know how much of this I'm going to need, unfortunately. Very unfortunately. So I might just temporarily put it here. I usually try to be a little more conscientious of where I'm putting stuff, but it's just so hard to tell how much of this I'm going to need and for how long. And these machines are pretty small and pretty easily tileable, and if I do need to move them, it's no big deal at all. So we need hydrogen chloride gas, literally first try. I need another gas tank. These would be something cool. Or cliff explosives. I've got cliff explosives now, that's cool. I should make those, but will not. Oh my god, that's a few too many recipes. Okay. How is this? Okay, hydrogen is full, chlorine is almost full. That makes sense because we make more hydrogen than chlorine. In fact, I'm sure there are other things that use hydrogen, but we might want to look into how to avoid it or what to do with it. Fuel pollution 20. Okay, I could use this as a fuel. There are many things that take liquid fuels, and I'm sure this counts as a liquid in that context. So I might look into, when I have excess, actually burning it for power, and I'm sure that's probably fine. How is power? Somehow power is okay. I guess because so much of the base is idle. Okay, when I combine these, I'm going to get another gas, and then when I combine those, I'm going to get a liquid. I don't think I'm going to super buffer the liquid, but it is needed for circuits, actually. That is important. So maybe I will keep a pretty large buffer of it. This tank isn't connected to anything, so I guess this is going to be my my next gas. There's so many pipes everywhere. Let's just worry about the inputs for now. So hydrogen can come in this way, and that's no big deal. Chlorine is going to be a little more interesting. I'm going to raise you 1. Reason being that just lines up much more smoothly with oh, I thought I'd be able to get chlorine out of that. Well, I still can. I just have to do it this way. there we are. And I'm just trying to keep these undergrounds here. If you notice, I was placing them odd in the footprint of the existing heights. Just that way I can run or do whatever more easily. And maybe, you know, belts or something if things really go wrong. A little chloride gas, huh? There you are, hydrogen chloride. Let's get you power. And we're gonna pipe you all the way over there. Okay, how close does that get me? That's pretty close. Can't be mad about that. Are you producing? Oh, I didn't put the front pipe on. That's the problem. There you are. Okay, so that's going to be producing hydrogen chloride for us. And I am curious what all hydrogen is used in. Something to do with aluminum. So that is important. Some sort of coal cracking process. I don't know. That one's important. There are several chemical processes where hydrogen is introduced. I don't really know if I care. Yeah, okay. Tungsten also is hydrogen. So I probably don't want to be voiding hydrogen. I'm just gonna say. That said, I do just have too much, and I don't have any other way of getting you. That doesn't really produce junk. Yeah, there's not really... Oh, I could produce you... Oh, well, that's separating for hydrogen chloride. Okay, of course. That's not very helpful. Okay. From salt in an electrolyzer electrode. That's blue science. Okay, of course. Well, that's gonna run out sooner or later. I think what I will do is I will get, just as an experiment, maybe that's something I have to research. Let me look for... Yeah, fluid burning generator is a research. Okay. I will queue you. Just for fun. And put you there. And when you come around, I'll just give you a look and see what you do. I'm sure chlorine can hold out until then, so I'm not that concerned about it. Why are you empty? What do you produce? What are you full on? You have no methanol, because you have no methane, which is our source of plastic, so I am kind of interested in this, but I'll only give it a brief look. Where does our methane come from again? I don't really remember. Just to tell you the truth. Oh, it's this guy. Like, literally right above him. You have no natural gas liquids. There's no radar up there for some reason. So let's pop a radar. I don't even know. Like, right by the station, I guess, is probably not bad. Just like right here. Okay, anyway. You are full on crude oil. because you are full on naphtha. Okay, that's not shocking. I'll have to find something to do with naphtha. For the time being, I'm kind of happy that that means the oil fields aren't producing any pollution, I guess. Does mean we aren't making any more plastic, though. Yep, completely empty. Okay. One thing at a time. So we have this gas being made. I have to combine you in a melter with iron ore. And that's going to give me something that I need for red circuits. So I think what I will do... yeah. Let me just look at you and see if that is used in anything else. This stuff right here, it is used in a few things. Yeah, there's a fair few things that need it. So I will just make it and buffer it as a liquid. And that's no big deal. I even have a couple empty spots up here. So you can be my new ferrous liquid, or whatever it is that I'm gonna produce. I'll even just smack you, like, right here. This one, I believe? Yes, okay. I do, of course. Need to run power to you. There you are. There you are. Where is your input? All the way over here. Guess I'll run you from this side. There we go. And just pipe you in. Make the corner. Make that corner. And that should be it. You do, of course, still need iron ore, which I will have to painstakingly route out here somehow, but it's better to route it out here than it is to route it all the way into the bus and into where red circuits need to be made. Most of this area is pretty open, so it's not too terribly bad. You need a little over 2 iron ore per second to make 45 that ferrous concentrate per second. How much does a single red circuit require? 5. Okay. Okay. I mean, that's some. It'll probably need to be expanded at some point, but probably not anytime soon. So I think that is plenty for now. That being the case, I can use Grey Belt, which is probably a little better for the time being. Iron ore doesn't even have to go that far. There's iron smelting right around in here somewhere. Oh, actually it needs to be iron ore, not the crushed stuff. Okay. What I will do then is I will put a ghost of you and filter... not silver. Iron. There you are. I'll just let the bots place that at their leisure. And how am I going to get over here? I don't want to interfere with the labs, but there's no way I'm making this diagonal trek either. So, yeah, I don't really want to interfere with these electrolyzers where they are. That seems like a bad idea. So I think I will just route it up and around. And then over this way. Oh yeah, I did say before that I was going to use the Grey Belts and then just didn't. But I guess that's fine. I'd rather not be right in the way of the labs. Not that there isn't other stuff right in the way of the labs, you know, but let's not purposefully be right in the way of the labs. Let's see, where am I even headed? Right that way, okay. I'm literally standing, like, right next to the belt that I need, okay. And then just an inserter will do. Okay, I don't see anything on the belt. Oh, I didn't connect it, so I suppose that would be one reason why. There we are. Thank you for the steel. Much appreciated. Oh, and a bunch of belts. Oh, I wonder how belt production is doing now. Better. Not amazing, but better. Okay. Maybe as we back up into bronze, since we aren't making much bronze, maybe we'll get more and more up into here, but it is just a trickle. Is this getting anything? Not that this guy gets hardly anything. I mean, I guess that's fine, as long as it's all being consumed. It's just, I wish there was a little more. Oh, we're down to 2 miners? Good thing we're not using much lead. Okay, how is this processing doing? Yeah, like, hardly anything is making it up there. Okay, as, I guess it is definitely time to go hook up those trains that I was doing like hours ago. Oh, I even ran the rails. The station's ready, I just need the drills. Let me see if I can just request the drills. I wonder if I have them all. Let's see. On the way 1. Okay. That's an interesting way of saying no. I guess I will just run up to the mall and see what the problem is myself. Oh, thank you, Valiant Bot. Okay. You need steel. Oh, okay. That's it. We just need steel. That, Oh, I even have the stupid steel research. I never changed the recipe. Where is it? Are you a... You are an induction furnace too. You are steel, yes. And you are... better steel now. So that should pretty much double my steel throughput, as long as I don't run out of silicon. Which actually is kind of a major concern, because I'm now using silicon in both iron and steel, and we aren't producing much silicon. So... that's maybe not the best idea. Like, we've got a massive buffer, and it takes absolutely zero effort to change the recipes. I'm just going to be looking around in a couple hours going, why is all the iron gone, you know? There you are. Would also help to upgrade these 2 guys. Maybe. Like, let me see what you're like. Okay, you are stopped and waiting for ore. And it's... yeah, it's not like there's ore backing up here or anything. It's not like adding more inserters or faster inserters would help. And it's not like a faster belt would help, because that's just how much ore I'm getting in. Okay, so let's, I guess that steel kind of settled. Let me follow the steel on the belt and see where it's going and what's consuming it all. It's not just all going in the chest, is it? It's all going in the chest, okay. In that case, since died for me, perhaps I will make the executive decision to try and outrun the bots and, before they steal it from me, and throw it into the miners. There we go. I can just manually throw some on the belt. We can pretend we have production. Okay, that's given me a few at least. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to just set up however much mining I can on the Bobmonium, though maybe I do want to upgrade iron first. It's hard to tell, like, what is the bigger bottleneck here? Because there is no tin. Like, I've got very little tin. Even if I come back to the ore belts are mostly dry. And my mine is mostly tapped. But at the same time, I am almost out of rubite. And if I run out of rubite, that's interesting. Same time, this is running dry, so I really want to grab this patch, but this is a very small patch, all things considered. There is another one right here that's not difficult to grab though, so I'm not that stressed about it. I would just have to make another station over here. Yeah, I think I will go set up the Bobmonium. I think that's just the better idea. That's also the one where I get my silver from, and if I do start into red circuits, I do need a stable source of reds, you know? Though, I guess... Before I go out and start another mine, I could also just upgrade the ones on this mine. I could also go ahead and filter out, like do some filter mining and get the last of these little orbits left in here. Like, that seems reasonable, I think. Let's make sure the starter patch is gone before I try and worry about setting up more train stations, because that's just more time doing other things. And I think I should probably trash tier 1 miners. Just go ahead and set that as a thing. And then I have literally one left, so I guess it can just go here. I should probably go ahead and request the upgrade of all of these miners. Just since the second tier miner is just straight up more efficient, it is just better. I see no reason not to. How's that helped, by the way? Does that do... Oh, that helped tremendously. We are now full on ore, it looks like. I mean, this is gray belt, granted, but all the same. Let's just mark all of this for upgrade where I can. And then this is yellow belt through here, yes. Okay. Well, that should be a pretty good increase to 10, in the short term at least. I say as I walk up here, and the belt is literally dry, and I'm not quite sure why. I'm trying to figure it out. Are the inserters just not capable of keeping up? Because that's kind of what it looks like. Yeah, you're just not able to keep up. Okay. I don't even have that problem on iron. Oh, I do have 2 inserters taking out on iron. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. I will drop the power pole one, and everyone just gets a second output inserter. In fact, let me just copy, because I do sighted stuff with these inserters. Yes, sure, fine. And then the same over here. Yeah, okay. That's not going to be perfect, but let's just see what it gives me. Would be cool if I could encode the blank space as well. Let's see. You are power, hand, power. So that's the first 2. I did move you up, of course, though. So that would be power, hand, power. That seems correct. Don't need you. There we are. So then hand. And that hand's down there for whatever reason. Sure. It can do that if it wants. That's fine. You are backwards. You are also backwards. What? Did I recently break you, or have you been broken literally the entire time? I have no idea. Are any of the other ones broken? I guess I should go look. No, you are reasonable. Okay. It was just you. Sure. Okay, and of course, immediately after that, now we're backing up on something? Oh, this belt is wrong, but I probably did just mess that up. Let's go ahead and get this upgraded through here. Okay, I do think that's better though. Like, I think they are running faster now, and yeah, they have more ore. Of course, these are still gray, so we're still gray limited, unfortunately. But as soon as, well, this is to resolve that issue, I guess I should say. So that should be better soon. What do you provide, by the way? So you are silicon and tin. Since that is a better ratio of silicon, I am going to keep this half. I was considering going full washing for this one, but I don't need the zinc. I do need the silver, but eh. And I like the better ratio of tin and silicon to the ore. So I will preserve that for now. Wonder how these are doing. Okay, we are slowly depleting. Because keep in mind, these were completely full at the beginning, just a few hours ago. At the beginning, you know. You know what I mean. At the beginning of this whole ore upgrading process. Okay, I do think these are doing fine for now, though. And we do seem to have a lot more tin ore coming in, so that is nice to see. Oh yeah, definitely. This seems like it can't even keep up, funny enough. Yeah, you do 3 and you do 6. Okay. Yeah, I think I will literally place another one of those. I could upgrade to a 2. But the ratio is 1 of these to 2 of these. So then if I upgrade this to a blast furnace 2, which I should because that will just give me more production per pollution. I just sold myself immediately, actually. Hold on. Wherever that blast furnace is, I'm just gonna upgrade it. And then... do I have a blast furnace 2? I don't. I need clay bricks. I am going to run Roboport. If I have any. I don't believe I do, though. Am I not requesting Roboports? I'm not requesting Roboports. Okay. You stack the 10? Yeah, okay. Maybe I'll only keep, like, 5, typically. Oh, there's actually some. They're bringing me 3. I'm kind of impressed, to tell you the truth. I didn't think we had any. Did they lie? I don't have any. Well, I guess I can just do that. There you go. It said they were bringing me 3, right? I'm not hallucinating. Oh, maybe I walked out of logistics range. No? No. No. Okay. Let me just go look. There aren't any in there. Because we have no steel. Not surprising. In fact, that's kind of exactly what I said, is that I would be surprised if we did have any. Yeah, there is no steel for a long, long time. It's all still backing up into here. Which is kind of cool and kind of not. It would be really cool if you could, like, allow some of that through. Ah, they're not gonna like that. Sorry, bots. Okay, there we go. Now you might be saying, why not just add an inserter so that this doesn't stay here long term? And like, I hear you, I do. But this is more or less what I would like it to do. Like, if we have production problems, I do want to hoard a personal supply, and I would like that supply to be large, because if there's supply problems, generally you need to build a lot. The problem is that, like, I'm having supply problems because I just recently built this and we're filling buffers. That's not exactly the sort of thing that I'm trying to build for, you know? Whew. Okay. So maybe that'll get me somewhere? Oh, it's so slow though. Gonna have to wind its way through the whole base to get up there. Maybe I will just graciously allow the bots to supply me with some steel, and then I will manually run it up there. I am the human conveyor belt, as I've been for a good chunk of this playthrough so far. Where are you? There you are. And I believe all you need is steel, yes? Yes, okay. So there's plenty of ingredients on the belt for a couple Roboports, but all the same, it might try and build them somewhere, so I am just going to take them as they appear. Okay. I don't even remember what I wanted a Roboport for at this point, but I have 2 of them now. Oh, I hate that gap there. You know what? I have 2. I probably only needed 1 Roboport. Here's where 1 can go. I really do not like Roboport gaps. It bothers me a lot. Oh, we finally had a science for the first time in forever. So I guess belts must be okay again? Yeah, okay. Like, we're still not producing undergrounds, but at least we are producing science again. How's power? Oh! Oh. Okay. Huh. I noticed those inserters looked to be moving a little slower, so I figured I would give it a check. I can't say I was honestly expecting that. Is there a higher tier of power that we are going to unlock at some point? What are you even for? I have to wonder. I don't even know what that could be for. Anyway, are there more, like, burner upgrades? I guess I should look for that. There is 1 in purple and 1 in blue. Okay. Okay. So I guess I've exhausted my line of upgrades for now. That's the best power that I have got. I just have to make it bigger. That, or I have to begin investing in a bunch of solar, or maybe these fluid burning generators. Maybe they're worth it? I doubt it, but, you know, maybe. Do think it's probably a good idea to allow solar to research first, though? Alright. With all of that said, I was trying to... Last I can recall, I've been so distracted over the last hour or so. Last I can recall, I was trying to upgrade Bobmonium. The ore seems to be coming in much better now. How is the washing holding up? It's running okay. We're not quite hitting capacity or anything. We're doing alright. I think even this last guy was running there for a bit. So if I do have to go upgrade power, I think I had, yeah, steam engines. I knew I just had randomly steam engines in my inventory, so that's cool, I guess. How much fuel are we going through? And like what types? So this is all still charcoal. Okay, that's coal coke, but that's good, that's good. And okay, so these last couple over here are coal coke. That's fine. Charcoal, charcoal could be doing better. There's a lot of charcoal demand, it seems, and not nearly enough charcoal production. I could copy and paste another one of these over, and that's not a terrible idea. I might even just go ahead and do that. Just to help take the burden off even a little bit. Because I'm about to put down more power, and more power... yeah, more power is going to eat a lot of fuel. I'm not gonna like double power, but I pretty much need to. Well, okay. My satisfaction graph is interesting. I don't really know what to make of that. Yeah, that's, Roboports do spike it, so maybe I was just looking during a period of heavy Roboport usage. But all the same, I do definitely need a little more charcoal, even with just this level of power production. What on earth? What? Ah, okay, okay. I know what those are. Not gonna get around to using them for a while, but I do know what they are. Interesting alternative sources of cellulose, but I can't really take the time to look into those right now. I will at some point, probably, maybe, probably not. What am I missing? Bricks, iron, and algae. Well, algae farm 1, of course. So, just kind of everything, looks like. Oh, that's what I was going to use the Roboports for. I wanted to make a path down to the bricks. Thank you. And down you go. And then let's run you over this way. And here we are. Now those are in range and bots should be able to bring them to me. It's a bit of a journey, but it's better that they do it than I do it. Make sure there's yeah, there's a couple nasty little logistics gaps in here that I am not a big fan of. But at the same time, that's a part of the base I pretty much never have to go to, so I'm not that bothered about it. I am going to be working down in this area though, so I do want a Roboport or two over this way. I thought I had, like, several Roboports. Did I really spend them all already? That's just surprising. I'll go ahead and make the one so I can upgrade it in a second once I have the necessary parts. Oh, there's just a whole storm of bots coming in. You love to see it. Mostly missing stone bricks, it looks like, but also iron. Oh, there we are. Okay, that's all the stone bricks that I need. I just need a little more iron now, it looks like. Not quite yet. Let me just see if I can go grab some off the belt or something. And there we go. Okay. Wait, that's a... Hold on. I'm, algae 3s. Oh, those things. Okay, okay. That makes sense. I never really planned for those to be built, but I did blueprint them out for space reasons, so I guess it makes sense they're like, hey, you trying to build that? Let's see if I can just duplicate you without too much issue. That's just enough room. Barely gonna make it. I wonder, am I within I'm just barely within construction range. Very nice, okay. So they should be able to help out. Actually, it looks like they're already on the way, considering the colors of most things. Maybe yeah, they don't have any of the assembling machines, but that's probably going to be steel, I would assume. Yes, there is no steel whatsoever. Any even remotely on the way? Not even a little bit, okay. Oh, okay, we have enough production, or the power is so low, one or the other. Okay, the power is so low that some of the steel is able to sneak past the first inserter, and so we're actually getting a slow bleed of steel into the system. But all the same, I wouldn't count on that producing these. So let's go ahead and put them down myself. You. Go away. Okay. Still need the pipes along the bottom, and I'll need you to actually exist. Sorry. Took your job. Okay. So that's gonna fill up. I do need an underground for you, however. So carbon dioxide seems to be having problems. Ingredient shortage, that seems unlikely. Let's upgrade you, I guess. That's 3737. Yeah, okay, you should be producing at almost full time now. What a cluster of bots. That was kind of cool. Where's the other production? Up here? Yeah, this is just input limited, it looks like. We just don't produce wood that quickly. We might be finally at the point where we need more arboretums, possibly. We've like almost actually got a real base. I'd say the very first time your base goes into a horrible power spiral due to bot usage, that is like, that's a hallmark in and of itself. That's a place to be celebrated, even if it doesn't necessarily feel like it. That is, you know, its own sort of achievement. We have so many bots at the moment that the power just can't keep up, and that is a wonderful problem to have when at the beginning of the day we didn't have bots at all. Now, let's see how we can get this all hooked up and running, if it isn't already at least. So, yeah, we definitely need more carbon dioxide, it looks like. You need 80 to run, and we're not quite gonna make that, it doesn't look like. Yeah, not quite. So, how are you made? What's all the different ways we could make carbon monoxide? Or carbon dioxide, sorry. I can just melt coal. Just straight up coal. Oh, these are used in. Used in, okay. Alternative recipes. Coal, steam, and oxygen makes a whole bunch of interesting stuff. Do I have that? No, that's blue science, as I thought. Okay. That produces hydrogen, but we actually have an excess of hydrogen right now. That's more advanced, and I doubt we have the stuff. Green metal catalyst, we actually do have. We do also have an excess of acid gas, but this takes aluminum, which we have to get from either gibbelite or continuum. Could get it from rubite, actually. Yeah, rubite flotation gives us silicon and aluminum, and now that we have a use for silicon, that's actually pretty useful. So rubite flotation setup might be kind of on the agenda, but for next time, certainly not for today. Like, as pitiful as production is right now, it is at least leagues better than it was at the start of the day. Like, we are now, granted, we're having terrible power trouble again, but we are now throughput limited by our 2 gear assemblers when making belts. That's considerably better than the rampant iron or tin shortages we've been having the entire time up to now. So, you know, I guess I'll take it. Let's see how full this belt is getting. Okay, this is the last inserter that has to do anything, and he has plenty of room. He's got room everywhere. That is no trouble at all. Yes, so this comes in, it can get merged wherever it needs to go, and that's all cool. And then it gets thrown on here, and yeah, everyone's happy. I could extend that easily another time and still not even come close to having full saturation there, which is good and bad, I guess. I am going to just try and wiggle a little more power into here. I don't want to have to move the full power stack if I don't have to. Like, I am prepared to if need be, but I don't want to, certainly. So, if I could, let me find landfill. I don't remember where landfill is. I don't really have a clue. Aha. And let's just get the bots to landfill in some of this lake for me. Just make it nice and flat. Just up to this point, so I can continue the boilers along. I only have 3. I only made 3, it seems. Let's bring that up to 4. And then with the steam engines to match. Let's see. Where'd you go? There you are. Thank you very much. One of the most convenient things about bots is having them just be able to come in and clear out those annoying trees. Oh, you aren't connected. Okay. Let's get the water connected. And did I leave myself enough room? I think I actually need this spot filled in as well. I'm gonna do something funny and see if my junk chest up here. I'm going to make you a storage chest. Let's do that. And I'm going to just provide you the storage chest that you need. Here you go, guys. Enjoy. The reason I'm going to do that is I would very much like them to be able to place the burner inserters that I already have crafted, if I have any crafted. And I don't know if I do, but I think there's a fair chance that I do. There we go. I think it's probably fair to say that we're getting to the point where our yellow belt here isn't ridiculous. Maybe for this part up here it's a little much, but you know, if the rest of it's gonna be yellow, this part should be yellow too, right? Anyway, I have no idea if we actually have... We have 2, but we're missing 2. Okay, that's fine. I'll just make 2 burner inserters. And there we go. So we did have some, but not all. That goes through fuel so fast. Oh man. Our power demand is very unhappy right now. Granted, most of it is the robots bringing me stuff. Once that stops happening, the base mostly calms down. Mostly. You know, I might even be able to buffer a little bit of steam. Let me get the bots to move this all down 1 so that I can continue this this steam pipe thing I had going on. I know I made enough engines. Yep, there we go. There. Okay, there we are. And do that. And what I'm going to do with that is I'm going to take that ludicrous pink that I made, and since all the steam engines are interconnected, I can just put it like here, and it will begin filling with steam. And that will act as kind of a power buffer when things are better. Because right now we are able to produce more steam than we are using. The bots kind of did just run away with all of my steam engines and decided not to bring them back. I would quite like to have my things back, please. Please? Are they anywhere near me? Okay, I trust that they will arrive. Okay, I love that you're bringing me stuff, guys, but I really would... Okay, here's the first one. Is there any more on the way? Okay, here they come. And the last 2. Okay, let's see. So that is much better. How is the steam tank? Okay, so the steam tank is holding solid. That makes sense. It is actually ticking upwards. So, okay. That should help even things out quite a bit. So... if I did tack on just like another couple steam engines just for like emergency load, that might not be a terrible idea. Ooh, they are gonna take a while to make those. Oh, and there's solar researched. Very good. Okay. And, just for emergency measures. Okay, there we are. So that should give us a little bit of extra burst capacity for when I make the robots do stupid stuff. but while we don't need it, that should build up a pretty considerable buffer of steam. That does, however, mean that until that buffer fills, we're going to be pulling in fuel like nobody's business. I might even actually go ahead and make that next set of algae farms. Let me look at the solar panels real quick. You got a small, normal, and a large. Is there any reason not to do the large? Like, max output was, what? 26 and 2/3? 60, 107. Like, I'm going to just assume that they are probably exactly the same, or the large ones are slightly more efficient. I am starting to hit my my limit here. My throat's getting a little scratchy, so I'm probably going to start thinking about places to wrap things up. And I'm noticing here, these take monosilicon and glass. And I've not set up glass yet. So maybe I will set up glass, and maybe try and get some solar panels produced. And then from there, I might just call things there, you know? So molten glass is glass mixture in an induction furnace 2. And glass mixture is just 2 silicon powder? Is that really it? Yeah, until blue science at least. And silicon powder is a powderizer with a silicon ingot. Okay. Like, I can deal with that, I guess. A powderizer, huh? Wonder where I might find a powderizer. That looks like a powderizer right there. Gonna need a blast furnace 2, so let's grab you as well. And I suppose I should look at, glass mixture becomes molten glass in an induction furnace 2, which makes sense. And we make glass plates in a casting machine 2. Okay, so just the sequels for everything. Very good. I already happen to have a couple. So we're going to run up here, and wherever silicon is, we're going to have even more drain on silicon, which is making me a little wary. How much silicon have we gone through? Like, we are producing some silicon, and that's fine for now, but once we actually start using things that need, like, straight up silicon, like solar panels, I think I'm going to swap the recipe on iron. I think that's just something I'm gonna need to do. Otherwise, we will completely deplete ourselves and then run out of iron. And that doesn't sound fun for anyone. So let's get that powderizer in here. And I suppose he can just go on the other side. I doubt we're gonna need like many induction furnace 2s for just straight up silicon. So let's get this guy over here. And yeah, okay, glass mixture. Oh, you require silicon powder. And I make silicon powder. What? Oh, you take silicon powder, which is the glass, in a powder mixer. Okay, okay. That's why I was getting confused. So, powder mixer then. Powder mixer, there we are. that's what you are. Cancelled at the last second. There is a powderizer. Okay, that's where you were. They look so similar. Alright, anyway, set you to silicon powder. And you move blazing fast, okay? I think I will just direct insert you. And of course you're not going to have power, because why would you? You're going to make glass mixture. And then that glass mixture goes into a blast smelter, I believe? Induction furnace, okay. Enhances the natural pollution absorption properties of the ground to reduce the pollution cloud in your base, slightly increases your run speed, but perfectly suited to tile your outside base with. That sounds fantastic, actually. It just looks incredibly expensive. But that is very interesting, and I like it a lot. Molten glass. That is an induction smelter. Okay. So, basically, straight into one of these guys, which is going to throw off the mojo of this section. Unless I just lower all of this. Suppose I could do that. Yeah, that's not a problem. I can just copy you and put you like as far down as possible. There we go. And then bring power down to like here. Very nice, okay. Still a little off, but not nearly as bad. And then again, I'll just direct insert you, I guess. Let's find glass. There you are. And you take 12 to start. One more. Okay, you take in 4.5 a second, and you produce 0.5 a second. So you're real slow. Maybe... Okay, you produce a lot. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move you here. And then I'm going to have a second powder mixer. There you are. And then you can go over here, copy you, and then you go. And you go. Okay. Is that... How's that? Okay, that works. Wonderful. Okay. I think I will probably do this and then pick up from down here. That just seems better. You're full, you're full, you're full. Okay. So... this is a product I want to carry up. Ooh, we are getting, like, really tight here. Oh, I have 50 underground belts. That's incredible. That's an amazing feat. Okay. So this is going to be the monosilicon. I don't know why I keep saying silicon so weird. Silicon. There we are. Problem is, we also have to get glass plates out of here. And that's gonna be tricky. Fortunately, I don't think I need to buffer glass plates, so it's not that bad, but it's a little tricky all the same. What I think I will do is something like this. And then run them out like here, and then down to give the separation. 1, 2, 3, one more. There we are. And that should be, excuse me, that should be proper levels. I do need a casting machine too, so let's make sure I get one of those. And glass. There you are. There we are. And this is so messed up it doesn't even resemble any of the other builds anymore. But there we are. And you can just output over here. Do still have to allow you to escape, but that's not too bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. As long as that save didn't throw me off, all good. Ooh. Okay, one more. There we go. Okay. And there's glass plates. I would like to use glass plates for something, even if that's just like handcrafting a solar panel, but I would really like to get solar panels up and automated actually. That just sounds nice. I should have solar panels, so let's go for solar panels. I'm not going to have red circuits or anything by the end of the night, but I probably will have solar panel automation, and that feels good, because I can't keep relying on burner power forever. I have no idea where I am. Next time, not tonight, but next time, I'm definitely making a bot mall area. I have enough products and enough bots that I can support it, and this horrible monstrosity needs to go. So let's just see if I can't finagle my way into a solar panel somehow. Where would they even be? Production. Okay, that's reasonable enough. Like, that's quite a list of products that I'm not going to be getting up onto this bus. Like, or, this area. Like, there's just no way that's happening. So what I think I will do is I'll just give a little preview of what the bot base, or the bot-based mall, might look like. So I'll find somewhere, probably right down here, and while I won't do a full buffer like I have for these guys, I'll have a small buffer, which is I'll just pull off the belt somewhere. Right here is fine. Into a single red chest. I'll do something similar over here, if only I had power. That really bothers me, actually. Yep, okay. There we are. So now we have glass and silicon. Silicon. Don't know why. I feel like I'm saying it weird. Maybe I'm not. Could just be kind of the way that your own voice sounds weird when you wear headphones. Maybe there's just something about it that's catching me off guard. At any rate, those are going to be loaded in chests now. What else does a solar panel need? Circuits, copper plate, copper wire, glass, monosilicon, and steel plate. That's perfectly doable somewhere. I don't know where I'll do it. Do green circuits even go in a chest? Of course they do, because I request them. So in that case, just somewhere in here. Preferably somewhere with copper access. Oh, I believe I might have cut copper off anyway. Oh no, I just didn't finish the belt. Okay. Then let's say that's copper wire, and that's the solar panels. And once again, I fully intend on ripping this up in the pretty near future, probably next time that we play, even though there will definitely be an emphasis on going and taking ore patches next time. I can make you in one of the small guys. I like the small guys. They're faster, I believe. Crafting speed 0.75 to crafting speed 1, and I believe they're a little cheaper also. Like, yeah, definitely cheaper. Like, this is 36 iron and 39 steel, and this is 12 steel, pretty much the same number of circuits, and like a little bit of bronze. So, where I can, I would like to use them. Get iron out of here. Get a split on copper. Get you in here. And make copper cable. I even have the better copper cable recipe available now. You do also just need copper too, so let me just do that. And glass, steel, circuits. I do have circuits up here, so I won't bot those, even though I could, but I don't want to be that cruel to the bots or to my power network. And steel is right here. Even if it is kind of a pain to get to, I still can get to it. So we'll split steel right there. And I think what I'll do is at this curve right here, I'll just have steel come in. And that should do that. And then glass and monosilicon we'll just bring in by bots. We can't bring in by bots. What am I talking about? We don't have requester chest. Oh, that sucks. Well, there's no way, absolutely no way I'm snaking those two resources up here. So Yep. We'll just tear that down because there's absolutely no way that's happening. In that case, what if I tried to just make some by hand, and I'll just go grab some. I have some junk from that setup anyway, still in my inventory, so it gives me the opportunity to run back and do that. I need a little bit of glass. How long do you take? 18 seconds. That's not a horrible handcraft. You take an incredible amount of copper wire though, and that's what the bulk of the time is going to be. Glass. Let's throw you back in there. I have some charcoal on me. I don't know why, but I do. Something around here takes charcoal, I'm pretty sure. I thought it did, at least. Oh, here's a charcoal belt. There we go. Washed Bobmonium. That can get put down here. There we are. I don't see anything that I could throw out remaining. I've got like 7 stone. I guess I don't really need that. Anyway, I'm going to try and find a place to put a couple little solar panels. Probably on the left side of this train station. Just kind of fill in this little area right here. I might need that area, actually. Let me think about that. Maybe I'll put them down here. That's nice and out of the way. That's nothing, you know? Just like down in here somewhere. That seems like a perfectly reasonable place to have a couple random solar panels. We'll just have a large power pole that descends down this way. Would be nice if I already had the accumulators made to go with it, but since we don't, we'll just make do. How do accumulators fit in here? I could fit 2 in there, and 1 more there, and that's pretty tight, I'd say. That's not bad for a little solar ring. Now, the ratio is probably completely off, but, you know, I don't even have the accumulators yet, so who cares about that? That's 6. We need 8. Could I come even close to making 2 more? Would that be terrible? I'll handcraft some copper wire. Whatever, who cares? I'll go grab the sand and the monosilicon. I said sand. Sand is not what I meant. Glass. This is glass. This material here is glass. And I need a little more glass. I don't want to get stuck with a bunch of material that I cannot then put back in the chest. Oh, like that. Oh well, it can go like that. That's fine. Oh, it does take an eternity though. There's one more. Oh, they already got a couple of them placed down. That's not bad. Wonder, yeah, I mean, they're not gonna produce a lot, but it's like 3 solar panels, you know? It's not gonna rule the world, it's just gonna supplement power for a little bit, you know? They produce about 100 kilowatts each, so every time we put down 10, that's gonna be 1 megawatt, and I mean, we're only producing about 33 megawatts from Steam, you know? Oh, that's solar for you. I'll come up with a better solar design when we come back, if I even decide to really dedicate myself to solar, because with solar you need energy storage, and I don't know if I necessarily want to commit to that. I did also want to make a fluid burning generator, so now that I have access to that, I am going to craft one and just run over here and see if there's any weird circuit shenanigans I can get up to with hydrogen. Saying that, I immediately realized I was going to need a pump, however, so I'm going to go and grab a single engine from over here. One engine, please, thank you. And 1 pump. The pump, of course, so that I can control the flow into the fluid burning generator, assuming that's not easily done. Like, assuming I can't just easily control the fluid burning generator with some sort of circuit condition or something. Guess I should go ahead and put you there and just find out. Cannot connect the wire. Okay, that's kind of what I figured. So I'll put the pump down. The pump. There you are. And then you. Connect you to here. And only burn you if you're over like 180 or something. That's the tank, not the gas in it. Hydrogen. Hydrogen, there we are. So if you are like 175,000 or something. And of course I'll need power. Kind of my motto these days. Of course that needs power. So this is working correctly. We are not over the threshold, so it's not burning. But I do want to see if I just turn the threshold off, how quickly do we burn gas? So about 33 a second, and we produce about 900 megawatts of power, but I think that's just because that's production. We're just coming up to even with like existing production. It does have 1.8 megawatts of potential, but it does seem to be burning through a good chunk of hydrogen, and we do need hydrogen. Can I get a more specific count from you? Yeah, okay, so that's definitely a steady loss there. It may not seem like much, but keep in mind these tanks are absolutely enormous, so these are very ridiculous numbers we're looking at. That loss is, you know, significant. So let's re-enable that. Yep, 175 seems reasonable because your max is 200, and I'll just let you sit there and burn through however much you already have inside you, and that's fine. If anything, that's a little backup power gen, I guess, in addition to the steam tanks and the solar, so power shouldn't be quite so dire in the next one. I do want to finally deconstruct the last of those. Let's get rid of those things. Oh yeah, I forgot I had them do this. That's kind of cool. I love being able to remotely do stuff like that. I am going to come down here and probably wrap things up. And the very last thing I'm going to do is get in the car, run down here, and sit where the train station should be to help myself remember that next time I really do want to finish setting up this train station, because now that all the other production is taken care of, it would be nice to have not even Bobmonium anymore, but Rubite is kind of coming to a crawl. If anything, why are you backed up? Oh, interesting. Hold on, that's maybe something I can take care of remotely. Let me look at that. Where was it? There it is. How am I going to take care of this, actually? That's a very interesting problem. Maybe your, Yeah, that's interesting. Because with that half of the belt shut off, that does effectively shut off these two, which are actually the washers. And those are the ones I'd like to be running, because that's what's going to provide me silver. And that's not cool. I guess draw wasn't even or something, I'm not sure. But at any rate, this, let's flip these around again, and then invert their conditions. something like that. And that should at least allow flow through again. Yeah, once again, that's a next time kind of problem. But I'll be leaving things off here, so thanks anyone who came by to watch, came by to give advice, and just have a good time. This is another one of those days where I feel like I had very specific things I wanted to get done, and I didn't manage to get those things done. But at the same time, I did get a lot done. Like, I got bots today. You can't be mad. You can't get mad when you got bots, you know? I do have some serious oil issues to take care of in the future, but I think the plate shortages are probably the more dire problem at the moment. I have a logistics dead zone right in the middle here. I'm not going to stand for that. Where can I sneak something in? Right here? Right there. Okay, good enough. That'll get it taken care of. Anyway, that's gonna do it for me today, and I'll see you in the next one.